If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Second Life. A dream. A very surreal experience. Fragments of memories flashed in my mind. No matter how surreal it is, I can't bring myself to deny it existed. At some point in time, there lived a man who was the origin of that dream. He had many fun times. The first time he learned how to write. The first time he touched a guitar. The time he had his first kiss. There are also satisfying moments such as unintentionally acing a round in a certain FPS game. Those times are irreplaceable. Nevertheless, the man had regrets. Many things that he hesitated and never accomplished. The opportunities that he missed due to his cowardice. Yes, he regrets not enjoying high school to its fullest. That was a stressful time, but one that was also the most fun. However, this also taught him many things. He learned how to value moments. He learned how to never give up. He learned how to adjust to his schedule that he could never follow. Being an adult was never easy. Problems will be thrown at you in the most unexpected times. All one could do is adapt and swallow the bitter pill. There isn't any point in running away from your problems. I made this sound akin to a baby speaking for the first time. This blurry sight did not help in removing my confusion. My hearing is hindered as if I am under a swimming pool. Correction, I might be in a pool right now. Some sort of liquid is being expelled by my subconscious babbling. I tried to expel it by coughing, but it did not do much. Then the grip of death came. If I do not expel this something blocking out my breathing, I would die. As a result, I cried. I'm in heaven. No, actually, I got reincarnated. I don't know if it is the right term, but it went something along those lines. My previous life should be the vague memories that I had upon conception. After more than a year, those memories became fainter. I retained the ability to have my consciousness, but I could not do anything besides lying down on the crib and staring at the ceiling all day long. On weekends, my parents would take me out to some places. I am in a country called Japan, which coincides with my previous life's nationality. Thank God for letting me save time in memorizing all those kanji. Those were my nightmares in the past. Now comes the most important question. What should I do? I had those daydreams in the past where you can travel back in time and correct those mistakes that you did. Perhaps become a millionaire by utilizing your knowledge of the past, just like those guys who regressed in time and did their stock trading. Unfortunately, I did not dabble in those. Most of their assets are liquidated, which is troublesome for me. While I did not have my own family, my brother did, which means that I have to save my assets in case of an emergency. That, and the fact that Japan has a strict work culture where you mostly spend your days working, save for the weekends. Most importantly, trading is risky. One moment, a market is stable. The next moment, it could have a recession. The decision to put my assets in stock investment was a huge gamble that I dare not take at that time. Part of it came from hearing my friends losing their assets in it, but mostly it is because I prefer a stable life. I will definitely live a better life this time. Nobu-kun, it's feeding time. It's this time of the day again, hey? If you had crossed over with your past life's memories, what would you be thankful for? Of course, it's your memories of learning kanji. As I skimmed through these books, I slowly recalled them. Albeit still faint, it's not as bad as before. Many of my past memories became vaguer as I turned 8 years old. I can only remember the general flow of my life. I can no longer recall any interactions and conversations with others. Everything is being replaced by newer memories in this life. My only saving grace is that the memories of my previous masteries can be recalled as long as I recall them in this life, either by seeing new sights or acquiring new knowledge. That, and my consciousness all this time resulted in something else. I am certain I don't act like a typical child. Also, I do not have any powers, or cheats as other people would call it. My thoughts would certainly be different if I reincarnated in a not-so-peaceful world, but my luck caused me to land in modern society. It is currently 2012, with the flow being extremely similar to my past life. There are some opportunities for making money at this time. If that problem is gone, I can focus more on enjoying life. Money is that important. My family are the nice ones, too. My father, unexpectedly, works in trading. He did not need to go outside for work as he could monitor his investments at home. Hence, he is the one who takes care of me and my little brother who was just born 5 years ago. Meanwhile, my mother works in a company. She goes to work during the day and comes home at night. My father, as the house husband, does the chores so that she won't have to worry about anything at home. Such is the daily life of the Akasaka household. NII. Let's play. Let's play later. Okay. We are currently in the living room right now. Toys are scattered all over the carpeted floor. My brother mostly inherited Tio-Yusan's looks with him having a pair of maroon eyes and black hair. He has a soft face that made it irresistible to pinch his cheeks. Meanwhile, I got most of my genes from Kaisen. I took her looks: white hair, golden pupils, and slightly pale white skin. I stood up with my small legs and grabbed my father's pants, who is sitting on the sofa. I looked at him with sincerity and pleaded. Books? Books? Oh, are you tired of those language books? I already relearned all Joyo kanji, Tio-Yusan. I thought inwardly. Other than language books, all I received are storybooks. This is not the development that I want. I prefer more productive books like the ones that teach about money. Yes, money. If any working adults said that money does not matter much and only hard work does, it's either they are tricking a child or painting a fairy tale for his sorrowful life. Money makes the world go around. That's how life is. Though, it should not be the main focus of my life. The emotions of regret and bitterness along with gratitude and satisfaction are still vivid in my mind. Those moments were the memories that I remember the most. Even if I forgot the interactions, those are enough for me. Alright. Hub. My father carried my little brother and started to play with him. Nobu-kun, can you get your books inside my room? With that, I strolled to my father's room. My small legs made me slower, but I am not affected by it much. Who's to complain if you have a second life? Pushing the already open door, a computer setup greeted my sight. A moderately large bookshelf is beside it, as well as some kind of musical instruments such as a MIDI pad and an electric guitar. I have been here as early as 3 years old, so I already recalled my memories of these instruments. It seems like this is my hobby in my past life. A buried hobby to be exact. I did not have the time to play with them due to my work. I marveled at them, distracted from my original goal, and touched the guitar on the rack. Modify. Time. 10 years. A thought suddenly popped up inside my head. Be a dump. Be a dump. A feeling of uneasiness and excitement instantly took over me. I felt an itch inside my chest, making me feel as if something that I am looking forward to is about to happen. These random thoughts instantly sent me into confusion. What is happening? Why are my hands cold? Am I having a heart attack? All these thoughts disappeared when I separated my hand from the guitar. Everything went back to normal. When I touched it again, they appeared once more. Modify the learning time of guitar to 10 years later. This time, it became clearer. But, it only sent me further down the spiral of confusion. Modify time? Do you mean, to fast forward time? No, it says learning time here. So my experiences, then? In the first place, why am I having these thoughts now? Did I become delusional now that I reincarnated into another life? Many unanswerable questions popped up in my mind. Even when I separated from the guitar once more, they remained. I wondered if this is just a hallucination. I blankly walked towards the bookshelf and grabbed a random book entitled The Intelligent Investor. Modify the learning time of investment to 10 years later. The familiar sensation came back to me. The itch in my heart was further amplified due to my curiosity about this phenomenon. This feeling is killing me. Damn it. Tempted by it, I bit the bullet and followed that sensation. Agree. I agree. Accept. Confirm. I thought of many words to validate the thought that suddenly appeared in my head. Then. A new set of memories. Hedging, buying. Shortage of. YouTube. Dollar value depreciation. Sentences first appeared before scenes of my hard work followed. I studied beginner books for half a year before making a move to the equivalents of the giants in the future. Google, YouTube, and Facebook were my first targets. For some reason, they existed in this life, too. Many future financial crises were also involved, such as the European debt crisis and the global financial crisis that started a year later. I was separated from reality as I immersed myself in those memories. They are different from my usual memories as they are very vivid. Even the smallest details related to investment were remembered by me. I get it. I was so immersed in them that I did not realize the increase in my computation speed. I am fairly sure that I am still developing, yet my mind feels faster today. If I needed a few seconds to answer a basic integral before, I can do so within a second now. I did not feel any physical changes. In the end, I was left puzzled by this occurrence. Sleep would help this time. Our son might be a genius. Akasaka CG thought. I was reading The Tale of the Bunny and the Turtle at that age, but our son is interested in investment books. When Nobu asked for a book a few days ago, CG pointed him out to his bookshelf. He stores their children's books there as the kids' room did not have a bookshelf. Yet, he did not expect their son to pick his books instead. At first, CG reasoned out that the book is not for kids, that he would not understand it. Shockingly enough, Nobu understood the concepts behind it after 3 days of reading. Even if it is the most basic concept. Their son, an 8-year-old kid, started to learn about investments. It is definitely not normal. CG was even scolded by his wife, Akasaka Eri. She was surprised that their son started to spout things such as future market charts, hedge funds, and recession at the dinner table. She scolded CG for teaching their son such advanced level knowledge and not the ones appropriate for his age. But then, he convinced her that Nobu truly understood them after letting him read his books for a few more days. Advanced arithmetics, statistics, economics. All of the books that he read are all related to investment. What's even more shocking is that he's already done with the 11th grade arithmetics. The husband and wife talked about that. They decided to talk with Nobu about his aspirations for the future. They did not want to ruin their suspected to be genius son's future. They knew the struggles that the adults live in, so they are also hoping that he would enjoy his childhood despite his talents. Nobu-kun. Nobu bobbed his head in his father's direction. A dozen books related to arithmetics were stacked together, so he had to adjust himself. What would you like to do in the future? He asked while hugging the sleeping Ryu Unosuke, Nobu's younger brother. Nobu fell into deep thought for a moment, as evident when CG saw his serious thinking face. I want to have fun, he said as he sported a bright expression. Not expecting to hear a childish answer, CG froze briefly. Then, he started laughing. You will wake up Ryu, Tio-yu-san. Right. Alas, it is too late for CG. Ryu Unosuke was forcefully woken up from his peaceful slumber. He saw Nobu sporting a smirking expression before Ryu Unosuke's cries blasted into his ears. Oyaa. Chapter 2, The Cheat. 7:20 a.m. The rays of sunlight penetrating your windows are one of the things that I came to appreciate during my adult life. I carefully undid my little brother's hug before sitting cross-legged in the bed. I placed my elbow on top of my thigh before I held my chin. This is my daily dose of life contemplation, the thing that I learned after staring at the ceiling for hours during my first 2 years. I had a lot of time to think about myself and my future, which is something that I did not have in my past life. When the alarm clock in my smartphone rings, I will instantly wake up. I do not have the word snooze in my dictionary. I could abruptly stand up from my bed even if I feel dizzy for a short while. This has the same effect as washing your face with cold water in the morning. It is totally effective. I blankly stare at the floor as I recalled the events from a few days ago. It was at that time did I discover that I, a cheat-less reincarnator, actually have a cheat. It might be a time manipulation ability of sorts. It can also be similar to the enhanced growth abilities that I recall from some anime that I watched when I was dead tired. Still, what is important is that I have cheats. That's why it was called as such in the first place. It makes anything convenient. It pushed me, someone who is a total noob with investments, to become a professional who spent 10 years in the industry. I did not know if the me 10 years later succeeded in his life, but I know that my future self's experiences would help me achieve even more now. How could I use it again? I rubbed my chin as I thought about this. I tried to use it again in the past few days after that event. However, no matter how I try, it does not appear. I made a few conjectures since then. I tried a few and it didn't work, which is why I will try the rest today. If anything still does not work, I'll have to leave it to my future self to find the answer. I got out of bed and went to one of Ryuu's toys. They are all battery powered. Taking out the battery inside a phone toy, I brought it closer to me. Energy is one of the fundamental things in the universe, or at least how the science subject phrased it. This is what I've learned in high school along with mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell. My teachers told us that what we learn in school helps in real life, is pretty much a half-truth. You would benefit from the learned knowledge, yes, but you would not use all of them. AA battery. 1.5 volts. Before my cheat manifested, I did not do anything. I just sat down, read books, and lay down. Now, energy is the only thing present during those times. Whenever I eat, I replenish it. The same goes when I am inert. I do nothing, which resulted in the gathering of energy at a faster rate. If my cheat follows the science that I have learned, it should need energy. Absorb. Absorb. Refill. Refill. I recited these words like a mantra. My full attention was on it as I desperately thought of refilling my cheat's energy. My tense body soon relaxed as a light feeling enveloped me. It is a relaxing feeling you would get after you get out of a massage chair. I did not feel any changes in my body, though. It's more spiritual or mental. Since I relaxed my mind, my body felt it too. Yes. I pumped my fist before I enthusiastically robbed my little brother of 3 toys worth of batteries. When I placed them back, I tried to use the toys, but it didn't work. This verifies my conjecture. Rejoice, my future self. You shall suffer no more. Ah! My eyes went toward the bed. There, I saw Ryuu staring at me innocently. Knowing that I ruined his toys, I could not bear to look any further at his pure and innocent eyes. Sorry, Ryuu. This is for our future. My low mumble left him confused. Tou-san. Can we walk outside starting today? Walk outside? Sure. A few days passed when I verified my conjecture. After scavenging for batteries, the stock for Ryuu's toys, I decided to use the electricity outside. This is my decision after finding out that I have a limit when it comes to absorbing those energies. I reached it after absorbing 33 AA batteries, which equates to nearly 50 volts. It is a meager amount for the electricity-based devices outside, but it consumed more than half of Ryuu's batteries. His cries only made me more guilty. Luckily for me, my parents thought that the batteries were defective. I mean, no parents would think that their son can absorb electricity, right? After checking the trends, Tio-san brought us outside our home. Just when we got out, I was already greeted by more than a dozen passers-by. As expected of Shimajo Ward. Since the place we are in is the center of Kyoto's urban development, people are mostly concentrated here. There are many high-rise buildings as well as department stores. Of course, those are a few minutes worth of walks from where we reside. My parents liked urban places due to their convenience, but they did not like densely populated areas that much. Whoa! We only strolled in the less populated area. We are only be a few minutes away from our home. Tio-san does not want to bring me into a populated place as he is rather focused on Ryuu. Even so, I could see from afar the bright spots of light in Nakahara Ward's center. All of it came from the billboards and the high-rise buildings, I suppose. I also saw the usual sight of our neighborhood. No graffiti can be seen here as it is subjected to legal sanctions. There are also other kids either together with their parents or playing with their friends. They are all taller than me, so they should be around 10 years old. Soon, we passed over a playground. The holy land of children. The place where they could feel their freedom and do anything. Whether using the slide head first or parkouring from one place to another, every dumb thing can be done. Other children were playing here, too. Ice cream. Nobu-kun, you want one? I swiftly nodded. To an 8-year-old who has never tasted it in this life, I sought it. Ice cream is easily one of my favorite desserts. Wait for me here, all right? Yes, Tio-san. Tio-san walked over to the ice cream shop while I sat on the bench. Hehe, you're it, Shin. Not fair. You can't catch us. Seeing the children happily playing, I inadvertently thought the cold hard truth. Look at these children. I do wonder if they would also turn into adults who got slapped by reality in the future. I shook my head. I will not let that happen to me. I will have a better life, that's for sure. In my peripheral vision, I saw another kid doing the same thing as me. She was shaking her head whilst looking at the group of kids innocently playing tag. Her hands are trembling lightly. Scratch that, she is not doing the same thing as me. Hey! Are you all right? I saw the girl freeze and shiver before mechanically looking at me. Why yes. You do not look all right. Just her expression alone told everyone that she is anxious. Her stuttering emphasized it further. Her blue pupils erratically looked around me in seconds, avoiding my gaze. Are you really all right? That's all right. Sigh. Do I look that scary? Yeah. My words made her stop trembling for a moment before she hastily said. That's not it. You are not as scary. Seeing her react like that, I laughed. Sorry. I'm just joking. I saw her face change from tense to embarrassed. A light blush appeared on her ears as if showcasing her current emotions. Do you have any problems? I asked her. Do you want to join that group of kids over there? How? How did you know? She slammed the bench with both of her hands as she faced my direction. Isn't this obvious? Your face is giving it away. Upon hearing it, she froze. I do not know what is going on inside her head, but my best guess is her constructing some kind of drastic reaction to what I have said. After all these times. All of them know it. Ahem. I lightly coughed while crossing both of my arms together. Seeing you react like this, I think you should fix your problem first. I don't know if this is just from interacting with strangers, but if the same thing happens every day, it's a huge problem. I gave out my honest advice to her. My recollection told me how horrible society is, and at the same time, it taught me the beauty of it. If her anxiety did continue in her later years, she would experience worse and not see the beauty around her. Her pink hair covered her eyes as she seriously stared at the ground. Her feet swayed in the air as she became more preoccupied with her thoughts. Tio-san already bought it. Looks like I have to leave. Can I have your name? Mine's Nobu. She was snapped back to reality with my words. It's Hidori. Hidori, Bocchi? Loner, I subconsciously mumbled before I covered it up with the fear of the little girl being hurt. Nice name. Really? I could hear her murmur as I ran to my Tio-san. Phew. I made a deep breath as I calmed down my anxious heart. We are going back to our home and the time to verify my guess came. It would be more difficult to explain if my source of energy is those batteries, so I thought of another one, street lamps. They are all connected via the electrical cables in the sky, which makes them another alternative source of energy. 50 volts is nothing for the government, more so when we pay our taxes well. My hand made contact with the metallic touch of the pole. I recalled the sensation that I had while I stole my brother's batteries. Absorb. Absorb. That feeling soon emerged as it sent me into a relaxing state. My mind was cleared of worries while my entire body slightly shook, a result of my tension disappearing. I could make this my everyday massage. I blankly murmured. I'm full in one go. Just like the absorption and utilization of my cheat, a random thought appeared in my head. It dictates the state of the energy tank, telling me when I could use it again. Right now, I had a vague feeling that it was refilled again. It has not reached 1% yet, but the progress left me satisfied nevertheless. Not only that, I found out that my mental chant became shorter, and invoking the absorption of my cheat became slightly easier than yesterday. It could be the result of my first usage or its continued usage, perhaps. It worked. I could now rest easy with this. With that thought, I went back home with lesser worry than before. Chapter 3, A Normal World. Ice Sky. The staple genre that never ended in my past life. Some of my memories regarding it came back when I saw Tio-san reading an Isekai-themed manga. In the cases of it or even reincarnation, there are many supernaturals. Onmyojis fighting against demons, magicians pursuing the truth of the world, yokais that inhabit desolate places. Those are some of the extraordinary events that I remember. The sole evidence that they exist? My cheat. I mean, an ability to manipulate time surely is not mundane. That's why I tried to find such beings, or at least I tried to. Everything is completely normal. Not once did I find an unusual event. There are no gas leaks, no unexplained earthquakes, nothing. This is why I came to accept this as a completely normal world. Since there are no magic and the like, stuff like magic became impossible, too. This woke me up at the fact that I have to live enough with this short life. Half a year had already passed since I discovered my cheat. I lived an ordinary life, which is to read books at home and play with my little brother. That is, until 3 months ago. My parents decided that it is nighttime to be sent to the land of heaven or hell, school. Thanks to my intellect, I managed to skip kindergarten and 2 grades few years back. It was only now did I enroll as a 3rd grader. As expected, I became quite bored with the kids there. Well, I am to blame for deciding not to skip grades easily and enjoy this responsibility-free phase. It's not like I would like to communicate with adolescents as a 5-year-old kid. My age did not change as I was born on February 5, a month behind Ryuhu. Funnily enough, my name came from my dad's favorite sake brewery in Niigata, Hokusatsu. Its founder's name is Nobu and he founded the brewery in winter, which coincides with my birthday. This resulted in my name being added to the list that my Tio-san and Ka-san made. Can someone solve this? My teacher began teaching us mathematics. Nobody wanted to answer. If no one wants to answer. Nobu-kun. Looking at the equation on the board, I could feel my 11th grade mathematics being wasted here. Anyways, you'll just use the PEMDAS rule and it's 15, Sensei. In the end, I managed to get through by writing in my small notebook. There, I write any future events related to the stock market, the opportunities included in the currency market, derivatives market, bond market, and so on. My study in those 10 years did not go to waste. I can do crazy leverages and take home these gold mines with certainty. Leverages are the multipliers in the investment, allowing someone to invest in something far more than the money that they currently have. It's a double-edged sword, as those multipliers can cause bankruptcy instead of profiting. However, it becomes my sharpest sword with the events of the future recorded in. The ice cream store entered my sight. After school ended, I went back home alone. My school is only a street away from it, so there wasn't much to worry about. The street that I take home is always populated, too. Though I still go with the group of kids until I separate to go to this place every day. Ji-san. 1 strawberry popsicle. I tiptoed to the counter to grab the attention of the sleeping uncle, the shopkeeper. I placed the popsicle on top of the counter. Oh? It was just you, Nobu. Yes, yes. I want this popsicle. Sure. With a lazy tone, he took my meager sum, 100 yen coin. After doing so, I left the shop and was about to go home when I saw the familiar pink-haired girl. She is sitting on the bench while staring at the slide. She's not been here for 3 days. Did she make new friends? Chances are, she did not. Hey! You made new friends. Ah. Looks like I snapped her out of her deep thoughts again. And Nobu-kun? Looks like you did not. I said before sitting down on the bench. I swiftly tore down the pink packaging and grabbed the popsicle stick. Slowly, I let it melt inside my mouth while I took a small bite out of it. Phew! Cold air went out of my mouth. Hearing the cicadas in the tree and this glaringly hot temperature, I could feel the summer heat going in me. If not for the tree blocking off most of the sunlight, I would not choose this as my usual spot. I watched the girl puff out air as she said with confidence. I made some friends. For once, it felt very convincing. I know that she said this more than 5 times in rebuttal to my jokes, but it feels kind of true this time. Really? Mind telling me their name? It's. Her voice became lower and lower, just like a mosquito's. I take back my words. Gota-san is still the usual her. Social anxiety is the correct term for her condition, I recall. She finds it difficult to initiate any sort of conversation with others. In my case, I am lucky enough to converse with her for the first time just enough for her preferred pace that, while she is still anxious, her determination is enough to talk with me. Anyways, how about your days? I haven't seen you here in 3 days. That. My grandparents visited us 3 days ago. This is why I could not come here. I see her hastily explain with a panicked expression. She is afraid of having misunderstandings, something that I came to know after some time with her. This is the reason behind her anxiety. I see. No need to be flustered that much. I saw her fall into a deep thought once more. Only she knows about her internal monologue. What about you? Gota-san suddenly asked me a question. Aside from school, I don't have anything else to do except read. You could say that it is boring. She seemed dumbfounded after hearing my response. My guess is that. Why you don't have any friends? I knew it. I laughed lightly while tapping my lap to vent out my excessive emotion. I do. I said. You are my friend. Ah. Perhaps, it is due to my peculiar experience that I could not consider those kids as my friends. They are busy with idiotic stuff like shouting unko, poop, or chasing after their puppy love. Meanwhile, I am busy writing down the significant events related to investment. We are different. As for Gota-san, we just hit it off. She is different from others in a way that fits just right with me. She does not act as childish as others. That is enough for me. She has a problem, however, when reaching out to others. She has a fear of some bad possibilities whenever she thinks of initiating a conversation with others. This is something that I'm trying to help her with. It turns. I heard her murmuring something but I did not hear the rest of it. For the rest of the time that we met, I ate the entire popsicle while talking about some mundane stuff with her. We shared some of our everyday thoughts. They might be just the normal stuff that we encountered, as our life is not some story where extraordinary stuff happens to us frequently. Our world is just a normal one filled with the struggles of mundane life. I have to go. You should go home too, I said before holstering my backpack into my shoulder. After a minute of walking, I arrived at my usual streetlight and intercepted some of its electricity. A familiar wave of relaxation came into my body once more, relieving me of some stress that I have recently. How should I tell this to my Tio-san? There are only less than 6 months left before the start of that main event, the 2013 financial crisis. It is the time when dollar's value started to spike down, which is unpredicted. Most professionals and the American government themselves are confident with their fortifications. Though, they could not resist the trend of the entire world. This is the ripe time to multiply our assets by a maximum of 50 times. It is the highest amount of leverage allowed in the stock market. Even with that, we could still surpass my initial predictions. In total, 2 such financial crises happened within the next 10 years. If we miss this, we will lose the chance to earn money. That's why I am facing the current predicament of how to convince my Tio-san into allowing me to invest. Granted, even dumb people who did not study stocks could use it now in 2012 thanks to the advancements of technology, but letting an 8-year-old kid into stock trading seems very outrageous. I mustn't give up before the fight. My attention was then redirected to my energy tank. I could feel that it is almost filled up. Maybe I could use my cheat again in the next 30 days, it seems. I wonder, what should I use it on next? Go to Hidari, a girl with social anxiety. She does not know when it started, but she has overcome her fears whenever she tried to connect with someone. That's it. Boring. Lame. She feared that she would be seen by others in a negative light. At first, it was just her being more conscious about her appearance, mannerism, and speech. But it soon evolved into its current state. Her parents were very worried about her condition, thinking that she would not have any friends. They were wrong. I have a friend. Hidari's nose became incomparably tall while she felt proud of her achievement. Everyone, including her, thought that she was a loner, Hidari Bocchi. Well, they are dead wrong. They are greatly mistaken. For she, Goto Hidari, has a friend. She had long treated Nobu as her only friend. It was just that she was worried that he did not think of her as one. Fortunately, his indirect confirmation untied the knot in her heart and made her extremely proud of this achievement. It turns out that he is also a loner. When she heard him say that he did not have any friends, she was about to cry. After all, they are the same. At least that's what she thought. She also thought of how loners can have a loner radar that allows them to detect each other. This is how humans act. When they discover that there is someone who is suffering the same things as them, they would feel lighter. Though, the responses of her parents were completely different than she had expected. A friend. The shocked voices of her parents rang out. Is it a ghost? Is it an imaginary friend? Dear. We need to bring her to the exorcists. Seconded. Thus, it was decided that Goto Hidari will be brought to a nearby shrine tomorrow. Chapter 4, Trading. Tio-san. I want to try trading. Alright, you want to try some? My father made a surprised face as he turned his office chair in my direction. It is early in the morning, so he should be looking for the changes that happened in tonight's stock market. From what I saw, he is in the currency market, taking advantage of the fact that the dollar rate is going higher at a stable rate. It is in this way that most investors do their job. Even if the returns are small, the risks are small, too. Did I hear that correctly? You want to try your hands at trading? This might be a bit early for you. I can tell that Tio-san is against it. I knew this would happen, but I could still not prevent my mood from worsening. Hundreds of millions of yen are at stake here. Knowing this predicament can't be resolved quickly, I took out my biggest trump card. Please. Puppy eyes. With this, I am sure that Tio-san can't resist it. My study of those spoiled kids back in school is not for naught. They do this whenever they ask for something and get whatever they want, scot-free. I saw him sighing before he said, "All right. I will open an account with a few $100s in it. If you ever spend all of it, I won't be giving you capital again anytime soon, okay?" For once, I felt thankful for those immature brats. I will pardon them for stealing my pencil the other day. After all, I took down my Tio-san using their tricks. Even I have no confidence to succeed with this plan. After 15 minutes, Tio-san finished setting up the account. He brought me to the computer screen and placed me in his lap. There, I saw dozens of numbers that could instantly send a normal 8-year-old to dizziness. It did not affect me, though. While the UI interface is not as clean as the ones in 2022, I understood the fundamentals of it. Listen to these few instructions first, Nobu-kun. This tab here, the one pointed out by the cursor, is the Market tab. You can select the stock markets. Tio-san discussed everything that a newbie has to know about the application. Then again, I am thankful that it is currently 2012. Things are more simplified than the ones used in the 80s and 90s. At that time, it would be simply impossible to convince Tio-san due to how complex it is. Half an hour had passed. By this time, he is already looking forward to what I am about to do. I recalled something from my diary. I wrote the detailed events of 10 years later in it during the time I could not gain Tio-san's approval. There's a mini-event that lasted until tomorrow. I clicked on the Market tab and switched to the real estate market. It is just as populated as the currency market since now is the time for those land prices to soar. They would not predict that the market will take an impact from America's mistake. Simply put, real estate would sharply drop tomorrow due to the faulty handling of the US government when it comes to their housing loans. It did not cause a bigger tide as they immediately took action to take out the fire, but the damage was still done. A leverage? Wait. I swiftly selected the 50% leverage before betting my everything $350 to short those stocks. Wait. Nobu-kun, what did you just do? Seeing Tio-san's agitated expression, I replied, "Books, Tio-san. It taught me that their handling of houses is wrong." I spit out the best excuse that I could offer. "Nobu-kun. Making hasty decisions is wrong. The book might be correct, but what you did is not necessarily right. Did you consider the consequences of your actions? I believe that you have learned basic risk reduction from my books." His scolding continued until night time. For the first time, I got scolded. This feeling of guilt inside my chest is discomforting. Add to that Tio-san's stern face, I could not help but doubt my decision for a second. But, I disregarded that feeling as it is definitely the right one. It is my feeling, Tio-san. I trust it. I decided to conceal my future knowledge as a gut feeling. I could not explain it otherwise. Sigh. I understand. I hope that you have learned something out of this. CG massaged his forehead while thinking of his son's rash decision. $17,500. That's what he has to pay in case his son's decision is wrong. He did not expect Nobu to use the maximum leverage and bet on the losing side. At first, he thought of using $350 to educate his son. Yes, it is an expensive lesson, but one that he must do for his genius son. He planned to let him try once he saw that he is very determined in the trading industry. If he fails, that would discourage him from trading and focusing on more important things within his reach. Suffering failure is good for a genius. On the off chance that he would succeed, it would teach Nobu something, too. But then, he made that leverage. One has to know that Seiji's total net worth is $3 million, which is equivalent to 386 million yen. They are a millionaire family. If not for it, Seiji would not extravagantly use that amount just for his son's single lesson. In the end, he resigned himself to the possibility of losing more than 1/100th of his net worth. He loves his son so much that he could not blame the kid for it. I won't tell this to her. He mumbled with a wry smile. I will definitely be going to get my ass beaten once she knew this. In the first place, his intuition is what told him to acquiesce to Nobu's request. This is his pride as a trader, one that allowed him to profit in the previous 1998 Asian market crisis. He made his net worth go 100-fold at that time due to his decisions. Just as he was about to sleep, he saw something shocking. Right at this moment, 1:23 a.m., he saw the market chosen by Nobu go down in a spike. Hey! He gently massaged his eyes a few times before verifying what he is seeing. What? In the balance display, he saw the $1,000 going into $19,000 immediately. Shit! 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 His hands started trembling not out of shock but due to excitement. It became cold swiftly while he started operating his computer. Of course, it is done in a way that would not wake up his wife. My goodness! Nobu-kun, you inherited your talent from your Ryu-san. 115,000. In 5 hours. Ryu-san rested his hands on my shoulders the moment I got out of my room. I just woke up and was planning to drink some water, but what greeted me is Ryu-san with baggy eyes. Did he stay up all night? I think he did. I placed all your earnings in the first minute into it and managed to earn more. I used leverage once again and Ryu-san, calm down. Right. With that, I managed to stop him from spewing out bullet-speed words. What happened? Phew. You made the right choice. The real estate market in America spiked down. He began to explain what happened that night. When he first saw it, he immediately reacted and placed all of the earnings into the bet and made one more leverage, allowing him to turn those $18,000 twice its amount. He took advantage of it several times before it bloated into its current amount. As expected of the mini-event. This is the only remarkable appetizer that happened before the main dish. Skipping on it will be very painful for the current me. Fortunately, things worked out on my end. Of course, he explained all of this with relatively simple terms that an 8-year-old kid could understand. The government made their moves and stopped the damages. If they are late to react, I would have made more. After saying that, he made a solemn expression before he squatted to my eye level. Nobu-kun, you must have realized this. You are different from other children. The things that you are learning are advanced by a few years. You are a genius, Nobu-kun. Still, we hope that you can enjoy your childhood differently. Did you make some friends? It's alright if you did and what? He paused. You made a friend. That's right. I have a friend. I always meet her in the playground in front of the ice cream store. That playground? Is it the pink-haired girl? I saw him fall into contemplation before coming back to normal. That's good. I thought you can't enjoy a normal childhood. He said emotionally. I will keep this a secret from your Ka-san, so can you keep it like that too? Ryu-san should be pertaining to my earnings. I am sure, with 100% confidence, that he would be scolded by Ka-san once this event gets to her ears. Giving a few $100 to a kid is an irresponsible and absurd move, after all. I wonder what they are hiding. The in charge of the Akasaka household, Akasaka Eri, became suspicious of the father-son duo the past few weeks. Sometimes, she would see her husband saying "That's my son." All of a sudden, he would briefly smile while thinking about something related to Nobu, their eldest son. I am curious, but I'm glad to see them happy. Due to her position, one that is only 2 levels below CEO, she became busy at some specific times. While there are times when she can spend more time with her family, there are some times when she feels insufficient. She had a talk with CG regarding this before. They agreed that they would save their earnings for their children's future, and when the time comes, she will just quit her job. After all, it is difficult for her to give up the career that she spent 7 years building. She only needs a little push to reach the peak that she had dreamed of before. If she could reach it, then she would have done everything that she'd wanted in her life. All that will be left is to spend time with her family. I want to have a daughter. Suddenly, she had a random thought. Whenever she sees the father-son pair having a secret of their own, she became envious. With this thought, Seiji's fate of being sleepless for the entire week was sealed. The time is ripe. Because I could not hold back my excitement, I randomly used the outlet from my school to fill up my cheat. As I had expected, it became usable again. 20 days. In total, I spent a total of 200 days and accumulated 10,000 volts to charge my cheat. The familiar feeling of itchiness is here again, though I held off from using it. The temptation is here, but I intend to use it as a verification of what plagued my mind for the past 200 days. When I used it on investment, I earned the knowledge of this world's future, albeit in economics. My processing speed also increased. However, what if I used it for physical exercise? Modify the practice time of physical training to 10 years later. What I got in return is my cheat transferring this strange thought in me. This confirms that I can have my physical training 10 years later. But then, what would happen to me? Would it simply be an increase in my physical capabilities just like my first cheat usage, or would I be affected drastically? As in, my body would grow to that of an 18-year-old's. If it's like that, I could not let it happen. I don't want any strange occurrences to happen to me to keep my new life. I don't want to mess it up badly. Being a genius is not as absurd as seeing your child grow up 10 more years in a single moment. Hence, I thought of another object to use this cheat on later. And Nobu-kun. Goto-san, no. Bocchi-chan's words woke me up from my contemplation. I don't know what happened, but our relationship suddenly became closer 20 days ago. I could not understand how it came to this, but she's letting me call her by a nickname now. She heard my mumblings from before. There are some things that you would not come to understand in the vast universe. Ah! I remembered something bad just now. Is that so? That happens to me too. She replied. Eh? What does she mean? Is it her deep contemplation and her funny looks while that is happening? Maybe it is the something bad part. I still remember how I botched my introduction on the first day. The corner of my mouth shook. She is helpless. Is her anxiety bad for her to keep remembering the bad and embarrassing things that happened to her? Now, I'm losing my confidence to make that said anxiety disappear. Anyways, where did you need help again? It's here. I began helping Bocchi-chan with her 3rd grader's math assignment. My now 12th grade arithmetic is simply overkilled for this. Chapter 5, Paradise. A few hours had passed. We finished dinner and I am currently inside my parents' room. To be exact, in front of Tio-san guitar racks. He has a total of 5 guitars that he used in his earlier days and is now kept as a collection. Whenever he is bored monitoring the stock market during the afternoon, he would play it while I and Ryuhu are watching. Ryuhu's innocent smile and laughter after that are truly worth seeing. Its effect is even stronger than my cheat giving me relaxation. Modify the practice time of the guitar to 10 years later. The strange feeling of an itch inside my chest emerged once more. I felt excited once more, both caused by my cheat and my personal feeling about this trial. Tio-yu-san, it looks like I will belong to a band in the future. Accept. Accept. Now, I only have to think of accepting twice before I confirmed the usage of my cheat. Tab sheets. They're so hard to find for free. Damn it. I'll just make my own. This F chord. How the F***ck should I do it? Ow. It's my right pointy this time. 10 years worth of memories flooded my mind. From my complaints about the F chord's difficulty to playing the guitar naturally, I remembered everything. Crack. Suddenly, I felt the flexibility of both of my hands increasing at a very obvious rate. Soon, it reached the level that I was familiar with. Nothing much changed in me physically, but something inexplicably did. So that's what happens if I get affected physically. At my first usage, it focused more on knowledge than physical. My increased processing speed might be caused by something unknown, but I did not have any memories inside a white space at that time. Practice time. I noticed a certain difference that set my first and second usage apart. In the former, it is learning time. In the latter, it is practice time. Perhaps, this is what sets knowledge-based improvements and physical-based improvements apart. Since the usage of a guitar is more practical than trading, it has a different wording. Both of these chances might have shown my memories of attaining masteries in those crafts, but only the guitar practice caused a physical improvement. At least, that's what I've noticed. My hands look slightly bigger. While it is not the same size as the 18-year-old me, it did grow. This confirmed my hunch that my cheat can affect me physically. It's just that the improvements might be translated to better suit my current age. I snapped out of my thoughts as I chose one of Tio-yu-san's guitars. I chose Gibson due to its easy usage for those with smaller hands, which better fits me as of now. I strapped it to my shoulder before feeling that familiar feeling once more. I strummed the strings once and struck it. The chord that was once the most difficult for my fingers became easy to do. It is hard for a beginner to do it, and I can attest to it. There's an alternative though to play the F major chord. According to my memories, I used this in my first few months before I adapted enough to do the actual F chord. Anyways, another mechanism behind my cheat was unraveled again. It took me 200 days to explore another portion of it, but I am satisfied nevertheless. I could feel that my limit when it comes to absorbing should become higher, too. Even though my limit is still 50 volts, I have a feeling that it will increase soon. Nobu-kun. I hear my Kaa-san call me from the door. The black Gibson guitar is still strapped in my shoulder, creating a ridiculous sight of an 8-year-old using an oversized guitar. My, you have an interest in guitars. I nodded enthusiastically. This is what I did for the next 10 years based on my memories. How could I not develop affection towards it? You're just like your father. She came close to me and messed up my hair with her head pat. Then, I saw her suddenly nod. I saw her expression become brighter. Do you want to learn from your father? He is the best guitarist that I know. He got my heart through his songs, after all. Kaa-san made a nostalgic look while facing me. For her who I could not spend as much time as my Tio-yu-san, I want to make our time together just as valuable as the moments with Ryuu and Tio-yu-san. It was at this moment that it dawned on me. In this life, I would like to share all my joys with them. Ha! Ha! Nobu-kun? What's the matter? Are you all right? This feeling of surging heat, I could not take it anymore. My chest tightened as I gasped for hurried breaths. My sight became blurry and dizzy. I feel very lightheaded as if I am floating on cloud 9. I see angels. I see demons. I see Buddhas. I see fairies. A light. Where does it lead to? I followed the ray of light that descended upon me. My surroundings feel vague as I could not recall how they looked when I passed by. Soon, I arrived at the place that the light pointed to. Paradise. I could see prairies of grassland and flowers. Butterflies flew around the colorful flowers, sucking out the nectar on them. In return, they left a trail of shining particles in their wake. A clear lake is found moments beneath my feet. I could see my clear reflection in it. I looked upwards, seeing the clear skies that could not be seen in my world. They are beautiful. I etched this sight in my mind, but I seemed to forget about it the next second. A human. I saw a silhouette. My sight is already blurry from it, but I could tell this person's beauty is otherworldly. Nothing could compare to it. You are lost. Thud. After hearing that, I am swallowed by the endless darkness. A few minutes ago. Just like usual, Nobu went and met with Hidari. It is the last day of their semester and the beginning of their vacation. He was surprised to see her sitting under the tree while holding a tree branch. On the ground, many correct kanji were written. It is the kanji used for counting, thus it signified her counting the time that she was waiting. We are not sitting on the bench. And Nobu-kun. Bocchi saw him sit beside her with a carefree smile. This is how he always arrived, in contrast to her gloomy atmosphere. A part of her envied him for being able to act like this while another admired it. When she realized that Nobu is a loner by choice, it instantly set them apart. After all, she's a loner not because she wanted it. What's going on? Did someone bully you? He asked. If someone did, I will beat them up. Seeing his smile together with his menacing eyes, she immediately replied. And no. No one bullied me. They don't even know that I exist in our classroom. Touché. A corner of Nobu's smile trembled as he thought of how Hidari was an expert at inflicting self-burns. But one of my classmates noticed me. Only after an entire semester. Nobu could not believe it. Just how unnoticeable was she for her classmates to not notice her after 6 whole months? Her gloominess was further amplified upon hearing his words. It's all right. You can now make friends, right? He said. They said that I am a ghost. In the end, Nobu made her mood worse. Crack. 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 Suddenly, he heard something shatter. When he looked into the skies, he saw a very shocking scene. A portion of the blue sky was torn off. Another sky was attached to it, placing it in disarray in his eyes. Then, he could see a bright blue light seeping into the crack. Another pillar of white light came from it as it headed somewhere. The moment the light touched the ground, the disjointed sky started disappearing. The crack became smaller. Nobu suddenly felt his entire body heating up. He started to feel its adverse effects right away. Lightheadedness, dizziness, nausea, blurriness. A dozen of such ailments stacked up onto him. Thud. And Nobu-kun. Hidari could feel Nobu falling into her shoulders. Just as she was confused, she felt his high temperature immediately. Hot. Ha. Ha. She could see that Nobu is having a problem right now. She knew her appearance when she is sick, so she could distinguish that Nobu is suffering from a fever. What should I do? For a moment, she is blanking out. In this situation that she had not encountered before, she does not know what to do. It is understandable for her to be like this as she is only a 9-year-old child. Yet. She does not want to sit still while her only friend is like this. What can I do? Her sight went to the ice cream store in front of the playground. There was not a single day that Nobu did not have any ice cream before meeting her. If it's like that, then the shopkeeper must be very familiar with him. Hidari piggybacked him. When she stepped into the store, the lazy shopkeeper instantly got alerted. He got asked by Seiji to take care of Nobu whenever something happens. He was previously Seiji's acquaintance who had a military rank before quitting. Now, he's spending his retirement when Seiji coincidentally saw him in this town, In the end, he asked for a favor to help his son whenever needed. "PPP, please help us. My friend has a fever," Hidori said within 3 seconds. She wanted to end this conversation quickly, which is why she's accustomed to speaking fast. "This kid? We need to bring him home. Do you know where he lives?" That's right. From their conversations, she knew Nobu's home. It is only a street away from here, is mostly white, has 2 floors, and can be reached when you go straight to the left of the playground. He knew where he lived, but his curiosity got ahead of him. He wanted to know how much she knew about Seiji's son. "Let me carry him," the shopkeeper said before taking Nobu from Hidori's back. After carrying him on his shoulder, she began navigating the shopkeeper to his house. As they had expected, it only took them 4 minutes before they reached it. The shopkeeper clicked the doorbell once. "Who is it?" The gate was opened, revealing a man with unkempt black hair. His maroon eyes scanned them for a second before they widened. "Akasaka-san, your son had a problem." "Nobu-kun. What happened to him?" As Seiji carried Nobu inside the house, he asked the shopkeeper. "She knows it better." He pointed out to the pink-haired girl who kept looking to the ground. "You are Nobu's friend. Bocchi, was it?" "You It's Hidori." "I see. Can you wait in the living room for a bit?" "You too, Yamada-san." Upon agreeing, 1 adult and 1 child were left in the living room, except for Ryuo, who stopped playing and turned to Hidori. "You are Nii-san's friend, right? The one that he always talks about." "Ah." Her anxiety started to act up again, filling her head with negative thoughts. What if I say something bad? What if I make things awkward? What if I make him angry? You know, he does not have any other friends than you. My Nii-san is very intelligent, so he should not have any problems with making friends. When Ryuo was in his kindergarten, he learned that making friends is not that hard. You just need to take the initiative to talk with them before a friendship is made. Add to that his extraordinary mind, he did not have much difficulty in realizing Nobu's peculiarity. That's why. Please keep being his friend. I will. Looking at this sight, the shopkeeper, Yamada-san, smiled. You have 2 great sons, Seiji. Chapter 6, Recklessness. Opening my eyes, I am greeted by a familiar ceiling. I lifted my heavy body. It feels like I'm carrying a set of weights or something. As my vision became clearer, I could see that I am inside my room. The bed sheet that I lay down on is wet from all my sweat. It is also hot to boot. Beside the bed, I saw my Kaa-san sleeping in a chair. I saw the packets of cool fever on the table not far away from me. Now that I saw it, I noticed the fever pad on my forehead. What did just happen earlier? I blankly muttered. Right, I saw the disjointed sky. When a crack was formed, it overlapped with another blue sky. But, what's strange is that I saw 2 moons. 2 moons. The bigger one is bluish while the smaller one is reddish. I swear. Is it Mars? No, the sky is not orange but the same as ours. But then, what could be the possible explanation behind it? Arg! I tried my best to shout in frustration as silently as I can to not wake Kaa-san up. Fortunately, I did not wake her up. Ba dump. Ba dump. What is this feeling of excitement that I am feeling? Ba dump. Ba dump. For over 8 years, I did not encounter anything out of the ordinary. There is no magic, no knights, no ghosts, nothing. Although I might have to change my impression of my world after that event. 2 moons. That huge crack in the sky. Most importantly, the paradise inside my dream. That, and the silhouette who I saw. The only thing I could discern, however, was the white robe he or she wore. Hey! I came to a shocking discovery. Out of habit, I checked my cheat, and I sensed that it could now be used 7 extra times. How the fuck did this happen? Because of that hotness that I felt, my cheat's energy bar got refilled. Phew. I took a deep breath to calm my hectic mind. Still, I could not completely get rid of it. After all, I toiled so hard for a single chance to use it, but now I could use it 7 freaking times. That's 70 years worth of practice. What should I use it on? Mathematics? Economics? Other instruments? Physical exercise? Experiments? There are so many possibilities that came into my mind. I could train myself in combat once I am done with my physical training. Now that I know the improvements done over the next 10 years will be translated into my current self, I might be able to use them to become stronger. There's also the possibility that I could use it to investigate that special occurrence, the supernatural, and find out more about it. To be honest, this is the part that I am thrilled about the most. Wielding swords and casting magic spells was once my childhood dream. While I did not acquire the 8th grader syndrome, I held some hope that it is true. I am thankful to my past self for not giving me memories that will send shivers down my spine. My cheat is already a shred of evidence that supernatural things exist. It's just that I could not find traces of it. After seeing that crack in the sky, this hope was ignited further. I still feel tired. In the end, I gave myself to the warm and comfy bed. Damn! I recalled all of my memories right before I entered my parents' room. They were all surprised I wasn't lying about having a friend. I mean, why would I lie about that? But then, the most embarrassing one is the talk of me having a crush on my only friend. That's what you would expect from a classic family slander. Even Ryu was joining in with a smug in his face. He's cuter when he's younger. After clearing all of those misunderstandings, I managed to get through that day and have peace. Kao-san is already going to work while Ryu is now going to school. He is already in the 1st grade. We are stunned when we first discovered his intellect that far surpassed his age. He's the true genius of our family. I managed to get all of my current knowledge due to my past life advantage and my cheat. Meanwhile, he managed to get all of that from his talent. He is currently showing interest in technology, so I have a hunch that he'll end up becoming a programmer or an engineer in the future. Of course, I am not downplaying my advantages. I managed to reach my height regardless of what I used. This is a worthy achievement to be proud of. Nobu-kun. Tio-san called out to me in a serious tone. It looks like D-Day will be brought up earlier. What happened? US markets are beginning to decline. Immediately, I got the gist of the situation. A hedge fund is targeting them. Hedge funds. A common practice in trading. It is the act of converging their wealth into a single group and betting on the stock market. However, most hedge funds, if not all, engages in the practice of illegal shorting. They deliberately burn their funds and target their prey's market until they benefit from it. Tio-san is quite familiar with them as he benefited from them during the 1998 Asian financial crisis. They are the ones who targeted Thailand, Hong Kong, and South Korea for profit. He caught wind of this with his superb intuition and rode in this flow, which led to him multiplying his properties 100-fold. As if thinking what I was thinking, he smiled sinisterly before he focused on his desktop. I also sat on a smaller desk placed right beside him. Then, I went through several folders before entering the same market app that Tio-san was using. This is originally the kid's computer, but Tio-san helped me with hiding it. It's hunting time. Phew. After that small battle, I decided to head straight to the playground. It's been 2 days since that incident, which is why I need to give her my thanks for helping me. I wonder what their feelings would be when the stage that they have prepared benefited us the most. My thoughts drifted to trading subconsciously until I arrived in that place. She's not here. As expected, she's not here. It is now the 2nd day of August, the start of our summer break. A whole month break for us kids to do anything we want. What should I do? While I am contemplating, I decided to buy something from my favorite ice cream store. Yawn. You're here. A watermelon-flavored one, shopkeeper. I said before placing the package on top of his desk. He already knew that I'll be getting it from the cold storage, hence he proceeded with the usual number punching in his calculator. Are you waiting for that girl? Excuse me. I saw shopkeeper-san nod his head with an understanding look. He gave me a thumbs up before returning to his previous self. Why does it feel like he misunderstood something? With this suspicion, I left the store. I am planning to go back home after I finish this one. Swoosh. Hey! I swiftly looked above and saw a black flash. I followed it with my sight and saw that the black flash is a human. He is wearing full black attire while holding a silver object in his hand. He defied physics as his small body jumped from one roof to another in his high jumps. I saw a small silver circle emerge from his hand before disappearing. Hey! I could not think for a while. By the time I blinked a few more times, he is gone. Because of the bewilderment that I feel right now, I dropped the popsicle in my hand. Mag. I see. I felt my heartbeat increase every second. This belated realization that I got sent me into a state of excitement. He should be here for that crack, right? That is just too eye-catching. What's strange is the fact that only I saw it. He went in that direction. I didn't have enough time to contemplate when I chose to chase him. I did not look forward as I memorized our entire neighborhood. My focus is on the skies, hoping that I could see him again. Huff. This is strange. I am running for about 5 minutes straight, yet I do not feel tired. In fact, it is only now could I feel that my body feels lighter after ridding the fatigue brought upon by the fever. Swoosh. There. Luckily, I saw the black silhouette again. He's a few houses away from here. I hurried into that place and scanned the skies, but a loud sound interrupted me. It came from an alley. An abandoned alley where one would choose to pick a fight with someone. It is well cleaned as it belongs in the community. Bam! A loud explosion shook my eardrums. I saw dust brought by the shockwave passing through my direction, which resulted in me inhaling some of it. Cough. Fortunately, my coughing sounds were covered by the loud noise made in the alley. Should I still look at it? This is my only chance with magic, but it seems dangerous. Would I have another encounter like this again? To be honest, I'm not confident with my luck. If I could not encounter magic again, when would I be able to use it? I tried using my cheat with the thought of training magic and it was fruitless. I might be able to encounter this again, yes, but it's not without certainty, unlike now. I tightly gripped my small fists as I made my decision. Screw it. I took a small peek in the alley. Thud. I saw the man with the black overcoat fighting against a monster. It is purely black and has a crystalline appearance. It resembled a canine. I immediately hid in that corner of the alley before deciding to screw off. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? A monster. That is a monster. I regret my decision just now. This is a supernatural being that could fight against mages. Before I ran away, I saw the magician being beaten into that wall. I did not see what happened next, but I could guess what happened. It could have torn out his organs and eaten them. Fuck. I felt a chill behind my back. The hair on my skin is standing up, warning me of something. My breaths became heavier while my thoughts started to stagnate. My heart started beating faster, complementing my tense body. That scary feeling just now. Fuzzhoog. My body froze. I sensed a part of me missing. What is it? Red. Blood. I saw red blood, splattering on my face. Thud. My sight rotated 180 degrees before it stopped. I could not think of anything. I could not do anything. I am left blankly staring at the sight of the familiar street that I always passed by. A crystalline monster is approaching me from the distance. My sight was then blurred by my tears. I understand that feeling. It is fear. The most primal fear hidden in the depths of a human. For some reason, I felt such fear towards that monster. My life. For 8 years, I lived a peaceful life. Even when in my past life, I lived a civilized and normal life. Never did I expect that I would encounter something abnormal today. Because of my greed, excitement, and worry, I dived headfirst into my death. Not die. My consciousness began blurring. The black silhouette that I saw immediately left after seeing my current state. This familiar feeling, it's what I felt when I first entered this world. Having just died in my past life, I am suddenly thrust into this world. I forgot most of it now, but I recalled it now. It is death creeping up on me. Ending my feeble life and cutting me away from my future possibilities. I do not want to die. My convictions pulled me out of that unpleasant feeling. With my last-ditch effort, I used my final chance of living. Chapter 7, A Close Call. Huff. Huff. The familiar surroundings and sensations pulled me out of my immersion. Moments ago, I was about to die. Right, that sensation of death coming closer to my neck sent me to another wave of chills. Then, I used my cheat to turn back the time of my state to 30 minutes ago. With that, I am successfully pulled out from the jaws of death. Still, I could not get rid of that scary feeling. My body continuously trembled. My knees became weak whenever I thought of standing up. My hands are also shaking visibly when I placed them on my knees. For a moment, I thought of staying like this. But, that monster might still be here. In the end, my fear of that monster overcame these remnant feelings. I managed to stand back up, albeit my legs almost gave in again. Eek! That sensation of its metallic claws digging deep into your flesh is not something I would forget easily. I could still remember my left arm separating from my body and creating an arc of blood that stained my face. Even when I saw that it is restored including my clothes, it is a sensation marked deep within my memories. I ran away in the opposite direction of it. It did not matter how far I am from our house. The most important thing is to get out of there. After running for a while, I found myself back in the original alley where everything started. There, I saw a horrendous scene of carnage. The grey walls were now painted red. Some flesh whom I presume belongs to that magician is attached to it. My eyes widened before the contents of my stomach rose. Ugh! I covered my mouth and swallowed it to prevent myself from vomiting. I could not leave any traces here, never. While my thoughts are more hectic than before, I retained my sharpness. If I left anything that would point out my existence here, I don't know if I will be tracked by other magicians. Even, they could have something that would enable them to see the past events of this place. Shit! I realized that from the moment I stepped into this place, I am already screwed. There is no such thing as a lucky encounter, only misfortune that can bring my life to the bottom in an instant. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I punched the wall out of frustration. My fist reddened as a result of it, but my anger overrode everything. Wait! Suddenly, I had a thought. If they do have something like that, won't my cheat be able to negate it? It was only when I almost died did I know that my cheat had more uses. It could target things and revert their states up to 10 years ago. A good example of that is my body. If I could revert time to when that magician is still alive, these traces would disappear. I checked the time on my wristwatch. 3:55 p.m., hey? When I was chasing after him, it is only 3:52 p.m. Only 3 minutes had passed when those absurd events happened. I need to target 2 things. The alley, and the magician. I chose the alley to erase my presence from before. As for the magician, I could see that the magician's everything is destroyed. It is disgusting to look at, so I averted my sight away from him. The smell of blood iron still exists, but I am not to the point of vomiting. Anyways, saving his life is one thing. His belongings that I need to get is also gone. I saw a torn pouch not far from his corpse. That might contain the secrets behind magic. Since I am restoring the state of his belongings, I decided to include him as well. I still can't leave someone behind. If I could do something. Modify the state of the target to 5 minutes ago. I held a piece of his flesh. It is necessary to activate my cheat. Confirm. With one thought of mine, I saw the blood in the alley disappear. There are no special effects that occurred. What was left is the magician heaving heavy breaths while unconscious. Wounds are scattered throughout his body, but it is not as lethal as before. I gulped after seeing how powerful my cheat is. It could bring a dead person back to life. What is the mechanics behind it? One item was left behind without the gore, a torn silver pouch. After using my cheat to reverse time, I was left with its repaired version. Hey! I pulled the silver chain that sealed the pouch. I expected to feel a small space in it, but I was wrong. I moved my hand inside it and felt quite a large space inside. Based on my touch, I felt books, some glass vials, and smartphone. I pulled it out and saw a sleek black smartphone. It is similar to the phones in 2015. Which should be impossible now that it's only 2012. Magic accelerated the technological advances. Without a doubt, magic could have done that. I checked his smartphone. For some reason, it wasn't locked. I unlocked it after a swipe. What is here? I started rummaging through it. I know that I could not bring it home because there might be a tracker in it. Only God knows how meticulous are those magicians in their belongings. Apps? None. Images? His girlfriend? Met. Videos? The documents? In his file manager, I saw a huge amount of .pdf files. Elemental Fusion.pdf. Visualization.pdf. Fifth Element.pdf. I saw dozens of such files. BA dump. BA dump. It would be a waste if I leave this. Immediately, I thought of a solution, my cheat. When I thought of it, that familiar feeling of itch in my chest appeared. Modify the learning time of magic to 10 years later. Here. Here. It is here. Without hesitation, I thought hard about confirming. Magic. It is the manipulation of phenomena through the 5 elements, fire, earth, water, wind, and conceptual void. They are the cornerstone of magic. Meanwhile, mana, sometimes called ether, is the mysterious source of power that could be found in the atmosphere. It existed everywhere, yet only the qualified can sense it. Other than that, there are 2 other words related to it: astral bodies and spirits. The process of using magic is generalized in 4 parts: composition of magic, expansion of formula, the bestowal of intent, and the effect during the invocation. In this world, magic is now modernized, albeit not greatly. Its underlying principles are taught in a way that can be easily understood in the current age. Magic does not work as simply as the other works of fiction in this world. It does not work just by shouting fireball. First of all, you have to know the composition of the spell/magical technique that needs to be cast. Each has a section for protection, defenses, transfer, discharge, and so on. This gives magicians the ability to discern the purpose of a magic circle whenever they see one. Next is the expansion of the formula. This involves the knowledge of truth. Magicians utilize their scientific knowledge and apply their understanding of each phenomenon to the spells that they will cast. Then, arithmetic will be used to approximate its other important details: the size, power, energy conversion, and so on. The third step is to highlight the intent of each spell. It uses visualization to further enhance the power of its outputs. The first two steps serve as the foundation while the third step emphasizes its purpose. Lastly, the invocation of magic via chanting. The interference in the natural phenomena will show up. It is visual as one could see the formation of a fireball or a shield made up of mana. Arithmetic will be used again to estimate the exact position of the spell/magical technique's output. It is derived from the method of approximating the distance of stars. In simpler terms, magicians can deduce the type of spell that was used with their honed observation. These are the fundamentals. I am speechless. This huge amount of information that entered my head feels unnatural for a moment. I did not have any adverse effects, though my thoughts were halted to make way for this huge chunk of information. What's more horrifying is that I focused more on memorizing the contents of his smartphone instead of going in depth. After doing so, I started studying the fundamentals in depth. The shortening of verses during the invocation, the optimization of the mana-to-spell ratio. Crap! I slapped myself really hard to wake up from that dreamlike state. That feeling of floating into the sea of knowledge is just intoxicating. Now that I am back to reality, I continued my plan of action. Applying what I learned just now, I untied the small black bag that I got earlier. From what I know, this is a magic tool that expanded the space inside through the application of conceptual void. It roughly has a dimension of 5 by 5 which can fit me inside of it. There are more precious types of this, too. There are ones that have the dimensions of a 10 by 10 storage unit. After I spent 10 years studying such magic, I knew that there are also more precious books inside this bag, but I'll explore them later. I need to leave. All that I could hear is the soft breathing of the magician as I ran away. Ugh! The magician groggily woke up from his slumber. What greeted his sight is the dusty and cold hard floor of the alleyway. He saw that it is already nighttime as the stars twinkled now and then. What? His last recollection is being severely beaten by a demon. Because he was sneak attacked by it, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced before the fight. This made it so that he, a second-class magician, rank B, could not beat a demon on the same level. Magicians are people who had done a plethora of preparations for all situations, thus they can easily eliminate demons of the same combat power as them. This aspect is even more exaggerated for the first-class magicians and the ones above them, the tactical class magicians, also dubbed great scholars. These people are the ones who are the closest to the truth. Of this blunder, he is very embarrassed of himself. He anticipated all sorts of danger when he chose to investigate the mysterious phenomena in this area that made its mana levels peak, its level being comparable to the world's most potent mana-rich places. At first, he thought that another soul vein was born in this place. But his investigations for 2 days did not yield any results. Just as he was about to do another round of his analysis, he was targeted by that strong demon. He could fight evenly with it, but its surprise attack nearly took his life. In the last 2 days, he killed more than half a dozen of them. This made him think that they are also attracted to that phenomenon. I'm still alive. The first thing that he did is to instinctively pull out a restoration vial as his mana was drained. However, he could not grab anything from his inner pockets. He hastily looked at his other pockets, only to feel that he did not have any of his possessions save for his phone. What did just happen? In his mind, the first thing to do is to recover his mana. As long as he can cast spells, he can handle most of the danger in this place. With that, he pushed his confusion to the back of his mind and quietly left the alleyway. Chapter 8, Reflections. I am stupid. After coming home from that surreal experience, I did not have my usual energy and went to bed early on. However, I could not sleep a wink. Ryuhu already went to dreamland while I was stuck here staring at the dark ceiling. This brought me back to my early memories. Those super boring times when I had to stare at the ceiling to kill time are another nightmare that I would not easily forget. Still, it is very useful when I am contemplating my decisions. One such decision of mine that I would like to reprimand is the one from earlier. Because I have been blinded thoroughly by the prospect of magic, I unhesitantly followed a magician. Even if there was no enemy fighting him, just being discovered by a magician is a severe threat. How could I fight against such beings? The one I saw might have been beaten down by that wolf-like creature, but he is still a magician. Moreover, I learned of their true prowess by memorizing the contents of their smartphone. It was supposed to be engraved with magic circles which block anyone other than its owner. If I try to open it with the power button, it would appear as a black screen. I am just fortunate enough for it to be broken when the magician died, cutting off his connection to the phone and leading to the magic circle's deactivation. That is why he did not have any password of sorts. Apart from that, I memorized most of its contents in my head. I understood more of it when my knowledge grew further. I know they could cast a spell after reciting a verse. Less than 2 seconds and they could cast a lethal spell that could kill a normal human. There's also what they call ceremonial magic, where they place meanings into their gestures. With it, they can call a strong gust of wind in a single snap of their fingers. They also have their basic weapon, the liquid mercury. They could manipulate it in different shapes and imbue sharpness and toughness in it. Other than that, I could think of 100 more ways how a magician could easily kill me. That is why I am cringing at my stupidity a few hours ago. This realization doused me with cold water. The world isn't as simple as it seems. It is no longer the normal world that I am aware of. It is something fraught with dangers, as seen from that magician and the wolf monster. This made me realize that before spouting words like "I will need to get stronger to protect my loved ones," I need to change this dangerous mindset. I need to have vigilance towards danger before I practice magic carelessly. If someone sees any traces of mana in our place, we will be in danger. Hence, the reason why I chose not to touch the practical side of magic. As long as I don't have anything similar to an anti-magic training room, magic is a no-go. Who knows, there could be an inquisitor from the Holy See and massacre us without any hesitation. The magicians whom I admired at first turned out to be people living in hiding. The world does not accept their presence in public. If an unaffiliated magician causing chaos entered the sight of the government, they would immediately send a capture order. Dozens of armed men with guns isn't something that most magicians could face. There's also the Holy See, who treated magicians as heretics who challenge the authority of God. To them, they are blasphemous and unclean beings. It is ironic that the most prominent magic system is Kabbalah, something closely related to their religion. If I carelessly practice magic in such a world, something bad will definitely happen. Until I have the necessary knowledge to completely conceal my identity as a magician, everything would stay like this. I opened my eyes to the familiar ceiling. Rays of sunshine passed through the gaps in our windows. Thankfully, it did not hit my face like before, allowing me to sleep more peacefully. My sluggish mind soon became active. A dream. I had a dream where I became a magician. I used the spells that I knew of, drawing the magic circles out of thin air using mana and manipulating the fundamental forces of the world. It felt so vivid that only when I woke up did I realize that all is but a dream. However, there's one thing that is true. Magic. I recalled yesterday's scenes. That night when I reprimanded myself due to my dangerous actions. I still feel stupid now. Really. But then, I made careful considerations for my potential use of magic. I stood up and sat on our comfy bed. As usual, Ryu is taking his time sleeping. He was earlier than me last night, yet he's still sleeping. How I wish to picture his face right now. That'll be good blackmail material in the future. Het. The fundamentals. I need to learn it. In order to blend into modern society, magicians have to learn the proper control of their mana. Most children with magician parents usually have their guidance that made it easier to learn magic. I, on the other hand, don't have any of such, which is why I need to learn mana control thoroughly. This is one of the most basic fundamental knowledge of a magician. Aside from computations, they use this ability the most. They use it while casting spells, strengthening themselves, or even scanning the surroundings. Mana is a part of their senses, thus it is possible to do so. Most importantly, magicians rely on their mana control to construct complex spells. It could also be used as a disguise. The greater their control, the better their disguise would be. They would look no different from normal humans with such finesse. In one of the books that I have read, first-class magicians can perfectly do this. They can avoid the watchful gazes of high-rank inquisitors with their disguises. Modify the practice time of mana control to 10 years later. The familiar itch in my chest appeared before this thought followed. As I had expected, I could now use my cheats in magic after coming in contact with it. I have a single chance left. I should plan this first. Resisting the urge to think of confirm, I thought of cancelling it. Then, that strange feeling disappeared. Aside from mana control, I have to learn anti-magic first. With those thoughts, my serene morning passed by swiftly. Tio-yu-san, I'll be going to the playground. All right. Take care. Before I could go outside the door, I heard Ryuo shouting smugly. Say hello to your friend for me. I noticed his unusual emphasis on the word friend. I see. My little brother is now teasing me. I said. You still want that ice cream? I smiled in his direction menacingly. I saw him pull back that smug look within a split second. I want it. Hee. Behave well next time. I left those words jokingly while I chortled. I wore my outer footwear and headed to the familiar street outside. I couldn't help but be uneasy as the memories of yesterday haunted me yet again. That feeling of your heartbeats becoming weaker and all the warmth disappearing is a distinct feeling. Sometimes, I feel it even if I don't experience it. Ugh! Chills were sent down my spine as that sensation came back once more. I could feel my hands becoming colder while I walked, too. This is how it feels like to live after a near-death situation. I could sympathize with those soldiers who barely came back alive. Before, I did not know how much they are suffering mentally. It's not like they could shrug those feelings off as they wanted. Even if I think that it is not happening, my body thinks that it is still happening. Phew! I prefer a normal life more. I had those thoughts last night, to not associate myself with magic and live a completely normal life. However, would it be fine to do so? What if the trouble itself approaches me? Could I defend myself from it? Not only that, there is also a side of mine that longs for it. Magic is dangerous, yes, but it is something that most humans yearn for. That's why as long as I could proceed with it safely, I would still go for it. I couldn't ignore something that is right in front of me. My thoughts were halted as soon as I arrived in the familiar playground. Since it is currently summer, there are more than a dozen kids playing with each other. The atmosphere is vibrant under the afternoon sky. I can feel the heat going through my shirt, but my mind was refreshed instead. My rapid worries were soon quelled with this vibe. Summer. How did I yearn for it back then? The memories of my past life are already faint, yet the emotions hidden in those are etched deeply in me. One of those is the yearning for summer. When someone is a kid, they do not value those times and spend them in a carefree manner. When someone is a teenager, they take it for granted that they'll have a colorful summer. When someone is an adult, they would not have any more time for summer. That's how life is. For now, I want to enjoy this time as a child. With those thoughts, I fell into a daze. 2 days had passed since the fever incident. Now that Hidori had let out her embarrassment and other mixed feelings, she decided to check out the playground. She does not have anything to do in summer as she had no friends, so every day is quite a torture to her. Simply put, she is bored. Others go out with their friends during summer, build secret bases and the likes. She lamented that she could not have experiences like that. Though, she's fine with it now that she has a friend, something that she could not have imagined in 1,000 years. Not like she could live that long. Even now, she could not explain how she got Nobu as her friend. Overthinking is one of her strong perks. I'd like to repaint the world if I could. Dekai Ariba Sekai wo Boku wa Nurakatai. Not something as far-fetched as eliminating wars. Sensu wo Nakusu una Dazarita Koto Jena. But that could be interesting too. Daikdo Shato Sor Moru Yona. Hearing this song amidst the noisy children, Hidori immediately recognized this as one of the songs that her father loved listening to. Koriguru Iwa, Kimi Niasaga Furu, Rock and Roll, Morning Light Falls on You. She recalls her father playing this song on his guitar. To him, who has been a fan of that band since their time in Yokohama, 1996, he often said how he loved their songs from the start. Her father sang it with nostalgia. On the other hand, wow! Nobu sang it with a hopeful look. She felt his longing for the future. This formed a contrasting image of his. She saw him as a loner, but he now has the looks of a sunny child. What's more, she noticed another aspect of his. He's handsome. As she paid more attention to their interactions rather than his looks, she did not notice it until now. His white hair matches his bright golden pupils that shone with a light of wisdom. The mature aura that surrounded him made a stark contrast to other children. In total, he looks very attractive. It does not even sound surprising to hear that there are some girls who have a crush on him. For the first time, the girl with social anxiety became conscious of his appearance just like the other children of her age. Chapter 9, Magic Testing. You all right? I couldn't help but ask once I saw Bocchi-chan with a reddish face. It is the same as how I looked back when I got the fever. Could it be that she caught it too? No. I'm all right. She said so, but her stuttering mess says otherwise. This is almost the same as when we talked in the first couple of weeks. Are you sure? I could bring you to your house right now. No. I'm fine. It's just the summer heat. I'm surprised she could finish what she's saying in under 2 seconds. She has the makings of a rap god. When she sat down on the bench, I could see the redness of her face visibly going down now that she was under the shade of this tree. Thinking of the current temperature, I bought my beloved popsicles. Everything went as usual. Yamada-san still has that lazy look that got worse with the summer heat. Heck, I thought he became a corpse with this heat. Thankfully, he woke up after placing the popsicles on top of his desk. Are you fine? No. This heat is killing me, he said with a dull look. The small desk fan is pointed at him, somehow relieving him from the extreme heat. I want an air conditioner. You'll earn it soon, Yamada-san. I guess. Maybe he should deal with his unkempt hair first. His blue hair looks refreshing to the eyes, but summer made it look like a glacier melting in the Atlantic Ocean. Drops of sweat appeared on it before dripping on his face. You should have a haircut, I said before going out. I did hear him say you're right, which puts a smile on my face. With his looks, he should have gotten a girl already. I wonder why. These are the mysteries of life that I dare not guarantee knowing. Just as I got out of the store, I saw a commotion appearing in the playground. A couple of students are shouting something while the rest seems shocked by what they are shouting. A G-ghost. This is bad. A ghost. I see. These brats. I strode into that place and flicked my finger towards one of the shouting kids' forehead. Ow! With my body strengthened by that occurrence from a few days ago, my strength surpassed that of a normal child. I don't know where it is, but it should match normal adults at best. Simply put, this flick is the recreation of what they are accustomed to in their homes. Flick. Flick. I did the same to the 2 other kids. I noticed that the surroundings went silent after that. Under the teary eyes of 3 kids, I declared. This is rude. Just because you did not notice her all the time, you can bully her. That's right. I understand what's happening in their minds. Granted, they can be surprised upon noticing Bocchi-chan's thin existence for the first time. But, they have been shouting more than 3 times already. It is evident that they just want to make this matter larger. I looked at the kids amicably and asked, "What should you do after committing a mistake?" They were confused for a moment before realizing my underlying intent. Interestingly, the 3 kids acted first. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Then, the rest of the children followed. I'm sorry. I could see Bocchi-chan, turning into ashes. No, but she's trembling way too much. Her shocked expression says it all, yet it seems as if she's even deflating due to too much pressure. Crap. I made a mistake. I thought that she'll feel better once they apologize to her, however, she broke down instead. Left with no choice, I grasped her hand and ran away. The universal solution to all problems. I pulled her in the direction where she came from. I could feel her cold hand, signifying her extreme tension back there. By the time we ran a sufficient distance, she looks like a dead fish. Her face is stoic and her eyes are dull. Her expression is a mix of ashen and pale as a sheet. PFF. I barely restrained my laughter at Bocchi-chan's expressiveness. She is the literal definition of being an open book. Plus, there's also her monologue inside her head which I presume will be funny to hear. Telepathic magic. One more reason to develop magic, I guess. I focused back on fixing her situation. Hey. Hello. Are you there? Nope. No responses. She must be too caught up in processing the sequences of this event. Can you nope? I stopped muttering as I knew that she was definitely not alright for now. After thinking of no plausible solutions, I decided to walk with her with me pulling her hand. She can still walk as of now, but I will carry her if she couldn't do so anymore. Bocchi ch? Bocchi. 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 Hitarai Bocchi. Hitarigato, self-talk. Sabi ishi, lonely. I blankly mumble while bringing forth my understanding of Bocchi all these days. You don't want to be a loner, right? I asked. You must hate to be like this. You know, being different from others. Her expression is the same dead one as before, but I continued speaking. Fixing your problem is difficult, nay, very difficult for you. I can see your effort all these times. You might think that it is useless since it does not bear any fruit. But, not all efforts will be rewarded by fruits. Sometimes, you get the leaves. I said from the bottom of my heart. I, myself, understood that things don't work out like this. Efforts are not necessarily rewarded. A few times, you get nothing but the leaves. I was lucky to have a fruit falling right in my lap last encounter, but I would not last if I keep doing this. I would die. Still, doing efforts signify that you are moving forward. What I'm saying here is that, don't lose hope. Who knows, maybe you can find a friend one day. Though, in the event that you could not, remember that I'm still here. Akasaka Nobu, go to Hitari's friend. The next moment, I felt her movements freeze. She must have snapped out by now. Right, I forgot to say this. Thanks for that time. After I said this, I saw her freeze once more. Then, she reacted too quickly. She ran off to the distance, leaving behind her gradually farther back. What did just happen? Mana control. It is the fundamental ability of a mage. It involves the will of the magician and the amount of mana converted inside them. It doesn't emphasize mana capacity, but the willpower to control it. That's what matters as a magician. Mana control is needed. So that's one. I went to the next page of my diary. Anti-magic. It is the capacity to nullify anything related to magic. Using mana, it would disperse mana. It is the literal definition of fighting fire with fire. But in this case, the other fire would put out the first fire successfully. Simply put, it can either collapse the magic or create effective fortifications against them. As for why I would need this, it is self-explanatory. It can conceal the fluctuations in mana whenever a magician casts their magic. This avoids the possibility to be discovered by the Holy Inquisitors who wanted to rip off such magicians alive. I went to the next page. There, the words Kabbalah is written. It is the magic that I deemed most suitable for me. It did not require any affinities whatsoever as it uses numerology and astrology to create their magic. It is the all-arounder magic system that dated way back to the 12th century and is a core magic system for wizardry, the most popular collection of magic systems. Other than wizardry, there are still other collections of magic systems such as Taoism, Buddhism, witchcraft, and so on. These should be all right. I muttered with slight tension that comes from excitement and anxiety. If my anti-magic learnings do not work, I would be stuck with not learning magic. It's already been 3 days since I got these. It is hard for me to resist such temptation. Ugh. I'll go with anti-magic first. I tried calling out that strange feeling. Soon, the itchiness appeared inside my chest. Modify the practice time of anti-magic system to 10 years later. Practice time? Nice. It's just what I aimed for. As I learned, there's a difference between practice and learning time. The former leaned more on practical experience while the latter leaned more on theoretical experience. Of course, the other would still appear even if I choose one. Meaning, I would get my theoretical experience even if I chose practice time. That's what happened when I tried my cheat with the guitar. Confirm. A wave of soothing feeling overcame my body once more. Chunks of knowledge appeared inside my head in an instant. Anti-magic is the reverse side of magic. It aims to properly handle magic spells by destroying them with various means. It is the antithesis of magic as well as mana. Surprisingly, it was made by magicians. This irony was first ridiculed by the ancient magicians, but as time passed by, the modern magicians accepted its practical usage. It is used to deal with magicians who became evil. Phew! I calmed my active mind with a light breath. After that, I could not help but notice that these random thoughts are more controlled than before. If hundreds of jumbled sentences appeared before, it's now only a dozen. Using my cheat feels like sifting through a decade's worth of memories. It's just that, those memories are so vivid that you couldn't forget a single bit of it. Anti-magic. I wonder what came into those magicians' minds that they studied something like this. In the first place, magicians are the ones who will be the most implicated in its existence. Though the same goes for other magic systems, wizardry is the collection that will be countered by it. After all, its fundamentals revolve around magic circles that use mana. Sneakily, I left the bed and reached out for the black bag that I hid on my cabinet. It is somewhere between one of my jacket's pockets for extra security. Opening the silver lace, I tried finding the materials with my hands. It is impossible to see through this bag without mana, hence I memorized the outlines of every object to get them with my hands. Got it. I pulled back my hand from it. What I got is a black metallic box that has a small lock. When I touched it, a blue magic circle was reflected in my eyes. It illuminated the dark room, making it more mystical. This, that. The magic circle has a total of 5 layers. It works like a safe where you need to put them in proper alignments to open them. Click. Clank. As I opened it, I saw dozens of white chalks. I pulled out one of them and took a close look, but I didn't notice anything else. I need to finish this quick. The act of opening this lock produced fluctuations. I might be paranoid, but preventing any troublesome situations is what I like the most. I pushed my curious thoughts aside and began drawing below on the ground below our bed, that is. Magic chalk. It does sound ridiculous. One of the items that show magic's progression alongside science. This chalk in my hands is processed using machinery. It is a catalyst for beginner magicians or those who are looking to set up a large-scale spell without using a single bit of their mana. It probably has dozens of materials combined to form this chalk. Its smell is different from the regular ones. While wondering how it could smell like herbs and flowers, I started drawing beneath our bed. It is currently 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why I chose this spot. Soon, I began drawing geometry and arithmetic. The Kabbalah numerology follows the thinking that every phenomenon can be explained by numbers. With modern arithmetic into the fray, it became even stronger than in the past. One fine example of its mechanism is vectors. Vectors are present in most forces available in this world. Thrust force, buoyant force, and applied forces are some of their equivalents. There are also the scalars that correspond to the normal forces, i.e., forces acted upon by gravity. These theories strengthened the effects of Kabbalah. Numerology. Why don't I call it magic equations instead? I continued writing down the magic circle. After a while, I got accustomed to it. I had to rethink the scope equations for some time, but I soon solved it. Just this room is enough. Spreading out the effect will weaken it in turn. In case it isn't strong enough, I would screw up. Done. The moment I finished inputting the last equation, it lit up with blue light. Hum. Buzz. A low humming sound resounded in my ears. What followed it is an invisible wave that I barely felt. Even so, I felt the mysticism and mysteriousness in it. Be a dump. Be a dump. Magic. So this is what it is. In this dark room, my blazing curiosity was ignited. Chapter 10, Overflowing. Money? I need to try this out. After witnessing that magical phenomenon, I saw the circle dissolve into the floor. It is one of the functions hidden in the chalk. It conceals itself upon usage, making it a handy tool to use magic while hiding it from the mundane. Now, it is time to use magic, myself. This requires the mastery of mana control as I already have the theory side to back me up. It would take me days to control mana without help. I'm thankful that I have a cheat. Unlike those magician scions who have someone to guide them, I do not have someone who would do the same for me. If I did not have my cheat to help me, I would most likely struggle on this path. I need to learn Kabbalah before the mana control to maximize that chance. If I already have the fundamentals in me when I practice mana control, I would be able to draw those magic circles with ease. As a result, my capabilities would greatly increase in those 10 years. Modify the learning time of Kabbalah to 10 years later. Confirm. Kabbalah originated in the 12th century. Its core value is to accumulate knowledge in order to have a better understanding of the world. The better their understanding is, the closer they would be to God. It combines both magic and religion and is used by the current Holy Inquisitors. There's also spirit magic that is a subfield of Kabbalah which is used to manifest what they dubbed as God's miracles. It has many branches such as numerology, astrology, meteorology, and so on. It wasn't for a reason that it is the core magic system of wizardry when there are dozens of magic systems out there. Phew. My previous knowledge of Kabbalah was somewhat good. I have a basic understanding of it through the files that I memorized from that phone. But now, I could be said to be an expert on it. Thanks to my experiences, my mind isn't as messy as before. I could immediately organize the new memories that I have and not be confused by them. Huff. Huff. All of these continuous usages made me feel quite exhausted mentally. Still, it isn't enough to douse my excitement about magic. I only need the practical experiences before I could use it. Magic. Without hesitation, I summoned forth my cheat once more. Modify the practice time of mana control to 10 years later. The familiar feeling assaulted me. Before it could become more substantial, I hastily confirmed it with a thought. In my memories, I started practicing how to cast. From a wobbly magic circle, I continuously improved. When I became proficient enough, I could form a spell easily. A vague circle is formed out of thin air. With my mana as the pen, I guided it to draw this circle. Mental calculations are being done as I write. The gap between my mind and my drawing speed is evident, hence I chose to be slow this time. Click. Once I felt its connection to the world, I recited the keyword that I have set something that would strengthen my visual image to its maximum and manifest my intent. Blazes. The magic circle lit up as a huge amount of flame left it. It has reached the size of more than 50 centimeters. The blazing heat that it emits makes it feel real even though I could not feel anything but surrealness. Gic. This is it. Magic. The method to create miracles and manipulate the phenomena of the world at will. Fu. Fu. I took in deep breaths to calm myself down. Still, I could not completely do so. Instinctively, I started manipulating mana. Slowly, I drew out something that exists within me. Not long after, I saw it, a thin wavy blue thread on the tip of my fingertips. Fu. I need to cast. Since casting something that is destructive is dumb, I chose to do a ball of light. Computation. The radius doesn't exceed a meter. Luminous intensity should not exceed 0.5 cd, candela. I started sorting out the troublesome units through mental computation. It was not as hard as doing the flame magic from before. Most importantly, it belongs to the short single verse type. If it has a length of 3 verse long and is very lengthy, you can expect a wide-scale destruction. Luxury. A magic circle appeared on top of my palm. Then, a ball of light emerged from it. It shone brightly in this dark room. Mew. Damn. I swiftly cancelled the magic by disrupting the magic circle. The light died down, but I sneakily climbed on top of the bed and checked on the sleeping Ryuu. Phew. After seeing that he is dead asleep, I calmed down. Magic. Magic. So that's how it feels. Right now, I'm feeling inexplicable. Creating something out of nothing can only be seen in fairy tales, yet I can do so in real life. Not only that. The sight. I could see the small white particles present in this room. This is the result of my 10 years worth of mana control. That's right, this is mana in their visible form. This is the substance that every magician are manipulating. Of course, the particles inside this room is more stagnated due to the anti-magic barrier that I engraved. Right. I need to replace it every week. Under the starry night, my overexcited mind caused me to have no sleep for that day. Yawn. I woke up from my sleep. As usual, I did not see Ryuu as he's already gone to school. From when I started learning magic, my sleep schedule has been a mess. Though, I fixed it soon after I got accustomed to it. Those sleepless nights. Even if a few months had passed, my passion for magic was not quelled, it became even stronger. What's more, my improved body doubled my energy absorption efficiency, cutting down the usual 200 days of gathering electricity into 100 days. I could also use my mana to convert into my cheat's energy, but it seems inefficient since there is nothing different between 100 volts of electricity and mana. My capacity would not increase by doing so, which is why I continued to borrow electricity from the local neighborhood. In total, I received another chance to use my cheat. As to where I used it, this light feeling is something that I'm not accustomed to. It went to my body. To be exact, I used it to train my body for 10 years. My improvements were then converted to suit the current me, which is why I only grew a few centimeters. Though, my prowess is on another level. With this small fist, I could fight a grown adult. This is the effect of my trained body, perhaps. This resulted in my energy limit increasing once more. I have only absorbed more than 60 days worth of electricity, yet I could feel that it is about to be filled up again. More than 15 days, I suppose. Monday. I saw the date on our calendar. January 7th, 2013. Monday. In an instant, a cold feeling doused me from my sleepiness. It's this day. Today, I plan to not go to school with the reason of sickness. Though, the main reason why I wanted to stay home is that this is the day. The D-Day. The time when we could earn our keep and live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Realizing this, I swiftly exercised my mental operations by creating uncast magic circles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ever since I learned multi-circle spells, casting a dozen magic circles in one go isn't particularly challenging anymore. Keep in mind, those multi-circle spells can be as much as 3 dozen circles at minimum. The only reason why a magician's mind can keep up with it is their continuous practice as well as exposure to mana. This is why at least those tactical class magicians, known as rank S, have brains comparable to supercomputers. The rank A and below are just as horrific, too. If someone were to ask about my current standing, from rank D to rank S, I would probably be in C rank to B rank. My mana control, which is honed by 10 years of training, is good enough to be ranked by such. This shows how terrifying my cheat is. 10 years of training compressed in under a second. Albeit, there are even stronger monsters than I. Those in A rank are currently high-ranking magicians who have a great influence over the Magicians' Society. I knew this from the mobile phone that the unfortunate guy was carrying. As for those S-rankers, they are dubbed Great Scholars. They can obliterate an army of millions at will and are the closest to the truth. They are walking nukes that can destroy an entire city with a single spell. A/N, it was stated by Yakagiswime that his father, a rank S magician, could obliterate millions of devil armies. I need to get more magic-related books. If I have those, I could have become even stronger than now. After all, most of the 10 years during my mana control practice as well as studying magic consisted of 60% studying and 40% deduction. When I reached the limit of my current knowledge, it leaves me with deducing a higher level knowledge. In the end, the stuff that I got from that unfortunate dude is still lacking. He is only a rank B give and take. I even found it surprising that he has this many books, which can only be explained by his high standing in the Magicians' Association. After feeling the exhaustion, I cancelled all of them. Even though we magicians can now use our mana efficiently, our mana tank, a metaphysical part of our body, is still limited. This usage of magic made it so that modern magicians can cast greater amounts of spells with ease as compared to the ancient magicians of the same rank. Swordsman, hey! I tightened my small fist while being absorbed in my musings. It seems that the physical mana application truly exists. During my 10 years of training, I hit the ceiling at some point. When I was 16 years old, I think. No matter how much I strain my body, the improvements are minimal. I thought of transfusing mana to my body at that time, but I encountered many problems at that point, with the body rejecting mana being the biggest. I tried my hardest to manipulate mana to the thinnest that I could make them, but it still did not work. So, I have been considering borrowing those techniques from the hands of the capable. Though, I will leave it to when I become stronger. Yawn. We need to do this work today. I muttered as my thoughts shifted to the biggest opportunity today. The father-son duo closely stared at their computer screens. Their palms are sweaty from holding the mouse, which is ready to be moved at any moment now. The biggest prey is brought down. Since the US government had mounted a strong defense against its hunters, the hedge funds behind the attack the moment of their downfall became unpredictable. Some even thought that they would win in the end and that the hedge funds will only serve as fertilizer over the strong dollar currency that has been maintained since decades ago. However, on January 7, 2013, at exactly 2:31 a.m. in the morning, it collapsed. The majority of the people who bet with it remaining on the throne instantly lost millions of dollars. Even the hedge funds who are taking advantage of the situation were caught off guard as their analysts predicted that the US still has a lot of wild cards to play. In short, nobody expected the dollar currency to suddenly fall. Well, except for the select few who got lucky. They, and the hunters who had been eyeing this event from the beginning. Gulp. After reading the series of zeros on their accounts, they stopped breathing out of pure shock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. 11 digits. If converted into its number form, it would be T-N. 10 billion. And no. Tou-sen. It's more than that. Ah. Seiji's eyes were brought to the forefront of these numbers. There, he saw another set of numbers that he had not expected. He had worked hard ever since Nobu's predictions, actually. He called in his representative whom he knows the best and started signing a bunch of papers for this day. It was not an understatement that he bet on most of his properties for this day. He went through all of this trouble as he trusted his son. Now, all of his hard work paid off. Huff. Both of them relaxed at the same time. They are currently in the children's room, with the cold temperature from the air conditioner brushing their necks. Still, this did not calm down their overexcited hearts from beating out. Shit. CG subconsciously mumbled. Though, he corrected himself upon realizing that there are kids here. Nobu-kun. You can't say that word yet, okay? Strangely, Nobu seemed calmer than CG had thought. It is only on the outside. Right now, he's having a mental party on the inside. Shit. 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 I did not hold much money in the past. Oh my oh my oh my oh my oh me. It's a fucking relief. I thought that we will have some fuck up here. Thank God my future memories are reliable. Should I create a few companies to acquire more magic-related materials? Magic guns, hee. I could create a magic plasma rifle. Mono-powered combat suits. Programs that would help me cast magic faster. The possibilities are endless. This night, Nobu went crazy. Creak. Suddenly, the two of them heard the clicking sound of the doorknob. The door was promptly opened, revealing a long white-haired woman who is smiling menacingly towards the two. CG. I see that you are setting a bad influence on the kids. Hearing her voice, CG had seemingly fallen into the deepest level of hell. Even the chills from the air conditioner could not compare to the sensation that he was feeling right now. Honey, I can explain. We can hear out your explanations later. Eri swiftly pulled Seiji's ears and dragged him outside the room. Just as Nobu is relieved and prayed for his father's well-being, he heard a voice. You're also going with us, Nobu-kun. Well. Tonight is destined to be a memorable one for the duo. A/N, apologies. The subsequent chapters 11 to 15 will be uploaded tomorrow. I have to take care of something, which is why I'm dipping today. Take note, my Patreon page is not yet updated. It will be updated tomorrow with this FIC's advanced chapters. P.S. If anyone's curious, the next chapters will have a time skip. It'll show the Jujutsu Kaisen side as well as his entry to the Danmachi world. Happy reading! Chapter 11, 4 years later. Spark. Buzz. A long broadsword was placed on top of a metal table. Various wires are connected to it, leading to the monitors that indicate its overall performance. Its huge dark blade shook before being converted into readable data. Failed. I turned off the oscillation device connected to the blade. It has been the 26th trial. I could not get the oscillation device to work stably for some reason. I already used a chance for my cheat, yet I could not finish it. I am already in the final hurdle after solving more than a few hundred. This oscillation device surpasses my previous high-speed vibration blade. My weapons will become stronger with it. Ah! I saw something. It is the part that makes it more stable. It is a safety device that I placed in so that the experimental weapon would not explode right in front of my face. Its magic circles included a dozen such as mass reduction, harden and solidify, robustness, reduce friction, swiftness, mana disruption, and so on. These circles serve to increase the base power of its wielder, making its focus on enhancements. They are more efficient to use as they would not require the user to cast those spells. All I have to do is to apply a thought. This is the essence of magic tools. The oscillation device serves many purposes. It can disrupt mana, act as an anti-magic weapon, and inflict additional elemental damage since the vibrations around the bladed weapon would pierce through the enemies more easily. It can also mess with the enemies as the oscillation can make the blade appear illusory. With it, they won't be able to approximate its correct dimensions, making it suitable to use for swordsmen and magicians alike. These experiments are made possible with the money in our pockets. After acquiring the necessary funds, we decided to spread it to other rising companies. Moreover, it did not prevent us from creating our own companies and entering some industries. One of those companies that belong to the technological field. Of course, it is more or less my private workshop at this point. Tio-san and Kaa-san know I am now interested in technology just like my little brother, Ryuu. He is just 9, yet he's way ahead of his current age. As I had expected, he is the true prodigy of the Akasaka family. In my estimates, he would be able to achieve a graduate's knowledge proficiency in computer engineering by 12 or 13. I can do these estimates thanks to being soaked in this field. 4 years had passed since that fateful day. Kaa-san scolded us for a few hours before stopping. Many things have happened since then. Spreading our wealth to paper companies, studying magic, integrating technology, and so on. After deciding to focus on combining science and magic, I used up most of my chances in it. My body gradually became stronger, which made my limits higher. Now, I could absorb more than 200 volts every day. This makes my cheat refresh every 46 days. In total, I had 25 chances. That makes it less than 2 centuries worth of learning or practicing something. It included experiments and combat experiences. It is important to note that combat experiences refer to my future knowledge of fighting against dangerous beings. That included the preparations before the fight as well as its aftermath. Demons, apparitions, curses, yokais. So many dangerous entities are present in this world after being able to use mana. There are also close encounters with exorcists, sorcerers, and the Holy Inquisition. But precisely because of those memories did I learn the dangers of this world. I was made aware that such beings exist. Even so. Am I an old man at this point? I refuse. My accumulations might be worth more than 100 years, but they are all knowledge. I still have not enjoyed my life to the fullest yet. I haven't experienced high school life, too. Too bad I got absorbed in magic and economics, which resulted in me not going to school. Still, my current knowledge would suffice if I wanted to go back to school. I can be considered a college graduate with a doctorate in different fields of engineering. I'll just come back once I achieve that goal, or when I am at the age of high school. Recalling that nigh impossible goal for the current times, I let out a smile. After all, I want to turn the current nanotechnology, the ones used for working with microscopic experiments, into a working practical tool. I could then use it in different fields. If I achieve that, then I would be able to do something I aimed for many years. Shaping, restoration, practicality. There are simply too many desirable factors that it has. Unfortunately, I saw how far it is with my current achievements. I keep on persisting. If I could not make it, there's no way I would be able to break the deadlock. That, or finding a corpse of a certain somebody would do. Done. I corrected my musings. This safety device is set to limit the output of the oscillator. But, it is also the one that severely restricted its progress. Now that I fixed it and made the restrictions looser, I adjusted a few more components to better suit its new restrictions. Spark. Buzz. I saw the black blade vibrating at higher intensity once more. After 10 seconds, it surpassed its previous duration. At the same time, the blade's durability began falling. As expected. Passing the problem to the blade's components is much easier to solve than the restrictions. An entire minute later, I turned off the device. Cracks can be seen all over the blade's body. The scanners imbued with correspondence, analysis magic, showed me its durability, which dropped by 32.58% since the activation. In a sense, the blade would collapse after 3.5 minutes of usage. Good. The next direction would be about magic alloys. Hey. With this, my research was concluded for the day. It is yet another bustling day for Kyoto. As the city where most of Japan's traditional culture was preserved, there is no lack of foreigners here. It is one of the places to go to Japan, only being topped by Hokkaido, the region most frequented by foreigners. Shimokita seems like a nice place. Nobu mumbled as he recalled today's date. I'm thankful that I would not forget such an important day. It is currently February 20th, 2017. A single day away from Bocchi-chan's birthday. Right now, Nobu is headed to buy her a present. That's what they have done to each other whenever their birthdays arrive. He's also well acquainted with the Goto household at this point due to his repeated visits to her place. As their friendship deepened, they are no longer limited to the playground. A Les Paul should be good. I should buy her the deluxe one. Being overloaded with money, he did not think of the cost as a problem anymore. It would not be a big problem if he changes the logo, too. With some modifications, the expensive guitar would be able to slip under her father's eyes, one from a former professional band. While he is caught in his thoughts, he did not notice the eyes of others. As he grew up with years' worth of training, it was converted to make his body stronger. This resulted in his body developing to its full potential early on. He is only a 12-year-old, yet his height is 158 centimeters already. His build is also noticeable with his well-trained body. Suddenly, his musings came to a halt once he sensed an abnormal amount of mana appearing in Kyoto. It's the same as that time. Nobu promptly looked up at the sky. There, he saw it. The familiar crack and the two moons. One of them is blue while the smaller one is red. But then, his heightened vision saw something more shocking. Humans. Inside the crack, he saw two humans. One is wearing a long-sleeved blue jacket while the other is wearing something reminiscent of the ancient magician's attire without the oversized hat. These mana signatures. Judging from what he saw without using any kind of magic, the presence of these two people is strong, to say the least. They are the kind of guys who could annihilate an entire army with ease. He's carrying an entirely different element around him. Nobu walked around his memory palace, only to discover that these humans are not part of the future that he knows. That future, one which is dreary, is something that entangled his entire body like chains. In those future iterations, he lost everything. It's only due to his mind selectively ignoring those memories that he could retain his sanity. My interventions must have affected it. In a split second, he made a decision. Nobu pretended not to see the crack and continued with what he had been doing before. Suddenly, he felt a surge of relaxation in his body. He knew that it is his cheat activating, absorbing energy and focused more on his previous chances. While he is preoccupied, the unexpected visitors started to have a fight. Is it just my imagination? Partner. A deep voice rang in the man's mind. It is the ego of his sword speaking. The man Setu had his eyes wandering below, to the city of Kyoto. They used a dimensional door to arrive at this place. Their destination will mostly be random and only their rough location would be right most of the time. Setu. A pink-haired girl beside him spoke. Don't tell me you're... It's not like that. He immediately defended himself and told the girl, Louise, that he felt a gaze pass through them. As someone who had slain a dragon and survived the siege of 70,000 soldiers, he is very sensitive to these. A gaze? Does your world have magic? My world does not have magic, or at least that's what I knew. Your guess is right. Your world has a good mana density. I see. Facing the shock that his world is not as simple as he thought, he became alert more than anything else. Let's get out of here first. We will use the mana concealment spell later. Oh okay. Seeing his serious side, Louise was briefly surprised. On top of that, she felt that Setu is a lot cooler just now. 5 chances. Out of nowhere, an oversized pie fell from the sky. I could tell that I benefited from the leaking mana beyond that crack just like in the past. Also, I sensed the surrounding mana density reached a peak that was not recorded in this city. Of course, this mana started dissipating back to its origin, leaving Kyoto with a slightly higher mana density than before. It increased by 5%. What is that crack anyways? If I decided to use correspondence back there, I could have scanned it and the phenomena around it. Though, this will break my usual caution and put me at risk. Well, there is no use thinking more about it. Now that it is outside my grasp, it's no good to keep regretting it. Over the years, I encountered similar situations. There are times when I was forced to use magic outside, but I made sure to clean up every single trace. Still, there are close shaves that forced me to use my specialized escape techniques. Most of them are based on void spells, making me extremely proficient with them. Since my combat power should be around the strongest B ranks at the very least, I can stay away from danger better. Oops! Looking at the time, I hurried to the train. It is already 3:30 p.m. and coming back from Tokyo takes another 45 minutes. Picking a gift would also take a long time too. It seems that a scolding is inevitable. Well, it is what it is. Chapter 12, Returnee. Shimokita is one of the places in Tokyo to visit if you are looking for anything music related. Just by looking from my position, I could already see more than 6 stores that sold instruments. I continued my stroll as I looked at every store. If I could not find a good one after going through every single one, I could just go back to the one that I decided to be decent enough. Oh! In front of a shop, I saw a guitar hanging in the display case. It piqued my interest because it is a vintage guitar, one that is very rare. They have something like that here. The guitar has a unique design. Its body is made to be a V-shape and is designed to be more futuristic. In fact, the animated rock star guitars in cartoons and some anime are based on it, the Gibson Flying V. Less than 100 exist around the world as it was phased out after an unsuccessful sale. This made it more expensive than it usually is. Interesting. Stepping inside, I saw their huge array of instruments. From accessories to the actual instruments themselves, they have it all. I understand why Shimokita is a paradise for bands and musicians. Well, I should snag myself another guitar, I guess. I formed my collection back in our house, all of which are stored in my room. Sometimes, I bring them to my experiment station and play some songs if I am starting to get frustrated. Truly, the irony. Others chose drums as their stress relief, but mine's a guitar. Who made it such an enjoyable instrument to play with? Anyways, I started picking my gift. I skipped some guitars that are not compatible with beginners as their strings tend to give more calluses. Something beginner-friendly and expensive. I was just joking back when I thought of buying her an expensive guitar thoughtlessly. Of course, I would choose what is suitable for her the most. Unfortunately, I could not find a suitable one after looking through all of them. While there are a few, they weren't up to my standards. This leaves me with my final resort. I will make that myself. Instead of starting from scratch, I am planning to buy the ones below my standards and disassemble them. It is painful to do as a guitarist myself, but only by combining their strong points could I make a guitar deserving of Bocchi's hands. I took the ones that I have chosen from their stands. In total, I chose 5 guitars. I could see the surprised look that the staff around has, but I am sure that it is not that I chose 5 guitars in one go. My sight was directed toward the girl who is eerily similar to Yamada-san. Currently, she is waiting for her 7 basses to be checked by the counter. She looks similar to Yamada-san. I wonder if she is related to him. I kept my thoughts and stood behind her. This formed a strange scene of 2 people buying a bunch of instruments. I could manage to carry these thanks to my current strength. With my 160 centimeters height, who would think that I am just 12 years old? After the girl began packing up her 7 basses, I gently placed mine on top of the counter. Since they could not fit in there, I carried the remaining 2 with me. Another one like Yamada-san, hey. When I heard the cashier mumble, I called out to the girl just as she was about to leave with what I presume to be her father. He carried half of those basses alone. Tough job. Excuse me. The girl continued to leave, so I hurriedly asked. Do you know Yamada Toshio? She turned around to face me. The usual lazy look. The stoic expression. That blue hair. It feels as if I am facing him myself right now. After training with him for 3 years, I am very familiar with Yamada-san. Toshio Ji-san? You know him? Yes. I thought that you two are related since you look just like him. Both of you look like a deadbeat. Good. The blue-haired girl approached me in the blink of an eye. Good. Tell him that I am still waiting for his presence. With the interest, it should be. She began counting on her fingers. 10 presents. It's better if they are cash. I could not follow her words. My mind had seemingly paused in the face of her unpredictable words. I am counting on you, she said with an encouraging look. After that, she left. What did just happen? It took me a while to process what happened. Sir, your order comes to a total of 558,900 yen. Here is my card. I placed the account that Tio-san had specially made for me. A few 100 million yen is placed in it, which is enough for most of my daily stuff. With more than $10 billion from 4 years ago, we entered new fields. I even recruited some successful entrepreneurs who made their mark on history and made them my co-workers. With their brilliance, each of our investments came back. We also lost some of them, but it is due to the unpredictability of the world. Still, our earnings can allow us to take 2 of the spots in Forbes' billionaire list. Only Tio-san's name is listed there, however. My name continued to remain John Doe, making me an enigma of the world. Beep. Soon, I left the store while carrying 5 guitars. I know that I look weird, but keep your passion burning, young man. An old man with a wooden cane said to me. He is wearing a traditional yukata often used by the old men. I recognized him. I will. I answered calmly. The old man nodded with appreciation before walking away. Come to think of it, he has a guitar case on his back, doesn't he? He carried an unusual feeling around him, too. A sorcerer. The Kyoto High Principal. A Jujutsushi, sorcerer. Those people are the one that makes use of energy called cursed energy. That old man is a prominent figure in the supernatural world as the principal of the Jujutsu High Kyoto branch. He's someone who fought in that war, too. A Jujutsushi walking in broad daylight. It reminds me of why I am being cautious in this world. Anyways, this also reminded me of the load that I am carrying. It's better to call in a taxi at this point. You are moving. I met with Bocchi at our usual hangout place, the playground. Today is her birthday and I am acting oblivious to it. I thought that her previous reactions, her signs of internal panic, were caused by me not remembering them. Turns out, she was deliberating on how she was supposed to tell this to me. Where are you going, then? Kanagawa. Oh? Are you planning to study in Tokyo or something? I do. Ah. Kanagawa is much closer to Tokyo, so I merely said it as a joke. After all, the concentration of better schools is usually in Tokyo. While Kanagawa is quite far from Tokyo, Kyoto is much farther than it. I plan to transfer schools. Is it because of your bad history in that place? I recalled that day from 4 years ago. She told me that she was not noticed by anyone else and was called a ghost when she did get noticed. That thing continued to happen to the point that I nearly stormed her school back then. Only, she stopped me from doing so. Since it will also be embarrassing for her, I did not continue to pursue it. I will be going to a school that specializes in music. It's not an art school though. Let me guess. Shimokita. You guessed it correctly, Nobu-kun. I blame my sharp intuition on those years of combat. All of the things that I said jokingly are starting to turn into facts. Kanagawa, hey. I mumbled blankly. Judging from how far she will be, I would need around 10-11 hours just to arrive there. Meaning, our daily meetings would be cut short into rare ones. It is simply inefficient for me to visit her daily. Sigh. I see. I will make this day memorable. And Nobu-kun? It's nothing. I'm just sad that you might forget about me, I teased her. No. I won't forget about you. For the first time, I saw a new side of hers. She got rid of her stuttering mess, and in turn, has a resolute look in her eyes. I won't forget about Nobu-kun. He's my only friend. If Nobu knew what he was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Ever since he is her best friend for 4 years, she had a lot of fun. In the first place, she did not expect to have a friend like Nobu. Her socializing skills are a mess and her habit to overthink made her an antisocial monster. Of course, her aspirations are different from theirs. She aims to be noticed by a lot of people and gain their recognition by playing the guitar. But when she heard her parents' decision to move, she was shocked before feeling sad. Moving away means that she won't be able to frequently see him, after all. She would be back to her loner self who does not have anyone to talk with. She would not be able to tell most of her inner feelings to someone whom she trusted aside from her family. That's a promise, right? Nobu said as he made a hook with his pinky finger. This is a bit cliché, don't you agree? Hidori agreed fervently. Most of the anime that she watched had scenes such as this. What's painful, however, is that most of them do not fulfill this promise of theirs. Wah. She started her usual inner panic while falling into the first dimension. Hey! Do I look like those scumbags who never fulfill their promise? And no. Then, there's no need to worry about it. We can also chat through line, right? With her worries addressed, she slowly hooked her pinky finger to his. This day, a promise was made. Bocchi should be far enough. Is it polite to stalk a child in that manner? I asked out loud to the ones hiding via light magic. Their spell was one that I have never seen before. Light belongs to the same elemental category as fire, wind, water, and earth. However, their spell composition is different. You still don't want to come out? I shouted. Swiftly, I opened the magic circle inside my pocket. My normal pants have a barely okay magic tool that expands the pocket's inner space. It is mostly 1x4, which is enough for my emergency items. What I pulled out is a blue katana. Several magic circles are engraved from its handle up to its blade. It is a magic tool that is designed purely for combat. With my decades learning of Kabbalah and the 100 years of studying science with magic, the precision of this blade's creation is extremely high. I pointed out the blade to the slides in the playground. Sorry. Ow. Ow! What greeted my sight are two familiar people. One is the black-haired man from that crack while the other is a pink-haired girl pinching the man's ears. I told you not to reveal us. But this is disrespectful enough. Seeing this sight, I am thankful that my pink-haired friend isn't someone like her. Phew! Why do I oddly feel that you are insulting me? Her aggressive eyes were now locked on me. Now. We didn't come here to fight. The man said. I know. We are supposed to meet your parents, but who expected that magic exists in your world? We need to know more about this. Your world. This. I have a presumptuous guess. Lowering my blade, I asked. You too. Are you from another world? Ah. Sato. Your reaction gave it away. I am sorry. I was caught off guard by his question. In this situation, my question is the last thing they would expect, which is why my information reconnaissance succeeded. The pink-haired girl crossed her arms while vigilance is still present in her. That's right. We came from another world. Another world. Things just became more ridiculous. Chapter 13, Sky. Another world, something that is viewed as a kind of fantasy. For the magicians who could not pierce through dimensions properly, the number of records about other worlds is exceedingly low, or at least that's how the books that I have read related to the conceptual void tells it. However, some view it as a paradise simply because the ones in power monopolize the resources in this world. If I did not have the wealth to intrude into the magician's industry secretly, my experiments would be for naught. I would be caught in a dilemma of facing several problems that can't be solved without the actual materials. What's more, some even say that the mana density in other worlds could be higher than ours, making it the perfect place to gain experiences as a magician. I believed in their existence some time now, but confirming that possibility is something else. After all, I haven't encountered otherworlders except for my good friend who will become one in the future. Another world? Are there dragons there? I curiously asked. I saw the two of them jolt upon hearing my words, making me feel more interested in it. There are. In fact, we had an encounter with one. The man, Sato, said. I see. Oh, if you are worried about them, fret not. Those guys should be slumbering as of now. This information came from my decades worth of combat experience. Near the end of it, I faced a dragon before being killed by it. Of course, it is arrogant enough to divulge secrets that otherwise would be kept guarded while facing a stronger opponent. Slumbering? Why would those prideful creatures do it? Because of science, Aja-san. I replied to the pink-haired girl. Now, they could be handled by normal humans by using technology. Even, the number of magicians and supernaturals among humans rose sharply, too. That's why I recommend you two to be low-key in this world. I see. Just like what Sato brought. Brought? They might have faced a dragon using superior technology, then. I do wonder what they have used to do it. Although, technology could sometimes be inefficient in the face of those mobile disasters. Does it mean that there are cases of dragon slaying with it? Sato asked. You're quite sharp. There is. Why would they be on guard with it if they had not experienced it? Based on that dragon's words, a total of 25 fighter jets were deployed to kill a 100-year-old dragon. Even with its solid scales and dragon magic, it could not resist the surprise cluster bombing 5 times straight. The ones used are the technology developed back in the 70s. One could only wonder how strong the ones that could reach the speed of Mach 2 and above work. However, the cost-effectiveness of such actions is not viable. A country has to spend the majority of its funds on its military just so that it can slay a young dragon. They are simply burning money to acquire useless materials as the dragon's body would most likely be damaged. Plus, they also have to keep it top secret. This left the option of selling it to the supernatural side of the world. This relationship is the cause behind the government's acquiescence towards the magicians. Only the unlawful ones will get caught while the rest are free to do as they wish as long as they are lawful. I got the opportunity to correct my thinking after going through those years, which is why the rumors that the world government is against the mages exist. Only the official members in the Magicians Association would not panic about this. Moreover, our existence being hidden helps keep something else at bay. My senses caught onto a strong malintent. My mind started to work swiftly as I went through the calculations. You want to see the specialty of this world, right? I said. Well, watch. Pondus gravitas reductio. Gravity reduction, decrease weight. I felt my weight become lighter before I made a single leap. Though, this leap sent me more than 15 meters above the ground. Whoosh! A black blur went through my former position. It is too fast to be seen properly, but its after images subsided once it halted its steps. This fucking bastard! I knew that what was aimed at me was most likely a demon, but never did I expect to encounter the same guy 4 years ago. The same guy who almost killed me in a single attack. Those events haunted me until I received my combat experience. When you see something scarier than that, it's natural to overcome something like this. Still. Snap. Upon snapping my fingers, 3 rounds of impact blasted through the demon wolf's body. It did not do effective damage as it is a type of ceremonial spell, an instant cast spell. It does not require any computations like the regular ones, which is why it sacrifices power over speed. The 3 impacts sent the demon flying mid-air. Taking advantage of its confusion, I activated another spell. Secundum Ordinatio. Excaravade. Second order, blue slash. A magic circle lit up in the middle of the blue blade. It glowed crimson red before mana started to gather in my blade. It was continuously converged by the magic circle, amplifying its destructive power in mere milliseconds. In no less than a second after my chant, a bright blue wave separated from the tip of my blade before descending upon the demon wolf. Bam! A small crater was made as a result of my attack. The usual playground that the kids play in as well as the bench where we usually sit were destroyed to bits. Dust rose from the crater, making it hard for the spectators to see if that thing was dead. Well, it is. There's no more malintent. It's dead. I muttered. My words were proven right after the dust cleared up. Not a single remains of the wolf can be seen. All that's left are the destruction that my attack had single-handedly cost. Renovatio redivivus. Restoration and reconstitution. The necessary calculations went through my mind before casting a spell. As a result of it, everything was seemingly rewound as the previously destroyed playground was restored in a blink of an eye. All thanks to the restoration magic that can restore superficial things by overlaying the past imagery of it into reality. Tap. I landed back on the ground almost soundlessly. Then, I deactivated the gravity reduction spell, turning the pull of Earth's core back to normal. Is that a magic sword? I heard Sato ask me politely. Yes. As I progressed through the technological tree, I naturally gained the right knowledge to improve the creation of magic tools. Though, I'm fairly sure that the guy strapped behind you is better than it. Sato has a visible look of shock on his face. Your ego sword is not properly concealed. Even if I don't use an analysis spell, just its feeling alone gives it away. Kind of like a possessed item by a yokai. Clank. The sword in his back partially came out of its sheath, revealing a mouth. It's no use in being shocked, partner. The voice of a middle-aged man rang. But man, your world sure is terrifying. I could not agree more with his words. I gave a seal of approval to his sword who could already sense the danger hidden in this seemingly normal world. Magician. What would it take to help these two adapt in this world? The ego sword spoke. What do I want? Smart. This guy already wanted to lay down the road for this young couple. I could deduce that he experienced a lot of things. Your world's magic. In exchange for helping you too, I want to learn it, especially that void-attributed spell. Void-attributed spell? You mean, the interdimensional gate? Louise asked. Interdimensional gate. That's right. Hearing my words, she replied, you need to have the void affinity to use it. ALRI hey. Affinity? Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar word, I was caught off guard. You need to be a void to use that spell. She added. A void. I wondered if it is a special constitution of some sort but quickly denied it. Affinity. That thing does not exist here. Ah. It was Louise's turn to be dumbfounded. When the ancient Kabbalah magic was created, it removed the need for affinities. Certain talents and dispositions do exist here, but anyone can learn any spell as long as they work hard for it. In this world, there are no affinities. Every attribute spells can be cast through Kabbalah's numerology and the modern magic theory that mixes science with magic. There are no affinity bonuses unlike in games, too. Only talent sets the threshold in this world apart, as some magicians can learn something in half a day while others need 3. Louise's looked very shocked at that statement. She then asked dumbfoundedly. So you're saying, everyone can learn spells with differing attributes? That's right. While there are specializations here, magicians generally know a spell from each attribute. Interesting. It seems that the magic of this world is far more advanced. The ego sword added. But yours have some interesting uniqueness as well. Though, just how long did you finish your calculations for the dimensional gate? Even with the current findings of dimensions, it's still a huge feat. Calculations? What do you mean? She looked very confused at those words. Hey. Wait a damn minute. Don't tell me. You don't use calculations in your spells. Why would we use arithmetics? What matters the most is the visualization. She answered in a matter-of-fact tone. My word. The magic of another world is far too behind. Phew. Ji-san, she should be arriving soon. I asked the tall man beside me. He is none other than Bocchi's father, Gota Naoki. He used to be in a rock band back in his college days. Meanwhile, I have my modified guitar sitting beside the wall. I made these from what remained when I made hers. Coincidentally, I only lacked a set of strings which I easily found in my room. While it is not as good as the first Les Paul that Tio-san gifted to me, I modified it as my best guitar. What's more interesting is that it has concealed magic circles engraved into it to increase its durability and quality. If I bash it to the floor would get destroyed. A dream guitar for reckless lead guitarists caught in the vibe. She is arriving soon. How did you know? She does not have any friends. She can't even spend time outside school. He brutally added. Yikes. Why is it that Bocchi's family is brutal? The apple does not fall far from the tree, I guess. I can see why Bocchi can make those brutal jokes without her realizing it. These never fail to catch me off guard. Every time. I passed the notebook in which I compose my riffs and phrases during my free time. It's like a tab sheet at this point. Oh. This is good, Nobu-kun. Thank you. What I presented to Ji-san are the phrases that I would play during this surprise. Its main structure came from Happy Birthday, but I modified it to be more upbeat and hype. There's also a guitar solo at the end, too. I am wondering, why you aren't in a band yet? He asked. I don't like it, for now. I would like to perform in front of others after doing more practice. I see. Good luck. Click. Our conversation was halted by the sound of the door opening. Even Mikiyo-san, who is currently holding onto a party popper, froze. Wah! Amidst the new arrival's shocked expression, the surprise starts now. Chapter 14, Special Grade Curse. Go to Hitari. The ghost, or to put it more aptly, the only person in her class without any friends. Whenever she tries to make one, she thinks about all sorts of random stuff such as, well, buying band merch in hopes of someone starting a conversation with her. Although, she still doesn't give up. After all, it's only her first year in middle school. There's a lot of time left to make some friends. A/N, equivalent to 7th graders. Upon joining the going home club, her will was challenged again. It's all right. It's all right. I am not who I used to be, she thought. No. It's already the second semester and I'm still the same old loner from elementary. She hurt herself with her self-realization. Somehow, she's not even trying to delude herself. Aside from her daydreaming of having many friends, she always chooses to face reality. This is the unique characteristic that only Go to Hitari has. Did I forget something? The thought of forgetting her lunchbox back in school went through her mind, but she erased it just as it appeared. It is simply impossible for her to do so because she always held her lunchbox whenever she ate lunch in a desolate place. She actually tried sneaking into the rooftop one time, but she passed by a teacher who found out that the doors open. In the end, she saw a group of students being scolded by the teacher. Seeing their downcast looks, a feeling of schadenfreude appeared in her mind. After all, those groups of students are couples the most hated pair by anyone like her. That's according to recent studies by Japan Introvert Association. Just as she opened the door, her ears are deafened by a loud explosion. Bam! Wah! Her sight became a sea of colors as the confetti started falling. Her brain could not follow what had happened, but she was greeted by a familiar greeting that she receives once every year. Otanjobi omdata. Happy birthday! Right. It is her birthday today, February 21st. It is 16 days apart from Nobu's, which is February 5th. Ah! The evening that should have only lasted for a few hours became longer, or that's how it felt to me. After that surprise greeting, Bocchi's mother brought out the cake before eating dinner. It is a sumptuous feast, I might say. The Goto household pulled no restraints to make her birthday this time around more memorable. It took a few hours before it ended, which led to me walking into the streets at 7 p.m. Unlike other countries, Japan has a better public security. More so, our neighborhood has good security. It is completely different from Kabukicho, the famed crime street in Japan. Anyways, I got to play with my guitar. Aside from the party solos, I decided to play some amazing ones, the ones that could amaze her. It included one of my favorite songs that I recalled from my past life, God Knows. As far as I remember, it is something that came from a unique anime. Well, Infinite 8, was it? That's the term that I remember from it. Unfortunately, I forgot everything else. What's important is that everyone's happy. Even now, I could remember Bocchi's face as she forgot her sad school life. I'm glad. I became her friend. Bringing someone into happiness is an inexplicable feeling, more so when it's my friend. There's this warm and fuzzy feeling that I feel every time I help her. Suddenly, I remembered one of her quotes. Loners should stick with each other, she said before she realized that I chose this path myself. Her reaction is quite funny whenever I think of it. Boom! Suddenly, I found a blur approaching my surroundings. It seemingly fell from the sky. The next moment, I found myself propelled in the night skies. The force that crept from the ground reached my head, shocking my entire body. My sight began to darken due to the shock that almost knocked me down. Kook! Blood! That monstrous impact damaged at least my internal organs. I could feel my breathing becoming rough all of a sudden and my sight turning completely black. My wake need cusses. Shock. Jolts of electricity passed through my entire body. My failing organs and fading consciousness received a sudden reaction, causing me to be fully awake. I was woken up by the strong stimulus. The magic that I prepared to become my future defibrillator worked wonders. Still, am I falling down? Shit. 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 Having no time to react as I fell, I hastily chanted. Firmness. Robustness. Bam. I don't know how high I fell, but it must have been more than 20 meters at the very least. My already damaged body was further punched with holes. I'm going to fucking die. This familiar feeling of coldness started enveloping my body. This is ridiculous. Out of nowhere, I am sent into this state of near death. Is it? Is it because I'm in Kyoto? Since this is the former capital of Japan and is the most prosperous, getting into fights with curses and demons is inevitable. It's just that. I took everything for granted. Cutting off my thoughts, I used up one of the chances and reversed my current state to that of a few minutes ago. Modify the body's state to 3 minutes ago. That familiar itchiness appeared once more. Though, I can better control it now with just a thought. Confirm. There were no flashy effects, but I felt my body going back to normal in an instant. My internal injuries disappeared while my fatigue was reset to 0. A human. I heard the voice of an old man from the center of the crater. With my enhanced eyesight, I saw his silhouette. As expected, it is a demon, or a curse. The street lamp illuminated the curse's figure. It took the form of an old man with a volcano head. The old man did not have any ridiculous amount of mana, but the feeling of strangeness around him is extremely strong. Taking out my sword, I then proceeded to chant. Wardrobe. Outfit change. A magic circle envelopes my entire body. After sweeping through me, I changed into my combat suit. It is made of an alloy that conducts magic well. My enhancement spells are enhanced with it. Unfortunately, my main suit is amid its upgrades. By the time my thoughts went back to normal, I found myself preemptively casting a lightning spell. It is a mixed attribute spell of fire and water and works by generating friction. I love this spell type as it has enough destructive power as well as the speed that no other elements have. My suit assisted me, finishing the spell within a second. HOH? A human. Hearing these words, I felt a chill coming up from my spine. I didn't notice it as everything went too fast, but now I could feel the searing heat in my surroundings. Had I not changed into this suit and reversed time to my peak state, I might be suffering from third-degree burns now. Thump. Thump. The pulse in my neck noticeably became stronger. I feel stricken with fear. Huff. My breathing became a little more laborious as I am reminded of the sensation that I felt when facing that dragon, helplessness. One born out of the huge gap in terms of power. The cloud of dust cleared up, revealing someone with a small stature. He has a volcano-shaped head and a matching red eye. His back is hunched up akin to the elderly's. He is wearing strange clothing made up of yellow polka dots and black shorts. He looks like someone who lives in Hokkaido. An image flashed in my mind. The special grade curse Sukuna killed. That special grade curse was said to be the incarnation of humans' fear of volcanoes. You do not possess any cursed energy, but you are different. I heard the old man say nonchalantly. What are you talking about? The chill that I felt became even stronger. My heart skipped a beat just from my dangerous intuition alone. I did not encounter nor fought against him in all 7 iterations. He was always killed by Sukuna. Even so, I am aware of his status as a special grade curse. I swiftly changed the visualization and computation in my mind. I was about to fire off a lightning field that works on biological creatures, but I know it won't work on curses. Knowing that he would not let me go, evident from his malintent, I decided to prepare myself for the decisive attack. Destructiveness. I need it. Miku. Are you there? I called out to my virtual assistant. What type of assistance do you need, Ga Shujin-sama? I need Judgment's small-scale attack. Understood EDA, 1 minute. Also, help me in completing this spell. Affirmative. Assisting in the lightning-type spell, Reiju. A phantom of a divine tiger appeared in my mind. It overlapped with everything that I am thinking up until now. I held Azure in a middle stance. It is the most neutral sword stance that allows my posture and arms to react against attacks immediately. I can swiftly switch to an attacking stance with a trick that I have learned in my years of experience. It is the strongest single-type spell that I have, which is not destructive. We are currently in a residential area. It is not similar to the ruined world in the future. You are similar to the Jujutsu yet different. He commented. You have that. Now. Kaminari no Kauka. Reiju. Lightning's descent, Reiju. Boom. Zap. Bzzt. Clap. A symphony of sounds assaulted my ears. I did not mind the deafening noise made by my spell. My sight is filled with lightning that surrounded me, to be exact, the blade that I held. Lightning sparked continuously from it. My speed also reached its peak as I am being pulled over to my target. Imposed further is the myth surrounding the companion of the god of lightning. Ha! PSST. The air around my blade whistled as it went straight to the curse's head. Bam! Bzzt. Another magic circle popped up on top of the curse. It contained the energy that seeped out during my movements. With this, the attack reached its peak. Boom! Bzzt. I felt the hard impact on my right hand, sending it into a state of numbness in an instant. But then, I noticed an arm grasping the blue blade. Before I could even process what happened, a swift blur was sent to my stomach. Boom! I was blown away by its sheer impact. My combat suit was easily pierced through. Emergency! 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 Activating first aid module. Failed. Bam! I found myself crashing down into a wall. A small indent was made when it did. My vision is still blurry, but I forced myself to stand up. I felt a pang of migraine in my head as well as pain all over my body. My eyes are giving up due to the speed that it was previously subjected to. I could feel a hot and murky fluid in my stomach. With my suit pierced, I felt the searing heat in my surroundings. Huff! It became more laborious to breathe. Every time I do so, I felt a tinge of pain appearing in my lungs. Though, I did not notice anything else. I don't feel the pain. My mind is clearer than ever. Mn. From that one attack, I was incapacitated. I could feel a hole in my stomach, mixing bits of what I could sense as my intestines together. If I could only use my mana furnace, or even complete the body strengthening project. Fuck. For some unknown reason, I could not. The same went for the attempts of me trying to strengthen my body with mana. Faced with these, I could only rely on magic tools to strengthen my combat power. If I could use at least one of them. Hyuk. An overwhelming force pressed down on me. It is akin to a dragon's stare filled with bloodlust. My mind with clarity was shaken to its core. The numbness all over my body disappeared, resulting in me sensing the immense pain that made my mind blank out. Arg. Self-defense modules activated. PSST. PSST. Su. Several cartridges popped up on my suit. Bit-sized missiles locked onto the special grade curse. All of them are engraved with an individual spell. Production is a tedious job. Nevertheless, it is destructive. Boom. White light flashed before a loud explosion was set off. Walls crumbled down while the ground is cratered. Activating the second batch. The same thing happened for a second time. Miku could process everything faster than I. She knows the severity of this situation. Boom. Stopping upgrades for the unit arbiter. It will be sent out within 2 minutes. Start the escape module. Starting. I found myself flying into the sky. The suit twisted the magnetic field around us. It is an efficient way of flying outside of fueled thrusters. Bam! Just as the magnetic field around us got twisted, a figure came crashing at me. Moments later, I found myself brought to the ground while choked by the old man. Screech! The suit which was supposed to protect me is now killing me. Its neck area tightened. It is now turning into a sharp weapon that would kill me. Vital signs dropping. Searching for available measures, found. Abandoning the current suit gives the highest survival rate. Good luck, Ga Shujin-sama. Miku's voice floated in my ears. I am losing consciousness. Activating the ejection module. I found myself flung into the air. I could immediately feel the hot temperature around me, waking me up. I was brought back to reality. I recalled the defensive spell I was casting with Miku's help 3 seconds ago. It is now completed. Melee, Teres 4, Talai, Tia. Military fortress. Dozens of magic circles surrounded me. The overwhelming heat around him is blocked by it. Ho! You, humans, are always impulsive every damn time. Even though you are nothing but weaklings, you still pull these kinds of stunts off. Fuck. Coke. Bits of my flesh dropped down from my throat. Huge amounts of blood threatened to spill into my mouth. The drops of blood colored the concrete floor red. I could feel some wounds on my neck. His fingers nearly crushed my throat. My suit did not protect me fully. At this moment, I felt my impending doom. My empty mind then became filled with my lifetime's worth of memories. My childhood. My fascination with magic. My dream to have a better life. Then, what followed is the truth. I did not see this broken future until I decided to choose combat experiences out of the single aspect I could learn within the future. A future wrought with destruction. The curses broke free from their restraints. The barrier keeper Tenjin merged with the vilest sorcerer since ancient times. What followed next are the dragons awakening in Europe, the demons outbreak in America, and the subsequent descent of curses and yokais in Japan. What followed next is my realization. I might have lived peacefully for 4 years straight, but my luck soon ran out. My interference with the future made everything until the 6th iteration unreliable. It was more than 3 months since I last chose combat experiences, too. I focused everything on research and development at that time. I mean, who would have thought that such a monster will visit Kyoto tonight? Fucking special grade curse. Looking at the volcano curse, I compared him against dragons and rank S demons. Only those special grade Jujutsushis and rank S magicians could handle them. I, a mere rank B, am fucked up when I meet one of them. It's not that I could not fight against him. I could, actually. But not in my current state. My weapons and other preparations for those stronger than me are all back in my hideout. What's more, it is too late. My suit is scrapped. I doubt this hastily cast shield could last in this old man. 10 to 15 seconds, give and take. 10 seconds had passed so far. I did not recognize this curse, but I am aware of how absurd the other special grade curses are. I recalled Sato and Louise who are currently in this city before I shook my head. By the time I could ask for their help, I am dead. The strong ones are also not here. Kazumitsu-san will take minutes now that he's on the other side of the world. I'm fucked. Pathetic. The curse cursed me. This fucker. I remembered that time when I almost died. That condescending aura the wolf demon had. It pissed me off. My weakness too. I longed for a peaceful life without any regrets this time. Yet, what followed was that dragon's overbearing look. All of my preparations sending a satellite cannon into Earth's orbit and planting a city-level bomb are rendered useless against it. Anger replaced my self-reproach and regrets. However, no matter what I do this time, I could not use it to power myself up. Only one chance left. Once the final chance is used up, the best chance is that I would die. The scorching heat that the curse emits is that of a volcano. Its super strength is another problem. If the shields get broken and the final chance is used up, I am dead. Sigh. There are still other worlds out there. Thinking about Louise San's magic, I thought of the vast worlds out there. I thought I could have my journey on those, but I guess everything ends here. Wait. Wait. Wait a minute. Dimensional gate. As if serving as the key, it opened up another possibility for me, the dimensional gate. I used up more than 30 years to study it alone. Many things are still unclear about it. However, several findings are discovered by that time. I invented the prototype of a planetary-scale teleportation spell. I am confident that I could successfully cast its weaker version. Its success is another matter. I just hope that I won't get sent into a dragon's lair or something. She said this action has the highest rate of survival. Her words rang into my mind. So this is why space-type spells are still in development. I did not use them due to their unpredictability. Still, it is the only way out of this trouble. Immediately, I processed its computations in my mind. Complex mathematical rules and theorems flew through my head. The shields I deployed accomplished their job. Crack! Crack! Disjointed lines soon littered the magic circles. It would not last long. Hope was lit up in my heart once more. As long as this is finished, I could escape. Bam! The shield defended me from the pillar of scorching heat. It showed signs of dispersing, but I did not panic. Now that I found the key to my predicament, there is no way in hell I would do so. It's done. The computation portion is done. Even though it is very rushed and has a few flaws, I could work with it. My target destination has been narrowed down to somewhere around this planet. Apertum, Porta Veritas. Open, the Gate of Truths. The chant for it is also thought of rashly. Fortunately, it worked. Sparks flew off as a hole in space was made. It is pitch black with countless stars inside. It is such a mysterious sight that I almost lost my concentration on it. Still, I pulled myself together, and I'll remember you. Stepped into the portal whose destination is unknown. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, A Goddess. Fway. A deep breath. It felt like being splashed upon by a bucket of ice during my sleep. My heart skipped a beat due to this unfamiliar sensation, but I adapted to it. Where am I? Memories started pouring into my head. The birthday surprise. The road when I am going home. The sudden appearance of a special grade curse. That near-death experience that I had for the second fucking time. The last thing that I could remember is going through a dark tunnel while being continuously squeezed. I have also used up my last chance to heal myself from those damages, which is why I am in my pristine condition. In my sight, all I could see was the sea of stars and the lush green leaves with a touch of moonlight. I could not tell if this is my world or not, but I feel something different. Huff. Huff. Cold air entered my mouth, forming a fog whenever I exhale. I did not check everything out with my analysis spell, but it seems like I landed in a forest of sorts. After a while, I left my trance and started doing my usual caution. Revelaris, Veritas. Truth be revealed. My advanced form of correspondence. It used to rely on tracing the target's composition, but my revisions that came from decades of experience made it so that I could choose multiple targets while keeping the analysis time the same. What I chose to analyze are the atmosphere and the soil. These two can tell if a planet is habitable, just like Earth. Nitrogen, oxygen, argon. Looks like I'm on Earth. This discovery uplifted my mood. Turns out, my worst fear of being transported into an unknown world did not come true. That had a small probability of happening, which is why that was my first and greatest fear at the moment. Ha! Ha ha ha! My tense nerves relaxed. The thought of escaping yet another near-death event made me nervous. At the same time, I felt a sense of accomplishment in being able to escape from 2 such events in my 12 years of life. But then, it hit me. I briefly disregarded a certain matter. The sky is different. As a magician who dabbled in Kabbalah, I have great knowledge when it comes to constellations. It is the most used spell type that surpasses my use of lighting type spells, simply because the legends that could be manifested with constellations are too large. They can be seen in places farther than Earth, strengthening the beliefs imposed upon them. This is my theory as to why it has such strong legends. Altair, Vega, Libra. All gone. Fortunately, the most conspicuous constellation, Orion, as well as Sirius are present in this place. Just like on Earth, their brilliance far surpassed the unknown constellations in the sky. With this, I could use the strongest ones out of the 48 specialized star-type spells that I have. Orion. Where the hell am I? Shaking my head, I began focusing on my plans. Firstly, I need to go back to my world, to where Japan is. Just the thought of making my parents worry for weeks or even months is enough to make me feel extremely bad. What's more, how would they react to my sudden disappearance? To go back, I need to input my world's coordinates, as well as this world's. I only had the time to input my current coordinates along with my computations before. Since I left the destination blank plus the flaws in it, I did not achieve the desired result of being thrown somewhere on Earth, it landed me somewhere else. Meaning, I need to do some deductions and computations before I could go back home. It can take weeks and even months or years if I'm unlucky. The laptop in my pocket is slower than the usual equipment that I have. Damn it! Rustle! My senses caught wind of a noise. Immediately, I tried to grab Azure, only to remember that it was destroyed. I used it as spell core which broke it. Its remains went into that dark tunnel to be lost forever. Hey! I noticed my shredded outfit. My clothing is barely holding onto my body, causing some discomfort whenever a cold breeze passes through me. Renovatio redivivus. Restoration and reconstitution. Seeing my tattered clothing go back to normal, my body rejoiced. It was not exposed to this chilly wind anymore. The rest of the magic circles engraved into it were gone, though. It should be fine. Oh. Shit. Or not. My body became extremely cold. No, no, no. I put my hands in my pockets. My right pocket does not have the enlarged space enchantment. I could no longer feel anything inside it. My laptop was in it. Fuck. 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 Shit. I hastily looked at my left pocket. Upon passing my hand through it, I felt the usual enlarged space that it has. My anxiety was slightly doused after knowing that I still have something left in my pocket. The computer does not matter right now, the unknown entity closer to me is. Potions, and weapons. I had a habit of storing a mix of items with each item in preparation for this, well, unexpected event. Scanning with my hand, I felt the touch of cold metal. Pulling it out, I was greeted by a pistol. It has a structure similar to an M9 and is pure silver in color. It did not have many designs on the outside, though there are 7 magic circles engraved on the inside. The more spells I use at the same time, the greater the stress on this gun. I have to be careful. I placed the gun in my right hand. While feeling its sleek texture, I pointed it out to the source of the rustling sound. Slowly, I stepped away while precasting some offensive spells. When it went out of the dark, I saw a slightly small green stature. It has a good body build and holds a wooden club. A goblin. I only saw their illustrations as a kid, in a fairy tale book nevertheless. In our world, there are only demons and curses to worry about. There are no living goblins in it because of their weak strength. Only the dragons and beings similar to them could live up to this day. Now aware of the source of malintent, I let go of my spell. Goblins are weak enough to not require my gun. Bolt. Bzzzt. A purple lightning bolt headed straight to the goblin. Without any time to react, it was burned to a crisp. Smoke rose from its scorched black body. The wooden cub was also turned into charcoal due to my attack. It's dead. Then, I discovered a strange thing when I came close. In its chest lies a purple crystal. When I dug it out, its body turned into black ashes, another phenomenon that I found strange. This is magic crystal. Magic crystals, a solid form of mana. They are minerals that could be found in extremely mana-rich places. They serve as power sources in my experiments. With the constant mana supply, it can serve as a core point of spells, helping me cast spells easier. Now, what in the world is it doing here? In a monster corpse? No, I should think of this later. Anima repardum. Life detection. Another magic circle lit up under the starry night. It sent out a set of invisible waves. They are a variant of mana that could not be easily detected, something made by modern magicians to detect the surrounding life. 2. 8. 10. 25. 53. End. My mind halted on its own. I stopped thinking. I found someone special. A total of 120 goblins are currently besieging a small village half a kilometer away from my place. There are 15 villagers in total as well as 12 combatants who have a strong aura. Though they are being held up by some strong goblins, it seems. Then. Who is that? My detection spell passed through someone. She is just like a normal human if seen normally. However, there is something inside of her. Something that far surpasses human logic. I could not explain it properly. I am sure of one thing, though. She is not human. Strangely, she is just as strong as a normal human. If not, she would have destroyed those hostiles immediately. A fight. Should I interfere? In this unknown place, what I need the most is information. To better survive in this unknown place, I need to know more about it. Moreover, I am not one to leave them behind with that level of danger. I'm no saint who could pull the world out of suffering. But, it's a different matter if it's just in front of me. I always stick my nose to these troublesome situations. I said with helplessness. In the end, I made my decision. Firmness. Robustness. With my strengthened body, I ran in that direction. The enhancement made me sprint faster. Within 20 seconds, this spell will be cast. It will be weakened due to my unfamiliarity with this world. Still, 50% to 60% of its power is enough. Stella Nox Coelum. The stars under the night sky. A bright blue magic circle manifested within my arm. It swiftly passed through it, leaving me with a bow made up of light. Small spots of light appeared around me, making up the Orion constellation that I am very familiar with. When I looked at the bow, I saw countless stars hidden beneath its usual form. Knowing what to do, I drew its bowstring. Adducere Faustus Veneri. Guide me for a prosperous hunt. The second magic circle manifested in a form of an arrow. Immense calculations are needed to time it correctly, lest the spell will be ruined. The arrow is notched on the bow's bowstrings. Olympus quat terra vitae decus. Let heaven and earth witness your glory. Another circle appeared, but this time in front of the bow. Seeing this, I let go of the notched arrow between my fingers. Su. As it passed through it, the arrow became extremely swift. I could barely trace it with my own eyes as it ascended toward the night sky. Concurrently, the power that it possesses became amplified. Dea obscenio fatum. O goddess, seal my fate. A wide-scale magic circle appeared on my target, the village, before I could sense the arrow passing through it. As I timed it well, the power that it has went to its maximum limit. Another round of power converged into it before it showed signs of separating. With my final chant finished, the arrow was completely split into countless stars before descending under the night sky. A small village. It is composed of 15 members, a total of 6 families. Their location was well thought as the capable took their time surveying the area around them. They even hired a retired adventurer from the famous city of Orario. Everyone thought that they could leave in peace with minimal monster invasions, but they were mistaken. Exactly 12 years ago, a small-sized goblin tribe left their former location due to the appearance of a strong man. He is only level 2, but he demolished their chieftain comparable to a level 3. He had a look of superiority and seriousness at the same time as if he is someone who used to be at the top of the world. This caused their migration. They went from one place to another until they reached this place. As a result, the current village faces a crisis. If not for the Artemis Familia who coincidentally passed through here, they would have been wiped out. A level 3 goblin mutant chief, 3 level 2, and several level 1s backed up by unranked goblins are enough to do so. Then again, it is the Artemis Familia. Even with those numbers, they could stably reduce their numbers one by one. Once their captain eliminates the goblin mutant, everything would be over. To your right. Sue. The goblin that was creeping up on her was killed by a swift shot in its eye. I'm curious about these goblins. How did they grow up to this stage? They are outside of the dungeon city, Orario. It is nearly impossible to encounter a level 3 in this place, yet they did. Not only that, but there are also their numbers. Little did they know that the cause behind these goblins' motivation was someone they would not expect. Less talking. Once the captain finishes off on her side, we need to cooperate. Pay more attention to your surroundings. Sadly, her warnings were not heard by the girl. Stars? Hey, this isn't time for. Accidentally, she saw it. Out of nowhere, a meteor shower occurred. No, it is more apt to call it the descent of stars. These small bits of light soon enlarged in their visions before dropping to the ground. Bam! 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 Each of the stars landed perfectly on the goblins. This attack harmed nobody else. Everyone oddly felt a strange tinge of familiarity in that light. Goddess! Meanwhile, their goddess was just as surprised as they were. When they are fighting against the mutant goblin, a star descended into its place. Upon contact, the mutant level 3 became severely injured. One blow from their captain finished it off. What did just? Out of nowhere, a man wearing a set of black clothes appeared. He spoke in Koine, Gakkai's universal language, but with a strange accent. Some words are understandable, but it felt different. He shook his head to rid of his confusing thoughts. He lowered the silver thing after confirming that the monster's dead. I'm not this strong. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted when he met the goddess' gaze. For some reason, he felt a certain connection, rather, resonance with her. Then, everything clicked with him. Not only that, it is his first time seeing such a beauty. Nobody came close to her. Be a dump. Be a dump. He hastily averted his gaze. Distracting himself, he started analyzing a bunch of random things. One of them contained useful information that might explain something. The reason why he felt strange at the end of the chant. The reason why his stellar magic worked out too well. In the end, it took them the courage of a goddess to break this silence. Your name. My name. At first, he had the idea to give out a fake name, but something dissuaded him from doing it, that he should give her his real name. In normal cases, he would give out a fake name due to the existence of contract magic. Just by knowing someone else's name, someone could get cursed. Still, he does not feel any danger from her. That's why. Akasaka Nobu. He trusted her. Chapter 16, Gakkai. A goddess. Once a metaphorical expression that a human used to praise a girl or an otaku worshipping his waifu is now an actual terminology. God, what a messy world I have come into. A night had passed since my arrival in this unknown place, rather, an unknown world. It seems like my luck is good enough to land on a different planet, when all I ever wanted is to go somewhere around the globe. Truly, amazing. Ha! I sighed for the nth time. A new world with lost supplies. Fantastic. First, my main hope of ever going back, the laptop, is gone. That's the only magic tool in my arsenal that could let me go back in a very short time. I could manually compute everything, but it'd be vastly different without it. That's like doing mental arithmetic without a calculator. Worse, it's quantum physics. In the end, all that was left are some potions. There's also a magic gun and 3 magazines, totaling 48 bullets. Other than those, I have a portable spear, a silver dagger, a smartphone, and my guitar. With the portable amplifier, of course. The situation's good with my phone. If it was lost, I might need to recreate all of its components in this world. Though, there's also a chance of me building a computer in this world. My optimism refused to back down at this moment. Right, adventures. In this world, the most respected job is to be an adventurer. Simply put, they dive into the dungeon in hopes of finding power, riches, women, and adventure. This world is much similar to the RPGs of my world. Dungeon diving, leveling up, forming a party. Maybe I could find my adventure here, too. Hooray! Not. Damn it! All of my life, I have been there. For 12 years, I lived there. The relationships that I made, the achievements that I have, they're all back on Earth. How could I forget any of those? Especially the people close to me. They must be worrying right now. Extremely so. Ha! I sighed out of depression once more. Let's just hope that they can handle the things over there. Shaking my head out of these depressing thoughts, I took a look at my cheat. I received the thought that I have no chances left. I used up 30 years studying Louise's while the last 2 chances are used to pull me back from life. Alright, my situation is a bit hopeless. I can't go back within weeks or even months. I will be stuck in this world called Gakkai for quite some time. Damn it! Is this how it feels to go against the stream, alone? This feeling of hopelessness is not much different from when I died in several iterations of my future. Slap! My palm acted upon itself and slapped me awake. I need to hold myself together. Recalling the words of that old curse, I could only wryly smile. I'm truly pathetic. Having a bad morning. Rithu-san. Her calm voice brought me back from my thoughts. Rithu-san is one of the so-called adventurers. She has a calm yet powerful aura. She's what you would expect from a fighter who survived several dangerous fights for years. You didn't sleep well? No. I had a good night. After I helped them, they talked with the locals and let me sleep for the night in this village. Not only that, they also gave me all of the magic stones from the dead monsters. That was under the directive of their goddess whose name is, well, Artemis. Surprise, surprise. It perfectly explains how my magic became a level stronger. She's the goddess Artemis who happens to be inexplicably connected to Orion. Lost more than half of my rations in this expedition. There's no place to resupply as well. I can sympathize. Happened to us several dozen times as well. A familia. That's what the adventurers under a god are called. In the Artemis familia, Rithu-san serves as the captain. They have a total of 9 adventurers in total. Morning, Captain. Good morning. A light aquamarine hair greeted my sight. Unlike the veteran vibe that Rithu-san was sporting, she has a gentle temperament. Evident with her slightly longer ears, she has the blood of an elf. Though, seeing her made my heart skip a beat. Similar to their legends back on Earth, they have this stunning appearance. Elves, they have this sort of charm. For that reason, I am feeling quite fuzzy. I don't know, I haven't felt this way before. Fortunately, my combat experiences allowed me to look normal in front of them. Everything has its perks. Nobu-kun is awake. Good morning, Lan-san. The half-elf, Lan-san. She is one of the two mages of their familia. To be honest, I am interested in the magic that she's been using. When they discussed mine last night, I could see that they were quite shocked by it. Moreover, I heard them say that it could even defeat level 4s. You can join us in Orario. Ah! Suddenly, I heard her proposal. You haven't seen the dungeon yet, right? The dungeon. While I am more concerned about the way back home, it does excite me a little bit. No, not a little bit. This is just like my first discovery of magic back then. Experiencing something novel like this will be my first. It's like I am playing a game but in real life. Thump. I need to calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Taking a lengthy breath, my thoughts began to gradually slow down. In hindsight, Orario might have something that I need. The materials that I need to reconstruct that computer. Maybe my problems regarding the monoreactor in my body can be solved there, too. However, there are some disadvantages as well. The gods are one thing, but the city itself is another. To put it simply, Orario has way too many people who could bring danger to my life, which is completely different from the stable life that I led on Earth. If it was before, I would have stayed away from that place. Still, I have to take risks at this time. Is it fine with your familia? With Lady Artemis too? It's fine. I already got her approval. I see. Lady Artemis, one of the three chastised goddesses in chaotic Greek mythology. In a place where reproduction with anything is rampant, she kept her chastity. Along with her is the goddess of hearth, Hestia, as well as the goddess of wisdom and battle, Athena. Her domains include hunting and the moon, which is why the brightest constellation is often associated with her. Anyways, there should not be any problems. I used to save them from before, but that is just a spell. Looks like I will be in your care. If one thought of magic, the first thing that comes into their mind is power. In Gakkai, it enables someone to challenge a higher level opponent. Even in my world, this holds true. But, what bothers me is the limitations of magic in this world. According to Lan-san, they are separated into congenital and acquired magic. The former pertains to the magic used by mortals without blessings. On the other hand, the latter requires the presence of the blessing, Falna, before they could use magic. Now, here comes the worst part, humans are limited to holding only 3 types of magic. By what I mean types, these are the spells. In my case, I know more than 1,000 spells from many schools of thought. This allows me to be more flexible in dealing with things. Just the thought of being limited to 3 spells in my entire life sent shivers down my spine. Other than it, most magicians require chanting to cast their spells. They will be immobile in this state, leaving them vulnerable. The processes run by them are overwhelming. One small mistake leads to ignis fatuus, the spell's backlash. The systematic use of mind is also different in this world. It's like Louise's world where magic is too far behind. In this case, it is more of a convenience since the spells here are not that bad. Their power is stronger than modern spells. Phew! I am taking a bath under the gentle rays of moonlight. I transformed a portion of this river into a hot bath. I got to experience what I missed out on for days. I joined Lady Artemis in their journey back to Orario. About 5 days had passed since then. Everything in this world is different, but what remained the same is the fact that I'm having these random thoughts while having a bath. Bath. I miss my home. At this time, I would have already spent time with my family. doing some random stuff to kill time and help Ryu in his studies as well. There are also times when I will play guitar with Tio-san right before we sleep. That reminds me of that event. That hectic night when Kao-san caught both of us staying up late at night. Her killer stare as she stood up from the bed is anything but peaceful. Tio-san took the brunt of her fury, but I was also not excluded. We tried to explain what was happening, the predicted crash in dollar value, but we couldn't. It was only after she slept did we have the chance. Ha! An open bath like this isn't so bad. Russell. Hearing the sudden movement nearby, I instantly tensed up. Immediately, I got up from the warm water and grabbed the pocket of my nicely folded pants. I took out the portable spear which was nicely folded into 3. On the way, I covered my privates using the towel hung on my shoulders. Click! Click! I took a slightly crouching position. Both of my feet are set apart from each other, ready for the speed of footwork that I will subject myself to. It's cold. Even with the towel, it is still very cold. The midnight breeze in this world is even colder than my world's. Maybe it has something to do with the age of gods. Russell. Tap. As soon as the unknown left the vegetation, I expected a fierce attack in my front. I focused my sight on it so that I could perceive its humanoid shape. Hey! My intuition kicked in. My mind became in disarray as I thought that something is wrong. This feeling remained embedded in my chest. What is this? Ah! This feeling became the strongest when the unknown revealed its appearance. Rather than any hostiles, it is her. I stood in my current stance dumbfoundedly. My heightened focus backfired on me as it sent me waves of information that I could not handle. Silky white skin that no mortals could ever attain, the majority of it openly exposed to my sight. Her supple thighs aren't affected by any physical training, as well smooth shoulders which possess similar smoothness such as it. Her beauty can barely be concealed by the towel worn by her. My mind was briefly sent into an overload, evident in how badly my focus backfired. A portion of her cleavage entered my sight when she was shocked by my appearance here. Complex thoughts entered my mind. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Ah! Heat flowed through my face and ears. Even without a mirror, I am aware of my current messy state. A naked girl. She's not just a normal girl either, but a goddess. Just her beauty alone is enough to be engraved into my memories. Even if I wanted to, I could not easily forget about it. The ambience between us, the moonlight that shone upon this lake. I could not forget this. Sorry. I thought it was an enemy. I stuttered at every few words. I did not overreact and tried to maintain my calm, but to no avail. She's a goddess, right? Lady Artemis is famous for her justice, yet I can vaguely guess that I might get into trouble. Divine retribution is about to fall into my head. Hastily, I turned my back on her. Then, I wore my black pants despite the fact that I haven't dried myself. I'm really sorry. Speaking with my utmost sincerity, I planned to rush away from here, only to be halted by her words. Wait. Hearing it, I felt my body become cold. If she's going to take the unreasonable route, I hope I could say my farewell to this world. It's not your fault. It's my fault that it happened. I didn't think that there was a person here. And no. It's my fault as well. I didn't think much and readied for aggression even when there's no malintent. It's because of my combat experiences. Within 7 iterations, there had been several dozen of opponents who concealed their malintent, only showing it once they struck a vital attack. Anyways, you can still bathe in this place. 2 magic circles appeared on top of my palm. Each of them corresponded to the manipulated earth which separated the water and the heat that increased the temperature of the water. 2 spell processes are completed. I didn't know that I would use it now. I'll be going, Lady Artemis. Swiftly, I sprinted away without ever looking back. Heroes of old. In the lower world, Gakkai, there had been heroes in ancient times. There still wasn't any fauna from gods, but mortals pushed beyond their boundaries and became stronger. Most heroes from that time achieved the strength of a first-class adventurer of this day, corresponding to level 5. In the current times, it is an outstanding feat to reach. Orion. Ever since Nobu's arrival, Artemis had a strange feeling. It is by no means harmful but an unfamiliar one, something that she hadn't experienced before. A certain goddess of love's words suddenly entered her mind. She heard it when the said goddess intercepted her and Hestia before going to a bath. To be frank, she was annoyed at that time. However, she could not strongly refute her words now. Orion. A name that Artemis held with utmost importance. As a goddess, she vaguely had a feeling that her destined person would eventually come, and that is Orion. What should I do? In fact, she had thought of asking Orion whether he felt that connection. Though, she hesitated in doing so. Did you feel it? The connection between us? Artemis again tore down that image. She, a chastised goddess for a long time, couldn't bring to ask that embarrassing line. No. While she had her inner struggle, her attention was caught by the mock battle between Nobu and her familia captain. Clang! The silver spear met a female ranger's dagger. Their gazes met, unconcealed combat experiences seeped out. This aspect was the second surprising thing about Nobu. When Artemis met him for the first time, she saw the depth of the tribulations that he faced. Vaguely, his life and death battles surpass anyone present. Rithousa turned into a blur. With her being an agility-oriented adventurer, she possessed swiftness incomparable to others. Seeing these after-images, Nobu kept his calmness. He had just experienced insane speeds from the special grade curse, A-ranked demons, and his experiences of facing a dragon closely allowed him to be like this. He took a deep breath before muttering a language incomprehensible to others save for Artemis. Bis firmus. Twice robustness. His body's activity rose up. The previously normal world became a slower one for him. His heartbeats rang out to his ears together with a tinge of a sharp sound. His pulse became so high that he could feel it from the vein on his head. Rustle. 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 Swift footsteps were heard by him. He paid attention to this particular detail, which is his key to victory. When they stopped, his body moved. There. The wind behind his neck was cut. Some of his hair was accidentally cut down as well. However, he did not let it fool him. The real attack did not come from behind but the front. He spun the spear in his hand, holding it horizontally with both hands. Clang! Sparks were sent out upon the contact of two metals. The strangely durable dagger that Rithousa had resisted Nobu's silver spear that had undergone the highest level of tempering that he could do. It was done with the help of technology that he painstakingly built all by himself. His feet slid off the ground as he was forced back by that impact. He directed the sharp tip of the spear in front of him at this time. By the next second, it met with the dagger's flat side. Clang! In the end, both of them stopped attacking and put down their weapons. That was a nice fight. It is. Deactivating his spell, Nobu felt the load that it brought to his body. The shirt that they got from the village stuck around his body. His temperature continuously rose due to the accelerated pulse from earlier. He sat down on a huge stone, not minding if he got dirty. It was for situations like this that cleanse was invented. The moment he had done so, it felt like experiencing a heavy training session for an hour. It's still your win if magic is allowed. I disagree. You all know magicians too well. You won't let me. He replied with certainty. You have concurrent chanting. Concurrent casting, a rare ability that allows mages to move while chanting. In Gakkai, magicians usually couldn't move as they would break their concentration by doing so. This could lead to their magic backfiring, a phenomenon known as ignis fatuus. As his magic is usually lethal, both of them agreed to keep them under wraps during sparring. Still, his extremely fast magic along with a large variety made him a formidable enemy. To be honest, it was their first time seeing someone cast so many spells. They are accustomed to seeing adventurers with a single magic that they habitually forgot that people of the past could learn them by themselves. I'm sure your combat skills are up to par. The same goes you. A moment of silence occurred between them. Having fought several times and arrived at the same conclusion, they simultaneously said, "A draw." Chapter 17, Orario. Complacency. That was my biggest enemy that struck me at my weakest. The thought of being able to safely avoid any dangers led to the conclusion of near death for the second time. I believed I was not the same kid who recklessly chased a magician back then. I believed that I am someone with adequate power to continue my peaceful, better life. How wrong I was to believe these. Having doubts it might happen the second time, I never allowed myself to be complacent anymore. I could have simply accepted my win against Rithus-san, but I didn't. I'm afraid that I will make that same mistake again. Then again, I am certain that she would not let me cast my spells during the fight if magic is included. Splash! Cold water drenched my entire body after being launched with a ball of water. Locks of my white hair became visible to my sight. Cleanse! With a single chant, a large but simple magic circle ran through my entire body. The next second, I found myself clean of the sticky sweat and dirt from earlier. Specks of dust surrounded me briefly before being swept into the air. No matter how many times I see it, it's wonderful. I hear Lan San's words. We might have come from different worlds, but our fascination with magic remains the same. I'm sure you could do it as well, Lan San. I'm not sure about that. As a way of repaying them, I taught them techniques and tactics for combat. I have also taught Lan San about ways she could improve her water magic. It is a simple magic in which she could enlarge a water ball and mold it like a shield or use them as a way of attacking. It has a short chant as well, barely going over 7 words. Can you remember the images that I demonstrated? Right. No matter what the world is, control and visualization remain the same. All I have to do is to give her tips regarding them while teaching her basic computation. Practice is all you need. I'm sure you can reach that level. Lan San became silent before she started laughing. Hee. And here we treated you like a younger brother. You speak just like Captain Rithusa. I hide away my embarrassment by looking away. So all this time, that was the reason why I felt like that? All those times when they cared for me during the journey is the fact that I am a younger brother to them. It feels complex. Suddenly, I feel her hand stroking my head. We are only sure about it now. We will be supporting you, Nobu-kun. Excuse me? Our goddess might be a bit strict, but as the only younger brother of the Artemis Familia, we will give you our full support. What? After saying these, she left with an enthusiastic look on her face. Seriously, what was going on? Lady Artemis. It is currently high noon. They are expected to arrive at Orario before sunset. As usual, the group took interval breaks during their journey. Nobu was resting when Artemis called him out in a secluded place. It is quite some distance from their resting spot. Can I ask you something? He is visibly confused. If she will ask a simple question, why is there a need to go to this place? Do you feel it? Ba thump. It's not like that. It's hard to explain. The goddess hastily replied, her face beet red. She is vastly different from her usual strict self, stuttering here and then. I don't understand, but there is something between us. A sea connection, perhaps. It wasn't as evident during their first meeting. It only became stronger as they interacted during this entire week. At first, it's just a fuzzy feeling bubbling up inside Nobu. He thought that it was caused by that bath incident, but it somehow became too strong enough for him to remember her most of the time. Clearly, it is not normal. Even so, he kept it to himself. He thought that it was just him interacting with a goddess and being left with a strong impression. But maybe it's just my magic? I named it on a whim, so it might not be the case. What is its name? Artemis became calm after her intuition hinted a direction. Somehow, the two of them felt its importance. Knowing that one couldn't lie in front of a god, Nobu chose to tell the truth. Well, it's... He stuttered as he continued, Orion. At this moment, the gears of fate began ticking. Orario. The well-known dungeon city. The center of Gakkai where power and wealth are concentrated. It isn't a mistake that its background is comparable to several empires in this world. The main reason behind these is none other than the dungeon. Many opportunities lie in that place, mostly to gain excelia and level up. No matter how I look at it, this feels like a game. Excelia for experience, leveling up, and that massive dungeon with monster drops. Feels like I'm playing Dragon Quest in real life. A great tower pierces through the clouds. At a distance of more than a few dozen kilometers, I could still see its majesty. I understand why many people chose to become adventurers. You remind me of myself. Rithu-san commented. Looks like my amazement wasn't concealed perfectly. I never expected for it to be this overwhelming. Having seen many skyscrapers in my world, I am quite resistant to that sight. However, seeing one in the Middle Ages certainly is worth mentioning. I do wonder about the waves you are going to make. A high-level magician without the help of Falna. Those gods would surely fight over you. After that, I could hear her short whisper, too bad we can't bring you with us. Lant. It's enough. The goddess made her decision. Rithu-san stopped Lant-san's ideas. Well, about that. I had a talk with Lady Artemis during that time. She actually agreed to my what-if request of joining her familia, but she has rules to upkeep. It makes sense since it would be broken the moment I join. The rules that she set up having no male inside the familia will be broken by herself, the discipline that she's been enforcing ever since the moment she stepped into Gakkai will be gone. I totally understood her. Though, it's still a pity. I have heard that there are a lot of twisted gods who could do anything for their enjoyment. Lady Artemis is one of the goddesses on the lawful side. That's why. At least for me, I could turn my back on her. I feel that I can trust her with my back. Truly, it is a strange thought. Reason stands that I couldn't easily trust people whom I met in a short week, but my mind thinks otherwise. We traversed on foot until we arrived at Orario. A huge ivory wall was erected in order to protect it from monsters and people alike. 8 gates are present in all cardinal directions, or at least that's what I have heard. I saw Rithu-san walk over to one of the gatekeepers. There's this long line of people wanting to go to Orario. If we are to line up, it would take us hours before we could get in. Fortunately, the Artemis Familia is quite well known for hunting monsters all over the surface. Moreover, they helped in establishing order when Orario during the Dark Age when they replaced another familia. A few minutes later, Rithu-san came back and led us inside. I saw the bewildered expressions of the people who had to line up since afternoon. But, they soon turned into respect as they probably realized that there was a goddess among us. It is not that hard to distinguish them from mortals as they have that unique aura. After being stuck close into an orb, we are allowed to pass through the gate. I thought that I would not be surprised anymore. Turns out, I am wrong. Animal ears can be seen all over the place. Several adventurers have their weapons strapped to their backs or waists, spouting that heavy air around them. I have also seen elves around this area, happily conversing with their friends. The shopping district looks the same as ever. I heard Lant-san comment from the sideline. Northwest. Around there, hey? I positioned myself in the visual map inside my mind. Nobu-kun, Do you need our assistance? I think so. It's settled. I will be Nobukun's guide for the day. All right. Used to her antics, Rithu-san agreed. We're off. I did not have the time to react before being pulled by her. Many faces passed through my sight. Fortunately, my footwork is enough to avoid bumping into others. The same went for Lan-san, who is trained by the goddess of hunting herself. Where do you want to go first? The answer's simple. Wind brushing my face, I replied, the guild. To the guild. Her carefree nature made me think that I am older than her. Although, I am sure that she's decades older than me. Her light blue hair fluttered due to the wind, briefly distracting me. I sensed other people's gazes as we passed by them. Strangely enough, no one minded us. Perhaps it is a common occurrence in the city. Soon, we arrived in our destination. A building with at least 4 stories greeted my sight. A footbridge connected it to another building across the road. Tap. 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 A carriage passed by. Taxis. Brings back memories. Huh? Do they have taxis here? I'm starting to become numb. Shaking that surprise off, we entered the building. A mall, and their help desks. That was my first impression. Adventurers line up in several boxes where they talk to receptionists. I'm surprised at how efficiently they manage everything inside this building. I can go on my own, Lan-san. I hastily added, Rithu-san asked you to exchange the loot if you remember. The quest settlement as well. Right. Totally haven't forgot about it, haha. I could see her rushing straight to the exchange station with the bulging bag behind her back. Supposedly, we are to go together in the guild along with the rest, but something came up. Anyways, I stood in line to where it said General Affairs. Unusual symbols are engraved in the wooden plate which could send someone from my world into confusion. Then again, I am lucky that Koine, the universal language, is basically English and Japanese for the oral part and Greek for the written part. I would be ashamed as a scholar if I don't know Greek or Latin. What's up, kiddo? You're a new face. The person in front of me turned his back away and asked. He's standing around 170 centimeters tall with the rugged muscles present all over his body. A huge great sword comparable to my height is sheathed to his back. Most probably, he's a dwarf. Yes. My habit sprang up. I adjusted the tightness of my necktie by putting 2 of my fingers in it. Yeah, a traveler. That's right. Could I ask how you knew it? His expression softened as I saw a smile drone on his lips. Yeah, just like me. Back then, I went straight to the dungeon. Never knew its dangers. From what I have heard, the dungeon is more perilous than the outside world. Monsters are stronger, could spawn randomly, and sometimes gang up on you. There are also adventurers who are doing a pass parade, which is basically throwing the monster train to others. I understand. I will be more careful around it. I couldn't back down. The key to going back lies on the opportunities inside Orario, inside the dungeon. I need to become stronger too, lest I die like a mob in this world. Good luck, kiddo. He said as he left for the receptionist. Good evening, Ina. Work's rough today, Immediately, he put up a bright smile into his face, his seriousness from moments ago gone. The grime and cuts on his arm created an air of seriousness around him that this didn't pass to my mind. It's like I'm watching someone court a girl. When I saw the receptionist that he's been talking to, everything made sense. Her clear emerald pupils matched her brown bob cut. Her wearing a glasses added another layer of charm for the Miss Half-Elf in the reception desk. It's the intelligent Oni-san type. Why is this world full of beautiful girls? Lucky for me, I already built up some resistance thanks to Lan-san, and Lady Artemis. By the time it is my turn, that feeling is gone. Good day. How can I help you? She said with a smile. Registration, please. For the citizenship. I understand. She took out a stack of paper beneath the counter before placing it in the desk. It is at least 15 pages long, which goes to say how troublesome this process is. I passed through the papers one by one. What looks like chunks of text is nothing but a conquerable thing to me. Please, I had to help Tou-san sign hundreds of papers from the start. These terms. Looks like there are many new adventurers who complained about many things. Yes, there are plenty of cases such as that. These terms and conditions are made to prevent those occurrences. Desk job. I could totally sympathize with them. In my past life, it is an emotion that was hard to forget. You guys have a tough job. There are also insurances? How nice. Mere 5 minutes had passed before I signed up for everything that was needed to do. A total of 25 clauses are approved by me, with my crucial information such as name, place of origin, and specialty present. I took the Far East as my country of origin since I am aware of the magic tools that could detect lies. It even got through Lady Artemis herself. After all, I am from the Far East of a different world, that is. You're from Far East? What a long journey it must have been. She commented in a concerned tone. And you're 12. Circumstances forced me here. I sent a wry and helpless smile. It really is a long journey since then. Miss Receptionist took a glance at my specialty and stopped at a certain part. A mage without fauna? Amazing. Thank goodness there wasn't such thing as specific power levels. I began to understand how rare my existence is to this world. A 12-year-old who's comparable to a level 2 mage without any fauna. That was why I kept this snippet of information a secret. Well then, you are now a citizen of Orario, Mr. Akasaka. Thank you for the time, Miss Ina. That's my name. Miss Ina. I made a short bow before I left. I already see Lance-san's light blue hair amongst the crowd. Lance-san. Finished? She asks. Yes. Is there something wrong? Right now, she wore a grave expression. I didn't see anything like this before. It is enough to make me uneasy. A familia that we knew, was wiped out. A boy in a formal outfit. His appearance stood out from the rest the moment he entered the guild's headquarters. Even though he looked childish, his eyes weren't. Nobu did not notice it himself, but he carried himself with an air of elegance. The habits that he had back in Earth made him look more like a noble instead of a traveler. PSST. Ina. How about that boy? Who? You know, the one with the nice coat. Oh. Mr. Akasaka. What about him? How is he? It is currently night time. It is the time for the guild to close, hence the receptionists had the time to talk idly about their daily interactions. He's the one who knows many things. He's patient enough to read the entire registration form for new citizens in Orario. Disbelief was writer all over Ina's friend, Miss Ha. Not once did they have an adventurer who patiently read everything on the agreement. Instead, they schemed through everything while finishing it as fast as they can. He should be a scholar. I see. Looks like there would be another talk of the town. With Nobu's appearance, it is simply impossible to not have a girl fall for him. The way that he carries himself is a huge plus, too. He is simply a prince who descended into Gakkai. It's just that he's too busy in his research that his romantic life became quite far-fetched for him. It might change now, however. Stop it. He's only 12. Haha, what? Unbeknownst to everyone else, a certain golden-eyed boy made an impression on the half-elf's mind. Chapter 18, Hephaestus Familia. To think she was that affected. After saying those words, she left off in a hurry. I saw tears bubbling in her eyes. I can conclude that whoever was in that familia is close to them, perhaps to the entire Artemis Familia. Thus, bringing me to my current state. With nowhere else to go, I blankly strolled the streets of Orario. Under the illumination of the starry sky, I saw its charm. It's like Kyoto at night view, but more lively. Rowdy adventurers are drinking ale in their oversized mugs inside bars. Noise surrounded my sensitive ears. There aren't any vehicles causing noise pollution, but the adventurers replaced it. Still, I kind of like this ambience more. Hey! I saw my reflection in a glass. Sparkling golden pupils and the white hair that I inherited from Kaisen. My suit did wonders in turning me into a somewhat believable traveler. Then, I noticed something else. A red long sword of about 120.5 centimeters is displayed inside it. An estimate of 3.4 pounds can be deduced under my watchful eyes. Considering that this world has gods, let's make it 4.4 pounds. Its main highlight is none other than the magic engraved in it. I place my 500 yen that it has a fire-related spell. Maybe another that increases its durability and sharpness through what they call abilities. If I still have my machinery, the technology that I built from scratch, it is easy to make something like it. With them, I could perfectly engrave magic onto an item, down to its maximum capacity. Meaning, I could use up all of its capacity. I wonder if this shop has something that could surpass my masterpiece. A sudden pain wells up in my chest after remembering my beloved weapon shatter into pieces. In the end, I decided to enter this shop. Many weapons greeted my sight. Ranging from swords to spears and machetes, they have everything. Their estimated dimensions and abilities promptly entered my mind. Surprisingly, some works are well made. They are on the same level, if not, as my Azure. They number in double digits. Knowing that there are better ones woke me up from my fantasies. No matter how good my technology is, it is bound to be surpassed by the smiths in this world. 98 million valis. I take back my word. I am glad that my work can be priced this high. A few million valis is enough to fund Artemis Familia for years, enough for a family to spend on several generations. I tried looking at the other pieces. I discovered that those I deemed the worst are priced at 1 million valis. Ahem. Looks like I mistakenly entered a luxurious shop. I got too caught up in reminiscing that I didn't notice this. Face-palming inwardly, I calmly began to walk to the exit. It is not the first time that I went into a luxury brand shop, which is why this is not a big deal. My money helped me back then, but I'm dirt poor in this world. It shows how convenient money is. Wait a moment. I heard a female voice call me from behind. When I turned back, I saw someone carrying 3 stacks of wooden boxes. She placed these boxes on top of the counter, not fearing that they could collapse on their weight. There, I saw the person in question. Crimson red hair akin to fire, as well as a black eye patch that covered nearly half of her face. A loosely made linen shirt clung to her curves, showcasing her perfect body. My gaze met with hers as she inexplicably smiled. Those eyes. Are you a smith? She said. A smith? That, I am. Technically, I am a smith. I created all of my precision tools and weapons all by myself. Of course, until my assistant came to life. From what I saw, it seems that you lost a precious work. What? These gods and their eyes to see through me. That familiar aura is around her as well, which I can assume is that she is a goddess. I sighed inwardly before replying, you are correct, Goddess Sama. The masterpiece that is with me for 4 years broke down. I saw her nod before she asked a strange request. Mind pointing out which weapon in this shop is comparable to yours? Hearing that, my eyes wandered around before stopping at a certain creation. It is a silver dagger that reminded me of the moon. It is ranked 18th in this weapon selection. Roughly as good as that. Oh! Someone without fauna is claiming to have a masterpiece made by the top smiths in my familia. My eyes twitched upon hearing that. She's the one that initiated this conversation, yet she acted like this. Now, I understand the sentiment behind gods being seekers of entertainment. Instead of replying, I took out the silver dagger in my pocket. It is one of my backup weapons that are fortunate enough to survive until my arrival in Gakkai. I placed it on top of the counter. Cling! The shiny luster of the blade met the smooth wooden surface of the desk. The goddess placed both of her hands under her chin, keenly observing my work. Momentarily, I saw her eyes widen before returning to normal. Such precision! It should be impossible for mortals to achieve. Normally, it is. I agreed with her. Only through external help could one achieve this. That, or magic. Magic. A source of power that could overturn tides of disadvantages and make it your advantages. The power that creates miracles. It is the sole reason behind my success. The goddess took something out of the wooden crates. A normal-looking longsword greeted my sight. There is no magic or anything whatsoever in it. But, this. What do you think? She asks. A single sentence left my mouth. As expected of a goddess. The sword was made with the most basic, bare-bone, smithing techniques. I could tell how it was made simply by looking at it, as it screams basic all over my face. They don't have any power tools in this world as well. Even so, it is the most perfect artwork that I appreciated, making my creation seem dull. At the same time, a thought clung up to me. It seemed small compared to this godly piece of work, but my ambitions is nevertheless ignited. What if I could improve? A burning desire lit up within me. I did not have anything to compare with my work back in my world. I thought that I had reached the limit, that it is very hard to improve even with my cheat. 100 years is what it took to reach my current level. I have all the necessary tools and equipment to progress. I thought that this is the fastest I could go. Turns out I was wrong. My hands itched to forge something. If I could reach the levels of work with my basic techniques alone, how good would my work be once I returned to my world? Knowing that I could improve, just how much of an ecstatic thought was this? Perfected blacksmithing techniques coupled with improved technology. My mind raced with this thought. It looks like you are itching for something. I believe so. The goddess carried the wooden crates once more. Come. With an invitation, that is. Inside a smithy that looks no different from the Middle Ages, I stood straight. The orange flames caused a spark here and there, making me wonder if it is alive. Amazing. To be honest, I relied on simulated environments during my creation. I can freely adjust the room temperature and the furnace's temperature. Then there's a quenching machine that allowed me to quench it with extreme precision from the duration down to its temperature. Opposite of the room temperature, it is nothing but cold. While this place lacks the charm that my workplace had, it has something that mine lacks. There are barrels of cold water and oil for quenching, as well as several tools hung up on the walls. This dimly lit room is none other than the goddess smithing room in this shop. It is currently night time, hence her employees went back home already. She was about to go rest when she saw me inside the shop, or so she says. Feeling the cold touch of the hammer on top of the anvil, I was surprised by my findings. The alloy used for it, its toughness and its malleability are top-notch. The alloy number 67 that I synthesized doesn't even come close to it. That one's made of orichalcum. Orichalcum. As in the metal in myths. In several ancient writings, orichalcum earned its fame. In Plato's writings, it is the metal used to build Poseidon's temple as well as many creations in the lost city of Atlantis. Simply put, it's a big deal. Why did you let me inside? I asked with confusion. She invited me to follow her, landing me inside her smithy. To this indescribable action of hers, I have no clue as to what's going on. Didn't you say so? That your hands are itching to forge? I am momentarily sent into silence. That's all. I thought. Then again, it dawned on me, they are gods. They are free to do anything they want. Realizing the intent behind her actions, I no longer stood still. I took off my coat and hung it on the tool holders. Unbuttoning my sleeves, I pulled them, letting the wave of heat sweep through my skin. I want to confirm. You want me to create something, right? That is so. Do you have any prohibitions here? Like I could not use your certain materials? There's none. All right. Switching into a formal tone, I laid my eyes on the box of ores not far from the anvil. Upon touching them, I chanted, Revelaris, Veritas. A magic circle rose and scanned every ore completely. The numerical descriptions of the ores popped up in my mind one by one. Every single statistic is based on the threshold that I have created in my world. Mohs score 9. Weight, 3.9 kilograms. Malleability, 5000. Mohs score, 14. Mohs score, 17. Weight, 9.81 kilograms. Mohs score, above 50. Holy sh*t. A metal that has more than 50 Mohs score? This is crazy. At the same time, I felt the challenge beckoning me. Above 50 Mohs score, malleability more than 30,000. I want to challenge it. A clear blue sheen reflected in my eyes as I placed it against the light of the furnace. It is already processed, saving me half an hour's worth of time. Then, I did one of the most important processes, simulation. I simulated myself forging this ore with all the available conditions available. The heat that is comparable to my furnace as well as durable tools upped the quality of the final outcome. The margin of error is not that high, so I could easily undo it. The malleability score is the saving grace of this tough material. With it, I could draw the metal well. Since there's Far East in this world, I assume that a katana could work out. A 63 cm, single-edged blade, inscribed with 2 magic circles that attract and converge mana. A made of condensed air and that distributes force to the surroundings. If not for my limits, I would have engraved more magic. Now that I have the general image drawn in my mind, I did not hesitate any longer as I grabbed a metallic tong and placed the ore inside the blazing hot furnace. Resistir, Ignis. Resist fire. Parameters are present in my mind, allowing me to examine the best state the material was in. With magic, I could barely resist the temperature of these flames. It shows how ridiculous the age of gods can be. It reached the melting point. I have been heating the ore for 3 entire minutes before it reached this state. Better have some insurance. Moments later, I took out the now orange-colored ore. If not for my earlier spell, I might not be able to properly work on it. Plus, melting the metal is not an option since mana is present in them. If I do that, some mana might dissipate, reducing the effectiveness of the blade. Clang! 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 I held the ore with the tongs and hammered it continuously. I delivered quick and precise hits. If I can't finish the hammering in one go, I'll just heat it again. For now, only the sounds of metals clashing with each other are present in my ears. Orichalcum. The name of the strongest metal to exist in Gakkai. It is often used to create Durandal-class weapons, swords and axes that are unbreakable. Through a high smith's ability, they give their creations a new property. In this case, the new property that translates to unbreakable is dubbed Durandal. It is nearly impossible for a mortal without Falna to come close to such a creation. Yet, I miss my power tools. The boy, Nobu, murmured as he sharpened the edge of the cooling down blade. It took him more than an hour to finish everything from forging to tempering. At some point, he had to apply twice robustness just to properly wield the hammer and the blade. Swinging your arms more than 1,000 times was that hard. He had to do his very best to forge a blade that he can be satisfied with. It went through hammering, quenching, tempering, and another round of hammering to maximize the ore's capabilities. Numerous magic assisted him in this process. Ha! His butt plopped down to the ground as he left his creation on the anvil. Right now, he is tired both physically and mentally. He had to make sure that the timings of each strike and casting are accurate to a T. Just as he was about to look for the goddess who watched him over an hour ago, he found out that she was already in front of the anvil. She held the blade that he made on its grip. It is pure metal with no hand gears whatsoever. A magic sword. Yes. Ha! Nobu took a deep breath before continuing, it wouldn't be my best if there isn't any magic embedded. Mesmerized by his work, she did not manage to hear him properly. Krazo, no, that's not it. This is different. Just how did you imbue magic well on Dir Orichalcum? Krazo magic swords. The trademark for the magic swords that once dominated Gakkai. With swords that could melt down seas and burn down mountains, the army marched and dominated the land. Right now, his work is being compared to the work of the blacksmiths whose bloodlines are cursed. Perhaps, her child is the only one capable of creating them. Although, the situation seems a bit different now. While less overwhelming than Durandal's, the work presented in his eyes is as well as it is. By what she means well made, it is everything. From the length and width down to its center of balance, everything was taken into mind. It's as if the creator of this sword is very familiar with swordsmen. I could have done better with them. A light murmur came out of his mouth. Disregarding his mumblings, the goddess asked him. Do you want to join my familia? For a moment, Nobu blanked out. Join, your familia. She saw his inquisitive looks. Do not doubt yourself. With your current skills and talent, no production familia would ever reject you. Even the exploration type familias would fight over you. He gave out a slightly shocked look. I'm that valuable? He asked with a shred of doubt. He knew that his current capabilities are considered sought in this dungeon city, but he never knew it was that good. Yes, you are. For a moment, he went into a brief silence. Then, his eyes widened as he realized something. Red hair, blacksmith. Are you Lady Hephaestus? That's right. Don't tell me, you entered this shop without knowing who I am. He made a light cough to hide his embarrassment. I didn't mean to. Anyways, I have heard you from Lady Artemis. That you are always taking care of her best friend. The goddess of hunting came to her mind. After that, an image of her reclusive friend appeared. Artemis, hey? How are you acquainted with her? Well. Nobu began telling the story of his life as a traveler. He chanced upon the Artemis familia in slight trouble, which led to him lending a hand. As they are not accepting male familia members, he is still an adventurer without any fauna. That explains everything. If a god sees someone with as much talent as Nobu, there's no doubt they would immediately recruit him. The sight of him using magic as support confused her as to why he didn't belong to any familia. He is one of the rare mages who attained magic without any fauna. A familia. As someone who has a family, that word is important to him. Hence, he hopes that he could form that kind of bond while in a familia. Even if he's gone, it's not like he wouldn't come back every few months. Moreover, he heard from Artemis that Hephaestus is a lawful goddess. The former is also in her debt due to how she's been helping her best friend, yet another goddess of chastity, back in Tenkai. In short, joining Hephaestus is not a bad idea. I will join. I want to become a part of your familia. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, A Goddess Blessing Fauna. Do we need to do it right away? I still need to find Lady Artemis. It won't take long. Also, she's most likely in greater trouble. What do you mean? Hephaestus-sama closed down the store the moment we stepped out of the smithing room. Then, she asked me to undress my top as she is about to grant me her blessing. Spot on. My most important event was done in a chair in front of a counter. I sat with the back of the chair in front of me. I am still concerned regarding Lady Artemis and the others. The Astrea Familia was wiped out. Artemis Familia has a close bond with them. Right now, they must be storming that guy's house. A look of pity appeared on her face. It's as if they are about to punish the guys who peeped at Lady Artemis back in Tenkai. Who was it? Lan-san mentioned his name to me. That's right. Hermes. Its sole survivor is also wreaking havoc. Going from one establishment to another to take her revenge. Astrea. Astrea. Greek. Wait a moment. The goddess Astrea? She has the same domain as Lady Artemis if I remember correctly. Stars and Justice, was it? My thoughts were broken the moment I felt a drop of blood in my back. Then. There's no then. I did not feel anything. Now, I understand why Hephaestus-sama said it would be fast. I never. Zoom. Suddenly, my sight was altered. My surroundings became blurry as I found myself in a state of inexplicableness. A series of letters appeared in my sight, floating like little fireflies. Level 1. Strength, I0 Defense, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others. Summons a meteor strike to the target. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth, Astrum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Excelia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations, Sentinico. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. I think, the world is spinning. Just before Nobu kissed the ground, Hephaestus successfully caught him by the neck. The hieroglyphs behind his back are still lit up, illuminating the dimly lit room with his incredulous status. 2 skills and 1 magic. Never had she experienced anything like this. Each of his skills is enough to stand on its own, not to mention all of them together in a single boy. The first thought that came to her mind is the up-and-coming adventurer these days, the pride of Loki Familia, Sword Princess, Kenki. Though, what is more important to her is not the glory that it could bring to her or anyone else. It is none other than his growth. She knew that he accepted her offer because she could teach him many things. Now, the responsibility of guiding him in his newfound journey fell into her. How far can you go? She mused. The next thing that she worried about is Nobu's history, all of which are seen by her. His struggles, his fights. Everything in his second life. She knew how he is an otherworlder who stepped foot into this world by accident. Nobu knew of this fact, but he doesn't have any other way. He needs a god's blessing to become stronger. Hence, it left him with the option of choosing a god he could fully trust. Fortunately for him, Hephaestus is one such goddess. Looking at his peaceful expression, she had a thought. You're still a child. Suddenly. Buzz. Hephaestus saw her blessing glowing intensely. What's this? In her eyes, Nobu's past records presented themselves. Although, it is quite different from what she previously saw. Fight against an ancient dragon. Defeat a high-level aggregate of negative emotions. Creation of the first virtual life form. These are. Before she saw the rest, they disappeared like a cloud. Only his previous history could be found. Yet, a goddess' intuition should not be underestimated. She realized that there are something more to this little boy. I habitually got up from the bed. I bobbed my head sideways and searched for my wall clock. There's none. A jolt passed through my spine, making me jump from this soft and comfy bed. I saw the unbuttoned sleeves of my white long sleeves free of any dirt and grime. Window shopping, forging, and entering a familia. Memories of yesterday night reappeared. I could recall that I subconsciously cast cleanse on my dirty self before the supposedly formal ceremony. After that, I blacked out. However, I felt it, Hephaestus-sama's gaze on me. All of my secrets, lust for my reincarnation and cheat, were transparent in front of her eyes. I believe that she already knows that I am from another world. It is part of the plan. It is the inevitable. Then again, meeting a goddess whom Lady Artemis trusts is extremely lucky of me. Anyways, there's another strange sensation connected in me just like my cheat. Tugging on it, a series of bright letters written in hieroglyphs appeared. A moment later, they turned into a language familiar to me, Japanese. Stats, magic, and skills. It feels like a game. There are also 2 skills, both of which I am unfamiliar with. I thought I had it with stars as I easily learned much star-type magic, but I think this skill explains everything. Aren't these broken? A mouthful of air was exhaled from my mouth as I tried to calm my beating heart down. I plan to take the opportunities in this world, so this is just the start. When I return to my world, I will sweep the floor with that arrogant old man. For sure. I buttoned my long sleeves and took the dark overcoat hanging in a wooden chair. After wearing it, I left the room. What greeted me is a traditional home. Several other rooms presented themselves in a straight file. A corridor led to the staircase. I strolled into it, reaching the not-so-tall stairs and the chandelier hung on top of the ceiling. I placed my attention on this unfamiliar house I am currently in. I strolled the places that it has before coming upon the office. Koine was written on the plate above the door. Assuming that Hephaestus-sama is here, I knocked. Come in. I opened the door before being greeted by her signing some papers. Good morning, Hephaestus-sama. Where am I? Straight to the point. She commented. You are inside our familia house. Although it is desolate since everyone shut themselves in their forge. So, this is supposed to be Hephaestus Familia's main base. I sat down in one of the chairs present. Last night, you told me about the Astria Familia. Can I know what happened? This is the thing that concerns me the most. I know that I have already repaid my debt in a practical sense, but I can't leave them alone. Be that as it may, they are the first trusted people that I encountered in this world. That, and Lady Artemis. It is complicated. Evilus remnants caught them in an ambush inside the dungeon. That's how it was written in the guild records. Evilus. Admittedly, I don't know a thing about them. They do sound like a typical villain organization, however. Only their goddess, Astria, as well as a member survived. The member should be known as Gale Wind here. Gale Wind, noted. She lightly coughed and shifted the topic. About your origins. Rest assured. I will keep them a secret. Thanks. A question flew straight to my mind. Do I need to do anything? Like, quotas and such? There's none of that here. Just like the others, you will be given ores and smelting tools, to begin with. We have shops around Orario and Babel, which you can use to sell your creation. You need to be a high smith to use those, but I'm sure your skills are around that. Somehow, there's a great deal of confidence behind her voice. As for your creation last night, you can keep it. That ridiculous metal with more than 50 plus Mohs score. It is by far the sturdiest metal that I laid my hands upon. I created an Eastern blade, a katana, with the thought that it would be given to a familia or kept as a collection, but I didn't expect to receive it as a gift. It's my first time seeing a well-made dir orichalcum magic sword, so treat it well. You can also reforge it if you are more confident with your abilities. Hephaestus-sama explained that orichalcum's monoconductibility is very low. Meaning, engraving spells is extremely difficult. After all, orichalcum is often used for its toughness and sharpness. As for dir orichalcum, it is an experimental alloy made by one of her children to solve that exact problem. Imbuing mana-conducive materials together with orichalcum's toughness has the potential to become even better than known metals in Gakkai. I see. I'm still not used to gods being able to read my mind head-on. Maybe it's just Hephaestus-sama and Lady Artemis? Leaving this consoling thought, we continued conversing about the rules of my new familia. Turns out, my new familia is very lax. Most of the things depend on their skills and talents, with the familia providing networks and materials. If you are stuck in a hump, you can also ask Hephaestus-sama for some advice. Though, not many did due to their pride and fear of embarrassment. There are also occasional assignments that she would give, but that depends on her whims. Anyways, I couldn't get those people. I mean, finding your mistakes and acknowledging them are the basics of learning. It'd be much harder to improve if you can't do the two things above. She also mentioned something about a troublesome child inside our familia. Something like him having the ability to create magic swords and not create one. He's 14, yet he's been able to achieve what I learned for 100 years. Worse, he's letting his talent rot. Troublesome suits him well. I fiddled with a magic stone in my hand. It is one of the few that I did not choose to sell and instead used as an energy source for my cheat. After absorbing up to my maximum capacity, I found the light inside it become slightly dimmer. I know about the existence of magic stones and magic crystals in my world, but it seems like magic stones here are stronger by a notch. How should I find them? I have a total of 2 agendas today. One is to visit the guild and register as an adventurer now that I have Falna, and the other is to locate the Artemis Familia. The former mainly serves to gather information about the dungeon. In my combat experiences, I'm mostly used against humanoid enemies before irregulars such as curses. Those irregulars have different skill sets. One wrong move is enough to put you at a disadvantage. Hephaestus-sama also told me to do so as she won't be able to help me regarding the dungeon. She said it's the best way to learn about it as a new adventurer. Then again, I'm glad such a convenient thing exists. I'm not about to dive into the dungeon like a fool, without any preparations whatsoever. The plan is that I would pile up information myself while utilizing my cheat to learn more about something. I would also use it as a backup of sorts to bring my nearly dead self back to life. How impressive! As I strode in the shopping district, I saw many strong adventurers. They average at levels 1 and 2, but there are occasional level 3s and 4s. In my peaceful world, I hardly ever saw this sight unless it is a major event. Like that dragon subjugation a few months ago. I got up early in the morning, which is why many adventurers are out. If it's during the afternoon, I bet everyone's out prowling the dungeon. I patiently walked out of the shopping district. Upon doing so, I saw the majestic 50-floor tower that formed a huge contrast in the Middle Ages setting. It reminded me of the Babel that I know of. An entrance to the underground is present in it. That's also the place where adventurers converge the most. Thump! My childish heart began boiling at the sight of it. Even my practical side is screaming I want to improve. Inside my head, the fauna embedded in my back made it possible to be no longer stagnant. With all my abilities, I could perfectly do so. Too bad my actual cheat had its limitations. For once, changing the state of an item towards its future version is a huge gamble. It could improve, but it could also outright be destroyed. Then, I need to have direct contact with the target for 5 seconds. I knew much to know that the special grade curse won't let me touch it directly, more so when I didn't have my suit to protect me from that overwhelming heat. Lastly, I need a piece of item to restore it, which is why Azure is gone for good. Shaking my head, I averted my gaze from the dungeon entrance. Instead, I headed to Eastern Street. The destination that I am going to is adjacent to Daedalus Street. My goddess told me not to wander too much there, lest I'll be lost. The place I am going is not there, anyways. After going through the southeastern street, I saw a huge field of fauna and flora. Gravestones are present in approximately every few meters. The field is composed of innumerable graves. One could not find solace in this place, only sorrow and longing. Sets of memories entered my mind. During each fight that I had, just how many lives were lost. I know it is the future, yet I can't bear to treat it lightly. It's not like I want to take responsibility for their deaths. I am not a hero. True, I choose to save whoever was in front of me, but that's the end of it. If something is out of my league, I would stay away from it. Still, those future deaths weighed on my mind. The bloody sight of magicians and humans alike being killed by that absurd dragon, or the innocents whom I failed to save from curses. That chilling feeling is not something I could easily rid of. I snap back from my thoughts. I realized that my mood is turning for the worse. I distracted myself from it by going through each grave. I know that my chances of finding the traces of Galewind are low, but I want to try and help Lady Artemis. I know just how much she would like to help that sole survivor. Even I, as an outsider, can imagine the pain that she went through. Unfortunately, things didn't go well. My sight, which extended to a dozen meters, could not find their traces. I took over 3 hours and went through every grave, yet there was nothing. Far in the grave field, I saw some trees. There are some empty spaces in between. The important thing is that Lan-san. The familiar aqua-blue hair entered my sight. She leapt from one branch to another as if she were rushing to something. In the end, I chose to chase after her. I respectfully went through the graves before entering the grove of trees. With a single leap, I stood still on top of a branch. After getting the hang of this world's gravity somewhere around 20% stronger than Earth's, I followed suit. My covered training finally paid out. I didn't only train on combat techniques. Covert ops and reconnaissance are included in it. Though, it didn't suit my combat style, which is why I didn't have much opportunity to use it. The branches shook as I stepped on them. Force is applied to them, but not enough for them to snap. Which way was she? Soon, I was lost in this place. Ugh! Let's go right. After having a blind guess, I continued forth. Only the sea of vegetation greeted my sight as I scanned through the entire place. Then, I was startled by the sudden voice on my right. Nobu-kun? Why are you here? Keeping my composure, I replied. I followed you. What are you doing here? She stepped down from the branch and she stared at me with hints of curiosity. Why aren't there Astria Familia? Seeing her surprised look, I explained, I came to know things after my arrival. I have heard that you are close with them. No, we are. Lady Astria and Lady Artemis are very close. Whenever we visit Orario, we help with their duty. I know that Astria Familia is one of the rare familia that acts as Orario's unofficial policemen. They catch evil people and present them in the guild. With their roster consisting of many level 4s, their names had once resounded in this city. However, they are eliminated in an ambush nearly 2 years ago. I am trying to find their traces, their graves at least. There wasn't any in this place. As someone who scanned through everything, I knew how long it takes to go through each grave. Even with all that resulted in an unrewarded venture. Seeing this familiar look, I tried to change the topic. Let's go back to Lady Artemis. Her downcast looks improved ever so slightly after that. That's right. We are still going to look for a way to let you in. Lance-san. I didn't know how to reply for a brief moment. I'm already in a familia. What? I saw her body freeze upon the revelation. Chapter 20, First Dungeon Prowl. You joined a familia. What? I simply nodded to their questions. It's impulsive to say the least. But things just happened that way last night. I could see a startled look on their faces before letting out a series of outbursts. Hephaestus. I didn't know she is like that. The goddess said her line before everybody else followed. We should pay their familia a visit. Excuse me, Rithus-san. Why do you want to visit them? It's my fault. Why does Lan-san look so downcast and guilty? Realizing that a misunderstanding might have ensued, I further explained. She showed me her work and let me forge last night. That's how I got into their familia. All of their chaotic rants stopped at that exact moment. Ashamed, I saw some of them turn their faces away with a blush while the others kept their calm, with red ears that are not properly hidden. Even Lady Artemis is such. So that was it. You joined out of your free will. That's right. I nodded. A celebration. Lan-san muttered with trepidation. Right. It's time to splurge. I will forget that I've heard the last one. Rithus-san is just as strict as Lady Artemis in terms of doing things, and one of them is her ability to conserve money. A celebration, it is. With their captain's approval, we set off to a well-known restaurant. His eyes resemble the stars. Only now did Artemis notice the significant change that Nobu underwent in a single night. As if something was unlocked, his connection with her was strengthened. She could know about his current mood and emotions through it. Not only that, she could unleash an infinitesimal portion of her arcanum by answering his prayers. Orion. She wasn't sure of it before. But now, she is. She did not develop in that direction as of the moment. Still, just the thought of her Orion being present gives her an overtly complicated feeling, one that she does not know how to process or respond to. My Orion. She is heading toward unknown territory. A place where she might not be able to come back. It is budding like a small sparkle in the night sky, but no one knows what would be resulted from it. Him. For now, she worked out on deciphering these feelings. Clang. Clang. My mind is empty. All of my willpower is concentrated on the piece of metal being hammered by me into shape. It looks jagged and uneven at first, but my precise strikes turned it into a smooth blade with the proportions that I want. Sharpening is next. While it is still glowing crimson, I placed it on the grindstone and placed the edge of my blade in it. My hammering made it so that it does not need sharpening, yet I still do it to achieve good work. PSSSHK. Sheeting. Sparks flew as metals came in contact with each other. After doing this procedure, I gripped it with the tongs once more and submerged it in oil. Fire emerged from the barrel as it combusted upon contact. The scalding heat is just right within my calculations. Since I did not have my equipment, I did cold quenching through the way of the ancient smiths. A magic circle lit up in its center. It glowed blue as it absorbed the surrounding mana. But then, another change happened. The air around the blade became cold. It quickly turned into crystals of ice before falling to the ground. Pretty sure that it was just inside this sword. I murmured. Is it my new ability? Miracle Maker, the rare skill that I got the moment I had Falna. To be honest, I didn't understand the reasoning behind it, but I got the mechanics well enough. Simply put, it is an RNG passive skill. With luck, I can imbue a creation with additional ability. These abilities match my thoughts on how to improve it as well. I made a total of 15 swords in the past few days just to verify my initial guesses. One of them is made in pure mithril as well, the best metal found to conduct metal. A whopping 4 abilities, 2 embedded and 2 add-ons, are present in it. Made me question my nearly impossible feat of embedding a single magic circle in dir orichalcum. No wonder I nearly screwed up. The toughness of that material alone is a problem, but there's also its mana conductivity, which is on very low levels. It should be enough for my preparations. A watered-down storage device, rations, and spares. One of my creations is a thin silver bracelet. It works on the same principle as the space pocket, converting the space on the bracelet with expansion magic, allowing a 7x7 storage in its place. I could only resort to smithing and not my usual magic tool workshop for this. To think that a few days would pass like this. In 5 days, I forged continuously. I tested several of my new abilities as well. One thing that I found out is that my child of constellations worked the best during the night, the time when stars could be easily seen. This led to me working during the night and resting during the day. Level 1. Strength, I0H131 Defense, I0I98 Dexterity, I0H102 Agility, I0I76 Magic, I0H138. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others. Summons a meteor strike to the target. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth, Astrum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Excelia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. A total of 545 points were added to my status. Even Hephaestus Sama got startled by my rate of improvement. This is the result of 2 absurd skills overlapping with each other. Interestingly, this improvement is similar to how I improved using my cheat. No physical changes happened to my body whatsoever, but I felt the improvement. Some of my works were also sold, letting me earn my keep to buy potions. Once I have the necessary equipment, I'll be making my own. Clang! I placed my newly created blade on top of the anvil. Once this cools down, I'm going to start my first advent to the dungeon. The sea of stars twinkled beautifully. The brightest constellation visible to Kakai outshone the presence of any other stars. Hephaestus glanced at the departing back of her newest familia member. Geez. Here I thought I need to remind him of things. He's really mature. In the past few days, Nobu has had a peculiar schedule as opposed to the smiths in her familia. Instead of shutting himself inside the forge in Babel, he clocks out on time. He regularly visits the familia house as well as his guild advisor. In short, he's a normal human being. Aside from his status, what surprised her the most is the maturity unbefitting for his age. Of course, it doesn't mean that he's not completely mature. For once, she had seen through his problematic mentality. He is still caught up in the past due to something. She deduced that it might be a traumatic event, something that shouldn't be brought up in any conversations. Thus, she is planning to gradually provide guidance regarding it. Then there are those histories that she saw. She doesn't know much, but she guessed that it is correlated to his traumas. It's going to be lonely again. Dungeon. The most crucial location for Orario, the dungeon city, to exist. It provides adventurers with higher quality excelia as well as drop items. It is the golden goose that gives unlimited resources to brave adventurers. Currently, I chose lighter armor to wear. Breastplate, knee and shoulder guards to protect me from unexpected attacks. Arm guards that could be used to parry. Metal boots that could be used as a form of attack. These 3 make up my equipment set. Of course, I have a rather big surprise hidden in my wardrobe. It is an imitation of my main equipment back on Earth, also the reason why I could survive the dragon's onslaught while everyone else died. At my waist, a sheathed long sword was hung. It is not the Dir Orichalcum sword but the best creation that I had from a few days ago. It is only made of slightly rarer ore, yet it managed to acquire 3 additional effects from my Miracle Maker skill. A light attribute attack that takes the shape of a crescent moon. An anti-magic property. An attributeless enhancement that increases the effect of my robustness. There's still the original magic embedded into it. My luck must have been broken at that time. My thoughts are halted once I passed through the entrance to the basement of Babel. A spiral staircase descends into the darkness, leading the adventurers to the first floor. I tread on this path along with other adventurers. Unlike the ones outside, everyone here wore an air of seriousness. Damn it! We're already here. I saw an adventurer carrying his comrade passed by us. Some good-willed ones helped him carry his injured friend into the medical camp present right outside the basement. Blood was left on their trail. The smell of iron assaulted my senses. A sudden image popped up into my mind. You are interesting. The dragon said before its claws tore through my body. The armor that I was wearing briefly halted its advance, only to be broken when a surge of mana ran through the claws. I saw it. My body. My legs. My arms. My blood sputtered out of the air. Phew. I exhaled in an attempt to calm down my beating heart. It is not the time to be scared of those images. Right. I have something called fauna now. Improving is much easier now. One day. I'll fucking kill him. Muttering under my breath, I sprinted towards the first floor. It didn't pose any difficulty as my footwork is trained to an expert level. It is the key to me winning against one versus many fights in my memories. I accidentally met gazes with some adventurers. They hastily averted theirs as a result. Bloodlust. That's right. With 7 iterations of strenuous combat experience, my so-called bloodlust malintent is stronger than most people. I'm sorry about that. Soon, I reached a place without any people. Bluish rock walls are all over this place. A huge pathway is presented in front of me. Some sort of fungi also acts as a natural light source on the ceiling. Krrr. An entity came out of the dungeon wall. With a dog head, it is over 120 centimeters tall. It doesn't have any weapons, but its sharp claws gave off a glint under the artificial light. Let's go first, then. Tap. I made huge leaps one after another. Sheeting. Unsheathing my sword, I held it some distance away from my body. It is in a semi-diagonal position. After that. PSSSHK. I felt the sharp edge of the blade cut through the kobold's neck. The momentum from my charge and the rotation of my body gave it enough force to instantly kill it. It is surprisingly weak. Even the goblins that I fought from the outside are way better than them. Thud. A few moments later, its corpse made a soft noise as it contacted the ground. Circling the tip of my blade, I easily carved its chest and reached out to the glistening transparent stone. The moment it separated their bodies, it turned to black ashes. Magic stone. I picked it up before activating the magic embedded into my bracelet. A small black circle was made out of empty air. Inside it is nothing but darkness. After dropping it inside, I closed it once more. I need to go further. Huff. After what I consider a moderate exercise, I proceeded into the rock hallway. I am currently on the 4th floor. The deeper I went, the more often monsters spawned en masse. Even so, they're still weak. Most of the monsters in here are level 1, which explains everything. Around 365. I kept track of every single monster that fell from my blade. Though, I found out a disturbing fact. How are adventurers not as rich as I have thought? Keep this in mind. Someone like me could earn more than 10 magic stones per encounter. Subtracting the travel and resting time, there's still the possibility of making more than 5,000 valis every day. Then again, this idea is hard to put into reality. Many factors could affect dungeon prowling. Being conservative is also the norm in this world. People are not machines. Surprisingly, I retained most of my energy. Perhaps, it is due to my trained body before I acquired fauna. I did not use any kind of magic, merely my physical skills are enough to overwhelm them. Finally, after descending into another pathway, I found myself surrounded by brown rocks. Green light illuminated the pathways present in this area. Immediately, a horde of giant brown lizards emerged from the dungeon walls as if to greet me. Bite attacks? Not that bad. One of them tried to charge at me with their mouth open. Using this opening, I pointed the tip of my blade in the direction of his approaching mouth. PSSSHK. A clean hit. My blade is long enough to pierce its brain, instantly killing it in one blow. 3 lizards circled me as I killed their companion. The one at my back charged at me. Tap. I leaped into the air before initiating a backflip. Now, the tip of my boots is directed towards its head. Pucci. The metallic boots dug deep into its head, turning its brain into mush. Green fluid stained my boots, but I paid no heed. PSSSS. I swung my sword towards my right. I felt the sensation of digging deep into its skin. Bam! The final lizard tackled me, only to be met by my arm guards. I caught its head and locked its mouth. I was pushed back a couple of meters. The moment I regained my balance, I held it tightly in my arm before piercing its throat. Blood filled my sight. When I searched for the one that I cut, I saw its bleeding corpse not far away from me. After scanning my surroundings with correspondence, I took the magic stones, turning the corpses into black ashes. What was left are their drop items: a set of sharp claws. Monsters and exploration. This is what happens the most inside a dungeon. Ambushes are also frequent, be they monsters of fellow adventurers. I didn't experience the latter, but the former. The lizards that I dispatched at the entrance of the 5th floor are exactly like the ones on the 2nd to 4th floor. They would suddenly appear on the ceiling before dropping down with a vicious attack. If not for my sensitivity to malintent, I would have had a harder time inside. Hence, solo play is impossible on the deeper floors. Logistics and maintenance are one thing, but you wouldn't even be able to rest properly. Of course, I could rest everywhere due to my experiences. There are no spawn points. I guess this dungeon doesn't have the convenient spawn point function that easily takes you to a certain floor. Slowly, I trod my path. Sounds of fighting are present now and then, but I chose not to meddle with them. From the sounds of it, these parties are fighting well enough. The 6th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor. With my techniques and tactics, I didn't have any trouble as I passed through each floor. The only this is that the higher I went, the lower my errors should be. By the time I felt my boost disappeared, I am now on the 10th floor. It has a forest landscape, with trees surrounding my position. White mist enveloped this area, blocking the vision of any adventurer on this floor. It's already daytime. With the enhancements from my skill, the lost stamina, mana, and mental energy, I spent quickly recovered. In short, I am in my optimized for battle. Su. My ears caught wind of the movement in my back. Malintent is also detected by my senses. Without even waiting to see the attacker, I slashed diagonally, cutting down the mist along with it. Q. A dying squeal resounded moments after the sensation of cutting something. It is soft, unlike the previous monsters that I have encountered. When the mist dispersed, I saw a bleeding white rabbit. It didn't take a while before it turned into a magic stone. Just as I was about to pick it up, another small silhouette sprang up. Su. I thrust my blade into that position. PSSSHK. At the end of it, I found another white rabbit struggling to get out of it. Stimulating the magic in the blade, a small light ray shot out, creating a gaping hole in its body. After collecting the 2 magic stones, I continued on my journey. It should be time. Just as I had expected, an arrow was shot at my back. Clang! It was deflected by the breastplate that I am wearing. I am pushed back by a meter or two before I was besieged by 2 human silhouettes. Prompting the magic embedded into my blade, 2 swords are projected above our heads. They have the same design as my longsword, but they're all created purely by mana. Su. Su. The two sword mirages descended into this place, piercing the two attackers who had already lunged at me. As they felt the pain in their chest, they lost their momentum. Chills were sent down to my body, something brought upon by the incongruency of my body and mind. In my mind, I am someone who fought hundreds of battles. In reality, I am just a normal 12-year-old whose hobby is innovating. Even so. The crescent light summoned forth by my strike decapitated both of them in one go. Blood didn't come flying across my face due to how burnt their muscles are. Huff, huff. A paralyzing sensation took over my body. My joints stiffened as the two bodies, now corpses, made a thud to the ground. Their looks overlapped with the ones in my memories. The independent Jujutsushis whom I clashed with died under the barrage of my magic. The innocent people who are living their life who got it ended due to a supernatural phenomenon. The sea of corpses all around the Magicians' Association that was brought forth by the dragon's descent. I have already experienced this so many times, so why now? Irrelevant thoughts filled my mind. But, what was important is that I won't falter. I proceeded at the adventurer in hiding. An easy prey. That was how they saw that adventurer. With strength that does not exceed level 2, he is alone as he prowled into the dungeon. They first met on the 9th floor, when one of their friends, an appraiser, saw the unusual sword that he wielded. Shit! He saw how it easily cut through the killer ant's neck. A wave of light flew out of the blade's tip, eviscerating 3 ants in one go. It didn't take long before the small horde of killer ants was mowed down by him. A magic sword. Hey! That's a magic sword! His companion bellowed. Magic sword. Simply put, these are swords that are imbued with magic. Their raw power doesn't depend on the user but on their maker. The better the skills of the smith, the stronger the magic sword would be. One major characteristic it has is its capability to cast magic without any preparation time. No chants are needed, as all you need to do is will it. Such items go for hundreds of thousands of valis at the bare minimum. If it has excellent performance, a few million valis would do. For these people who want nothing but valis, it is the best gold mine they could ever ask for. A lone level 2, with nothing but a weapon and some items in his possession. He's also tired as he fought for hours. Things should have been over in an instant. Yet. Shug. What met their vision were their bodies. Moments later, their perception was cut off. The others who are using the fog as a cloak notice this oddity. Su. 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 A flurry of arrows shot from crossbows aimed at the person in the center. He was surrounded by many projectiles, leaving no blind spots behind. Sheeting. Sheeting. 2 bright flashes elicited their attention. There, they saw it. The curved light cut through the arrows from the tip to its end. Divigus projectus. Dispersed projectiles. A magic circle lit up behind him. 4 red rays of light came out of it before it speeded through the mist. There. After deducing the position of the archers, Nobu led the rays of light in it. Bam! 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 Sounds of rocks exploding rang into his ears. Having roughly the same intensity as half a hand grenade, it is deafening to normal people. By the time he reached the place, 3 corpses greeted his sight. One of them has a huge hole in their head, brain matter spilling out onto the floor. The other 2 had their heart and chest pierced, mangling their internal organs. Such a disgusting sight did not make him flinch. He only froze briefly before finding the last attacker. HHHHHH. He was hyperventilating. His entire right arm was separated into his body, leaving a trail of blood. White fragments assumed to be his bones stuck out of it. The man's eyes widened as he saw the adventurer that they were targeting. Why? He could not even make out his words. His heart thumped loudly as he recalled the light that instantly killed his comrades. The eyes of the murderer oozed out with unrestrained bloodlust. coming at you with your defenses low. It worked again. The future Nobus in his memories often did this to survive. He would not hesitate to let go of a small opening just so he could live. The ones in his memories did not have access to his cheats, which explains the desperation. This is displeasing. While uttering a complaint, he finished off the last survivor with a swift decapitation strike. My hands are slightly shaking. I felt slightly cold despite no wind brushing past my skin. I had killed them cleanly enough to not stain my outfit. Just like the future eyes. Magicians do not kill each other due to an unspoken rule, thus most of my kills have something to do with Jujutsushis and other superpower holders. It just happens. I shouldn't have had any intersections with them, but a single decision led to our clashes. I am stained with blood in my memories. This isn't something a normal 12-year-old would do. My cheat is both a blessing and a curse. If I cannot hold myself together, I am better off without it. Why did it sound so easy in fiction? The burden that came upon every cheat weren't stated in most works. I do wonder why is it like that, though. I decided to check out the items that they have brought. A few thousand valis that weren't of any worth, several weapons, and so on. I'm breaking every single rule known to adventurers. Desecrating the dead is an ethical taboo in Orario. It robs the deceased adventurers of their final pride and honor as they are devoured by the dungeon. Still, I say it does not apply to the adventurers just now. Hey! A shiny jewel found itself in my hand. It does not have any transparent or translucent properties that most jewels have. It is similar to a magic stone, yet it is not. Interesting. With correspondence, I found out its information. More than 30 in Mo's score while having a 1000 malleability score. What was interesting, however, is that it has a mana preservation rate of 89%. Definitely a material for magic tools. One small step towards improvement. I murmur as I set my sights on the higher floors.